a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Literally lying. Still lying to his audience. What the fuck? Okay, that's my PTOS. What the fuck?
Wait,
Okay.
is it?
I don't know, but that was...
You asked for this, sir.
I said, what's your favorite anime voice?
Don't like me, 'cause I'm yeah. Alright, let's go.
Don't like me, well I'm on the road. I speak, chase, that's what I love. Can't see what I can't control. Did it once, yeah, do it once again. Watch my father, yeah, he taught me how to win. Cop new product, money taught me how to spin. Waves like water, music taught me how to swim. I'ma fill my bottle way up to the brim. Back then, yeah, I never talked at all. Ashes, yeah, let them bitches fall. I've been way better than before. Posted with my cash standing tall. Hey yo, watch this. Got a foreign girl switching for my necklace. Got $100,000 on my checklist. All the money you made, that's my work slip. You ain't learning. I be a new person. I be making money fast. They be so determined. I be working every day. Yeah, I'm up on my circuit. Get me another diamond chain, made it from the surface. I been hurting. Would you live with me straight till the end? Baby, don't leave my back. I'm too spent. This is what I got, yeah, it's how it been. But that's okay, 'cause I'm making ends. Don't like me, well, I'm on the road. I speak, chase, that's what I love. Can't see what I can't control. Did it once, yeah, do it once again. Watch my father, yeah, he taught me how to win. Cop new product, money taught me how to spin. Waves like water, music taught me how to swim. I'ma fill my bottle way up to the brim.
Back then, yeah, I never talked at all. Ashes, yeah, let them bitches fall. I've been way better than before. Posted with my cash standing tall.
Look what? Oh, look what?
Wait, are you fucking kidding me, dude? Oh my god, you are such a pathetic piece of shit. Shame on you. Shame on you, you fucking liar. You fucking filth. You fucking absolute dog shit. You fucking piece of shit. You fucking garbage motherfucker. What a fucking liar. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little... Holy shit. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Fuck you. You fucking piece of shit. You fucking garbage motherfucker. I cannot believe it. You fucking piece of garbage. You know these motherfuckers are such liars, dude. I fucking... Oh, I despise these people so much. God, why are you such a fucking horrible monster, dude? Shame on you, and shame on your fucking parents for literally bringing to this world such pathetic, filthy spawn. You disgusting, vile piece of garbage. What a fucking liar. What a fucking measly little liar, dude. What a fucking measly little, holy shit. What a fucking measly little liar, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Fuck you. Oh my god. Oh, this is disgusting. So fucking disgusting. What a pathetic worm, dude. Shit, dude. I just, fuck you, dude. Fuck you. Disgusting. You disgust me, dude. Hashtag my dick, dude. Lying for clout ass motherfucker, dude. What a fucking liar. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little, holy shit. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Fuck you. What a fucking liar. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little, holy shit. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Fuck you.
Yeah. Yeah. I need a smoke where the matches. I'm a king, fuck your status. Getting dough, I pay no taxes. I'm a star in all fashions of the word, bro. I'ma flip the bird, bro. Coming through in foreigns and all you hear is skirt, huh? All polo and some white shoes. Funny thing now is I'm a nice dude, but when you cross that line, it ain't the right move. And my tender bitch is what I like knows. Oh yeah, can you feel that? I'm giving y'all that real rap. I'ma get the money, make the deal fat. Making hits with a steel bat. The Audi Quattro or that Monte Carlo. Which whip will I whip tomorrow? Got 6 chicks down to sip the bottle. Go coast to coast, I can ship the cargo. I don't really know if these people keep it real. I'm just telling all you fuckers how the homie really feel. And I'm looking up to God, can you tell me what's the deal? I'm just waiting for your answer at the altar where I kneel. I need a smoke where the matches. I'm a king, fuck your status. Getting dough, I pay no taxes. I'm a star in all fashions of the word, bro. I'ma flip the bird, bro. Coming through in foreigns and all you hear is skirt, huh? Let me get the money. I see you bitches acting funny. Can't take nothing from me. Nah, rapping blunts like mummies. Yeah, we freed the homie when he caught a bid. I roll around, you can't stop the kid. Truth be told, I'm hot as shit. Just say what up when you spot a kid. Real talk, I'm trying to speak the truth. I stay loyal, bro, it's in my roots. Since 15, I've been in the booth. That's 16, I was on the move. Used to ride in that old Chevy. Now we out here show ready. I can see the bull, you're so petty. You can have your shine, my glow heavy. I need a smoke where the matches. I'm a king, fuck your status. Getting dough, I pay no taxes. I'm a star in all fashions of the word, bro. I'ma flip the bird, bro. Coming through in foreigns and all you hear is skirt, huh?
They say, rock, rock, rock. You say, blah, blah, blah. Talk is cheap, homie. Talk is cheap, homie. Blah, 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 blah. Can't be no one else but yourself. You the best at being yourself. Remember that and never doubt it. Stand up, hello world, shout it. Leave your mark, build your legacy. Make them words count, live your fantasy. It's your life, time to live it right. Show the world what you're all about. Let them haters hate, let them doubters doubt. They don't really know what you all about. Let the talkers talk while you walk the walk. They don't really know what you all about. You only need yourself. and the one and only. Even when you stand alone, you're never lonely. Take the path, less travel. One day you reach your true level. Allow yourself to take your place on your space. It's your birthright. Let your work outshine the talk. Let the sun light up the dark. Let the haters hate. Let them doubt us down. They don't really know what you all about. Let the talkers talk while you walk the walk. They don't really know what you all about. They say rah rah rah. You say blah blah blah. Talk is cheap, homie. Talk is cheap, homie. Blah 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 blah. Let them haters hate. Let them doubt us down. They don't really know what you all about. Let the talkers talk while you walk the walk. They don't really know what you all about. You said some things you didn't mean. I'm sure I did that too. Egos clashing, dreams crashing. Whatever happened to me and you? From lovers to strangers. When everything changes. When we tear out the pages. And only one word is left. Please let's just be quiet until the next riot. Just give us some time for the wounds to heal. What is broken is broken. Let's just leave it for now. We need some perspective just to understand how. What is broken for now. What is broken for now. I think we both need to grow so that we need not to know. Maybe doubt, maybe ask, maybe understand at last. From knowing to asking, from tearing to building, from thinking to feeling, from hurting to healing. Please let's be quiet and let the silence speak.
Hello.
Just give us some
Hello.
time.
Hi. Hi.
Wounds to heal.
Hi. Happy Sunday, everybody. I hope y'all are having a good day. A nice weekend. I guess it's a holiday weekend. I never can keep track of these things. Sorry I wasn't on yesterday like I said I would be. I got very tired. Very, very tired. Slept through my stream time. Decided to stay up late making sub badges and emotes. You know. These things happen. You know? It'd be like that sometimes. But I'm here now with the sub badges and the emotes, so better late than never, huh? Hi, welcome in. Yeah, it's like my cat. I'm pretty good. How are you?
She says that she loves me. She just wants to fuck me. Got me feeling
Look at it. It's so cute. It's a nerdy cat. It's my cat as a nerd.
Says she thinks I'm funny.
Very
Think I might
amused?
get
Good.
lucky. Spending too much money. She says she wants my necklace. Put her on the guest list. Hope I
Yeah.
don't regret.
So I've had like 3 very heavy video essays I've been putting off for like a couple months. So I thought we would just like get through those at the top and then we can get through more fun ones. But I figured since Pride Month is coming up on us quick, all the Target nonsense, we can talk queer stuff, queer issues, etc. I'm so tired. I did so much cleaning and stuff. Ugh. I was like, oh, I'll vacuum like just a part of the house. And then I like realized how dirty it was. So I just kept cleaning. I was supposed to be on like so much earlier. Weird art talk. Those are always the best. I love me a good weird art talk. How do I say your name? Is this all one? Aroniko. Aroniko. That's cute. Andre and Carter deciding who has the cutest pets. Oh. A new character, and someone told me it's not how you wanted me to be. It was how you want to know for what I was aiming. That is a strange thing to say. I'm not sure I understand. They're saying you didn't like realize your own vision? I'm sorry, what? Everyone's a critic, right? Wasn't the case, yeah. I feel like that's true for like most critics. Like they don't actually know what they're talking about. No, I'm right. Yeah, it just sounds like a troll. TBH. No, I know what you wanted. Actually, I know what you were picturing. Shut up. It's like that tattoo artist. I'm sure you've heard it. It's like a crazy tattoo artist who was like scamming people out of like thousands of dollars just for like really crap designs. And that was her argument, was like, oh, like I know what you want better than you know, silly customer. Like the audacity of some people. Alright. Probably about ready to get into it. I've been putting it off for long enough. We're starting off with James Somerton.
This video is brought to you by AG1. As the film industry moved away from suburban perfection, the extensive efforts made by Hollywood to conceal homosexuality in film during the post-war Lavender Scare era began to deteriorate. And then Hollywood came to realize that they were ignoring a large audience. No, not gays. At the time, the lifeblood of Hollywood was relationship dramas, Disney and Fleischer cartoons, and biblical epics. However, they ultimately realized that a group of Americans with disposable income but little to spend it on was being excluded. Teenagers, who were incensed to fight back against their parents' conservative, confining outlook on life. This rebellious nature spawned, arguably, the most famous adolescent dissident film ever made, Rebel Without a Cause. The film contained broad allusions to alternative sexual behavior and the alternatives offered by gang ritualism. Plato, played by Salminio, is the loneliest and most troubled of the three problematic adolescents in the film, the other two being James Dean and Natalie Wood. Although he is not accused of it, Plato was raised by a domineering housekeeper in the absence of his father, which at the time was considered fertile breeding ground for homosexuality. Plato is a multifaceted character who challenges traditional gender and sexuality norms. He's a sensitive and artistic young man who admires James Dean's Jim and aspires to be like him. Their relationship is not explicitly sexual, but homoerotic tension permeates it. Plato's attraction to Jim originates from his need for a masculine role model in his life who can offer him the emotional support that he lacks at home. Jim is a troubled teenager who struggles to blend in with his peers and family. Nevertheless, Jim's sensitivity and emotional vulnerability contradict his society's expectations of masculine behavior. He is also drawn to Plato, despite being confined by the street gang culture of the 1950s. The writer of the film, Stuart Stimm, said, "The gang in Rebel Without a Cause isn't much different from the army. Both their rituals are tribal. The affection and gang behavior has to be hidden inside a different vocabulary, both spoken and unspoken. Inside gestures and words which desensitized everything and made everything brutal. Also, they had to wear skins to keep the image intact, boots and leather. They had to put on a horse skin in order to feel defended against the discovery of their own sensitivity. I don't know what other experiences in World War II were, but for us, it was deliberate and conscious. We were told that the buddy system prevailed. The choice of a buddy was as or more critical than that of a bride. You'd be living in a kind of physical intimacy which was unlike any other. Men were having the experience of never having been so close to other men, and there was something of that love operating within the structure of the teenage gang whose members had left home, where there wasn't much love, to fight each other in the streets. Fighting may have been a pretext for being close in Rebel Without a Cause when Jim and Buzz, another gang-associated teen, decided to enter a chicken race to the edge of a cliff, a race in which Buzz will die. The two regard each other for a moment and question their participation in such an event. Their encounter becomes the motivation for all that follows. Jim refuses to deny his feelings, and in the screenplay, Stem uses the character's guilt and grief over the death of Buzz as a weapon against conformity. One of the things I wanted to show in Rebel is that underneath all the bullshit macho defense, there was that pure drive for affection. And it didn't matter who the recipient might be. There was a longer time in those days for young men to be in that warrior phase, where a lot of romantic attachments were formed before heterosexual encounters happened. My favorite moment in the film is not between Jim and Plato, but between Jim and Buzz, who dies in the chicken race. It was tender and loving. And the killing of that boy, whom Jim had known for all of 12 minutes, motivated the entire last half of the film. Additionally, Rebel Without a Cause challenges the conventional gender roles of women in society as well. Natalie Wood portrays Judy, Jim's girlfriend, who struggles to find her position in a man's world. Judy's relationship with Jim is complicated because they struggle to express their emotions to one another. However, Judy's character is also noteworthy because she challenges conventional notions of femininity. She opposes the role of the passive, submissive woman in favor of asserting her autonomy and agency. The release of pent-up emotions due to this type of emotional repression is what ultimately kills Buzz and Plato, while Jim is secure in Judy's arms. Clearly, adult responsibilities include settling down in a heterosexual relationship, contrary to the illusions of your teenage years. Homosexuality is deemed ignorable until the end of adolescence. After that, it's considered a sort of sign of arrested development. As we entered the latter half of the 1950s and beginning of the 1960s, this appeared to be Hollywood's perspective on homosexuality as well. Theoretically, gay characters could exist in Hollywood films, but only with one of two conclusions. Either they straighten themselves out, or they die. And Hollywood was not hesitant to make films expressing this to the audience. Burying your gays in media has existed for much longer than Twitter and Tumblr may think. But before we dive into Hollywood's exploration of forced queer trauma in film, which is, I'll admit, not exactly healthy, let's hear a word from our sponsor, which actually is healthy.
It's a good segue. I'm excited to learn more about this. I'll admit, I don't know that much. But I know it's fucking annoying. And I'd like this trope to end, please.
Tea and Sympathy is a classic example of repression through coercion. The play and film have become so emblematic of the traditional remedy for homosexuality, securing the love of a decent woman in the nick of time, that people have forgotten that it's actually a tale about a timid heterosexual. Robert Anderson, who adapted his own play for the big screen in 1956, employs the classic outsider archetype of the man who marches to the beat of a different drummer and must endure the ridicule of his peers. In neither the film nor the play is it ever suggested that the sensitive student, Tom Lee, might prefer men over women. The issue at hand is the allegation of homosexuality. Lee's classmates call him Sister Boy because, like Jim from Rebel Without a Cause, he refuses to run with the pack. Tom prefers Bach to baseball, and the companionship of his housemaster's wife Laura to touch football. His male tormentors disregard the fact that he is obviously in love with the elder woman, because he does not fit the stereotypical male role. In the Vincent Minnelli film, the majority of the accusatory remarks about homosexuality were toned down. Tom is found swimming nude with a teacher who is also suspected of being gay in the play. In the film, he's labeled queer because he's discovered stitching a button onto his shirt while lounging on the seashore with a group of faculty spouses. The suppressed homosexuality of Tom's primary tormentor, the masculine housemaster, played by Leif Erikson, who...
Bro, everybody should know how to sew a button. That's just a good life skill. Buttons fall off sometimes. It's nice to know how to put them back on.
Married Laura to establish his masculinity, is also subdued in the film adaptation. Erikson disregards Laura in favor of the young male macho pupils that he instructs. In Tea and Sympathy, a heterosexual youth is falsely accused of homosexuality by adults whose sporting activities provide the most homoerotic action on screen. Tom blends in well as a scapegoat femme in the well-established friendships between his classmates. Therefore, the film advocates tolerance, not for sexual deviation, but for disadvantaged heterosexuals who are less masculine. Never is homosexuality considered a viable option for a genuine man. The message is that one cannot presume a young man is homosexual solely on the basis of his football performance. When Laura ultimately sleeps with Tom, she is not sparing him from a life of sissiness, but rather from his own fear that his classmates may be correct about his sexuality, a fear that has already led him to attempt suicide. Writer Robert Anderson said, "To me it was never a play about homosexuality. When Leif Erikson hounds Tom Lee, he's really persecuting what he fears in himself." Tea and Sympathy, which again was not about homosexuality, nevertheless served as a lesson for a generation of gay men who perceived Tom Lee's tormentors' pointed accusations not as timid heterosexuals, but as horrified homosexuals. The film was able to convey a portion of what actual homosexuals felt and experienced in the 1950s, while staying faithful to the cultural imperative of invisibility. Cultural necessity was, of course, in the hands of the production code, and there was never any thought given to making the homosexuality in Tea and Sympathy more overt. In the film, even the prospect that someone could be gay in reality was eliminated. Prior to the commencement of filming, Deborah Kerr wrote to Vincent Minnelli, "The Breen office is very difficult about the homosexual angle, which is, I understand, their objection. Adultery is okay. Impotence is okay, but perversion is their bête noire. In fact, adultery was not okay, and so it came under attack from the Catholic Legion of Decency anyway. The already altered ending of Tea and Sympathy had to be made to reflect the necessary retribution for Laura's affair with Tom. Thus, the finished movie taught that instruction and initiation by an older woman was a positive thing, but that at the same time, such behavior could not be condoned. At least not for the woman. Laura gives herself to Tom, undoes the top button of her blouse, and says,
"Years from now, when you talk about this, and you will, be kind."
This is how the stage version concludes. The fall of the curtain left the conclusion of the encounter to the audience's imagination. This, however, was not good enough for Hollywood. It filmed the seduction scene with a subdued reverence reminiscent of a church service. The way the scene was filmed in the woods with the birds chirping and the special lighting made it appear more like the second coming of Christ than the first coming of Tom Lee. A glaring epilogue provides the morally correct conclusion that makes the preceding material acceptable to the Legion of Decency. At his class reunion 10 years later, Tom wears the largest...
It's so creepy, man. Like, why is it so normalized for, like, an older woman to sleep with, like a young boy? Like, it's weird, dude. It's still weird.
Gold wedding band ever observed up close on film. Tennessee Williams stepped up to the plate to provide what became yet another comment on the foreign gay. Twice previously, Williams's plays were adapted for the big screen with significant homosexual references removed. In each instance, the adapters asserted that the homosexual aspects of the play were not needed from a dramatic point of view. In 1951, the problem that Blanche Dubois encountered with her husband was omitted from the film adaptation of A Streetcar Named Desire. In 1958, the homosexual implications in the relationship between Brick and the deceased skipper were removed from Cat on a Hot Tin Roof. In both instances, the producers emphasized that homosexuality was not the point, and was readily discarded in favor of more acceptable explanations. Then, in 1959, 2 years before the production code was actually revised to permit homosexual subject matter on screen, Suddenly Last Summer dealt with the subject as a psychosexual circus act, as the 1950s almost demanded. The homosexuality of Sebastian Venable, Williams's condemned poet, could be inferred but not shown, if the Breen office granted special permission. As a consequence of the combination of insanity and cannibalism, the film had an unpleasant, sickly ambiance that made everyone involved approach it with caution. Katharine Hepburn, who portrayed Violet Venable, Sebastian's deranged mother, publicly conveyed her disdain for the topic. Ken Geist, the biographer of director Joseph Mankiewicz, claims that Mankiewicz and Spencer Tracy spent the greater part of an evening in Boston explaining homosexuality to Katharine Hepburn, but she flatly refused to believe that such people existed. She need not have made such a commotion.
What? What? It's one thing to not like them, but just not even believing that they exist? God damn it. Jesus, fuck.
Over Suddenly Last Summer, though. In a meeting with producer Sam Spiegel and screenwriter Gore Vidal, the Breen office eliminated all references to homosexual relationships. Gore Vidal said, "My script was perfectly explicit." And then the Catholic Church struck. The Legion of Decency, after seeing that the necessary cuts were made, gave the film a special classification. Since the film illustrates the horrors of such a lifestyle, it can be considered moral in theme, even though it deals with sexual perversion. It was resolved that Sebastian Venable would not appear in person in the film. According to Vidal, he was destined to be a glimmer, an occasion for memory. With this decision, Hollywood had accomplished the unthinkable. It has portrayed an invisible gay man on screen. In the film, Elizabeth Taylor's character, Catherine, recounts how she and Sebastian spent their days in a Spanish hamlet on the seashore, and discloses that Sebastian used her to seduce young men. Sebastian's efforts were effective due to the boy's desperation for cash. However, when he began to make preparations for his departure to Northern Europe, Sebastian and Catherine were accosted by a group of youths pleading for money on a scorching day. When Sebastian rebuffed their advances, they pursued him through the city streets. Sebastian attempted to flee, but the boys followed him wherever he went. In the meantime, Catherine had been feverishly attempting to catch up to Sebastian, but when she finally did, she found him surrounded by men. Catherine claims that they tore Sebastian apart, limb by limb, and ate him. Henry Hart, a film critic, discussed the origins of Suddenly...
I'm sorry, that's just so absurd. What the fuck? What the fuck? Bro.
Last summer in the January 1960 issue of Films in Review. It is said that Tennessee Williams wrote Suddenly last summer when a psychiatrist advised him that for his own sake, not to mention society's, he had better stop denigrating normality and begin to expose the evils of homosexuality and its allied forms of vice. This Williams did, regardless of whether the advice actually came from a therapist. Williams's tormented depiction of a flailing homosexual artist and the individuals he victimizes with his aberrant impulses is a classic horror tale. The creature is finally destroyed by an angry mob of street urchins in a climax similar to that of James Whale's Frankenstein, in which the peasants pursue the monster to the top of a hill where he is consumed by flames. What emerged from Suddenly last summer was a simple horror film with a budget. A film with a high moral tone that was ultimately unable to investigate its own subject. But even the overt mention of homosexuality in a film starring Katharine Hepburn and Elizabeth Taylor shook the foundations on which the production code's aversion to homosexuality stood. The erosion of the power of the production code to maintain specific taboos had begun at the outset of the 1950s, and was only eroding ever more as time went on. The California State Supreme Court ruled in early 1959, after analyzing a case involving a screening of Kenneth Anger's Fireworks, that homosexuality is older than Sodom and Gomorrah, and is a legitimate subject for screen treatment if handled properly. The ruling overturned the conviction of an exhibitor who had been fined $250 and sentenced to 3 years probation for displaying the film Fireworks in 1957. Variety referred to Fireworks as an attempt to convey, through impressionism, the homosexual outlook on life in general, and noted that the court opinion stated that homosexuality is not to be endorsed, but society must understand its causes and effects. After homosexuality as a subject reached commercial film houses 7 years later, Kenneth Anger's Scorpio Rising was eventually released in theaters, albeit specialized art house theaters, such as New York's Bleecker Street Cinema, and caused a similar stir. Once more, the film was interpreted to symbolize homosexual life and attitudes in general. Andrew Sarris drew a homophobic conclusion after viewing Scorpio Rising in The Village Voice, and observing that Anger compares a depraved homosexual orgy to footage from an ancient film about the life of Christ. Why the parallel with Christ? What else is there for attractive homosexuals over the age of 30 besides crucifixion? The treatment of Fireworks and Scorpio Rising by the courts, distributors, and critics indicated how the code would ultimately evolve. Even in enlightened circles, homophobia was far too pervasive and unchallenged for homosexual-themed films to be evaluated objectively, based solely on their cinematic merit. There would be no recognition of the legitimacy of gay subject matter, only a condescension to an intermediate adult audience Hollywood was determined to reach without alienating the old fogies. Spartacus was one of the last commercial films to have homosexuality expunged from its script before the code was amended. In a scene between Crassius and his adolescent subordinate Antoninus, who did not look like an adolescent, the elder man discreetly establishes his preference for both men and women.
Do you eat oysters?
When I have them, master.
Do you eat snails?
No, master.
Do you consider the eating of oysters to be moral and the eating of snails to be immoral?
No, master.
My taste includes both snails and oysters.
This exchange was exiled.
Ew. Ew. Just say what you mean, my guy. Oh, don't say that. Snails and oysters. Oh. Well, I mean, based bisexual king, but
from the finished film, immediately followed by Antoninus's departure to join Spartacus and the other slaves in revolt. What is therefore lost is any indication of Antoninus's dread of having a homosexual relationship with Crassus, the fear that causes Antoninus to flee at that time. So it just kind of comes out of nowhere. Such omissions prompted producers and writers in the film industry to lament that the code restricted their artistic freedom and prevented Hollywood films from competing in the mature marketplace with foreign films that dealt with such subject matters openly. At the beginning of the 1960s, the prohibition against sex perversion was the only specific restriction on subject matter still in place for movie censorship. The Mersch Company, co-producers of William Wyler's The Children's Hour, launched a meticulously orchestrated campaign in the summer of 1961 to prepare the public for the inevitable. They disclosed that Wyler's second adaptation of Lillian Hellman's play would restore lesbian implications to the story, which had been adapted in 1936 with all such references glaringly absent. In the film, former college classmates Martha Doby and Karen Wright establish a private residential school for girls in the early 1960s. Karen agrees on a wedding date with her boyfriend, a doctor, Joe Carden, after 2 years of engagement. Joe is related to the powerful Amelia Tilford, whose granddaughter Mary attends the school. Mary is a pampered, manipulative adolescent who abuses her peers. While Mary is being disciplined for a lie she told, one of her companions overhears Martha and her Aunt Lily arguing. Lily accuses Martha of having an unnatural relationship with Karen. Mary shares this information with her grandmother. Mary fails to convince others that she personally witnessed Martha and Karen interacting, but compels Rosalie, another girl, to confirm her story by using her knowledge that Rosalie has stolen jewelry and other personal items from a number of people around the school. Tiny little blackmailer. Mrs. Tilford is sued for libel and slander by the two women. But a few months later, Martha and Karen
what is this, Pretty Little Liars?
have lost the suit and are sequestered at the school, having lost all of their pupils and suffering irreparable damage to their reputations as a result of the loss. Karen breaks off her engagement with Joe after he inquires as to whether the rumors are true or not, and Martha explains that other female couples have persevered despite being discovered due to the intensity of their love, and then confesses that she actually is in love with Karen and has been in love with her for years.
I have loved you the way they said. There's always been something wrong. Always, just as long as I can remember. But I never knew what it was until all this happened.
Karen asserts that Martha's sentiments are merely confused, but Martha insists that it's love while breaking down into tears. Mary's deception regarding Martha and Karen is exposed when Rosalie's mother discovers the stolen items her daughter has retained. Mrs. Tilford tells the judge, who then reverses the outcome of the litigation and decides to publish results in the newspaper and pay the teachers a full financial settlement. But everything has come too late, and Karen discovers that Martha has hanged herself in her room. A year later, the political drama film Advise and Consent, based on Alan Drury's Pulitzer Prize-winning novel of the same name, was released. The film examines the intricate and frequently treacherous world of politics in Washington, D.C., where a nomination for Secretary of State becomes the battleground for personal and political agendas. While the film predominantly focuses on political intrigue and corruption, the character of Senator Anderson, portrayed by Don Murray, discreetly investigates homosexual themes. Young Utah Senator Anderson is designated chairperson of the committee responsible for assessing the Secretary of State nominee proposed by the president. As the confirmation hearings continue, Anderson begins to suspect that the nominee may harbor communist sympathies, which could compromise national security. However, Anderson's personal life is scrutinized when he is coerced by a former male admirer who threatens to reveal their past relationship if Anderson does not withdraw his opposition to the nomination. The film's portrayal of homosexuality is nuanced, but it emphasizes the personal and professional dangers gay people confronted in a society that was still primarily antagonistic toward them at the time. Senator Anderson is portrayed as a sympathetic figure who struggles with the contradictions between his private and public lives. He is conflicted between his responsibility as a senator to safeguard the nation, and his desire to live an authentic existence as a gay man. The film illustrates how his sexual orientation could be used against him, not only by political adversaries, but also by those who sought to exploit his vulnerability for personal gain. In the end, Anderson's wife receives anonymous phone messages from a man warning that if the subcommittee does not report favorably on the nominee, information about what occurred between Anderson and Ray in Hawaii will be made public. An anxious Anderson travels to New York to meet a fellow Army veteran named Ray Schaff. Schaff confesses to selling evidence of a previous gay relationship between the two, leading to Anderson's suicide. The film Victim was released the same year. Melville Farr, played by Dirk Bogarde, appears to be a successful London attorney in a loving marriage, but he conceals his sexual orientation from everyone. When his ex-lover Barrett contacts him for assistance in paying off some blackmailers, he disregards his requests. Barrett has stolen money from his employers and has been apprehended by law enforcement. Knowing that his sexual orientation would soon be revealed, he commits suicide in his jail cell. Farr, now plagued with remorse, resolves to take on the blackmailing organization, but each of the victims he approaches refuses to assist, preferring to pay the money to keep their private lives hidden. Knowing that Dirk Bogarde himself lived his life as a closeted gay man makes Victim all the more poignant from a retrospective standpoint. Those who were familiar with the industry at the time claimed that his refusal to enter into a marriage of convenience hindered his prospects at a successful career in Hollywood. Hollywood continued to produce similar works throughout the 1960s and beyond, despite widespread criticism of these and other films that perpetuated the bury your gays trope. Numerous LGBTQ+ activists and advocates viewed the trend as evidence of a hostile, broader cultural and political climate towards the community as a whole. They argued that the trope contributed to a culture of dread and shame surrounding queer identities and reinforced detrimental stereotypes of queer individuals as ill, immoral, and dangerous. The practice, however, persisted well into the new millennium, but there was a faint glimmer of hope on the horizon. As the 60s came to a close with the Stonewall uprisings ultimately bringing the lives of gay people to the attention of the general public, and then the gay-inclusive X-rated Midnight Cowboy won the Oscar for Best Picture, the norms surrounding the depiction of gay characters in film began to disintegrate. Gay people could now exist in Hollywood. But for how long? As we close out this episode, I want to thank all my patrons.
For how long, indeed? How long, indeed? Fuck. Yeah, that was a dark history. Sag. Well, speaking of which, let's talk about trans issues in media. Speaking of which,
It's only because of you that videos like this are possible. YouTube isn't all too friendly when it comes to pushing queer content, let alone historical queer content. In fact, in most cases, they try their best to keep it hidden. So our amazing patrons are the reason this channel keeps going. Thank you all
too based.
So much. Your support and getting to talk to you on the Patreon Discord, it really means the world to me. And if you'd like to become a part of this seriously amazing community, you can do so for as little as $1 a month at the link in the pinned comment. All right, now I'll let the credits roll, and I'll see you next month for Unrequited Episode 5, A Crack in the Closet.
Okay. Content warnings here. You know, step away if you feel like you need to. Yeah. Content warning, Matt Walsh. Yeah. Yeah, this is gonna be a lot.
Hi everyone. It's been a time. So before we start today, I want to say that I'm going to mention children in this video or semi-annual therapy session. The video is not for children, so if you are children, go and watch Cocomelon or whatever the f you people watch. Specifically, I'm going to talk about trans people and children, the two most annoying demographics to talk about. Let's start with some trans children's stories, shall we? When I, a trans person, was 11 years old, my class did a drag race thing. The way it worked was every class at the end of a week would have a sort of get together or a party or an event or like a talent show or something to celebrate the fact that we went to school that week. I guess. I don't know how to corral kids, maybe this is the best strategy. And one week, my class decided to do a drag show. All the girls would bring clothing to the school and all the boys would dress up and wear it. And, you know, we'd parade around a little bit and laugh at each other. Like kids do. It's fun shit. I don't even know how we knew what a drag show was. I don't even know why we wanted to have a drag show. This was like way before RuPaul's Drag Race. I think maybe it was a thing on like Swedish TV at the time. Maybe RuPaul was my math teacher or some shit. I don't know. One of my close friends at the time brings a lime-colored green skirt for me specifically. And as I wear it, I feel weird gender. There was a lot of gender going on in the classroom. And this was the first time that rural, redneck, 11-year-old boy me ever got the chance to play around with gender and gender expression and do some cross-dressing. How on earth we managed to do this in a public school is beyond me. Now, I always knew that I was a bit different, but this was the first time that I ever got to fully immerse myself in those emotions. I actually asked my friend at the time if I could keep the skirt, because I was curious about these new emotions that I was feeling. And she said, "You're joking, right?" To which I had to be like, yeah.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get it.
I had no idea how to interpret these emotions or how to deal with the fact that this skirt somehow made those emotions stronger than ever before. I didn't know about gay people and definitely not about trans people. I come from a village that's pretty rural, that has like 800 people living in it with no stores and one church, and it's a pretty conservative area. No one there was openly gay when I was growing up, and definitely no trans people. This was a time when my only perception of transness at all were of people who dressed up as, you know, men in dresses on TV, or when they were the subject of jokes by the likes of Jon Stewart.
I would nominate any gay to the Supreme Court, or lesbian or bisexual or transgendered person to the Supreme Court.
Yes, yes. All rise for the Honorable Justice Chick with Dick.
Ain't no way.
That's on the good end. Most of the time, we're talking serial killers. That Jon Stewart sketch is actually the first time that I hear the word trans person.
Transgendered person.
And growing up, I had dial-up internet, so I wasn't really could go on the internet and search for trannies. Not yet anyway. And this was way before the concept of smartphones too. So if I did use the internet to look up trannies, my parents would figure it out because I would
Oh my god, Mia, stop. Stop. I don't know if I'm allowed to do that.
have to use the family computer. Fuck, I'm old. So jokes like
Chick with Dick
are the only experience that I had of transness generally. And it was the only language that I knew to describe that kind of thing. And obviously, that didn't really map onto what I was feeling. I wasn't like one of those, after all. And I get why. Public perceptions around transness were basically non-existent until Laverne Cox came out as trans and gave the world knowledge like a modern-day transsexual.
Yeah, she invented trans women, actually. A brave soul.
Sexual Prometheus. Mocking jokes was the way you would refer to trans people back then. So I didn't actually end up having any language to describe these emotions until I was 18 years old and browsing 4chan, of all places, and I stumbled onto a random trans woman's transitioning timeline. A timeline that for the first time showed me that a person could transition and just look like a normal person. And then, I got it. You can do that? What the fuck? When I found this out, I had to undergo all stages of grief immediately, and then eventually order some sketchy hormones from some Greek internet pharmacy that for some reason would prescribe it to me. I am loyal forever to the nation of Greece! So that I could self-medicate, because otherwise I would have to wait 2 years in order to get my state-sanctioned hormones by the Swedish government. And fuck that noise. Had I, as a child, had the language to understand what was happening, had the tools available to me so that I could transition, or at least understand my own gender, I would have transitioned way earlier. I would have tried to transition as a preteen at that point. The only thing that kept me from doing it was ignorance. And when I found out that I could do it, I tried my hardest to make up for lost time. And this story of figuring out your own transness isn't that unique. I know this is my biannual therapy session, so, you know, I'm coming with more emotional shit later on, but like this is not the sob story yet. But it's not an uncommon story from people who transition as adults. They kind of know what they're going through a little bit, they have some vague emotions, and then when they find out what they can do, that's when they try to do it. And it's a story that's especially common among people who, you know, figured out their transness before trans people were publicly known about. Today everyone is talking about trans people, but back then you didn't really have that. So for a lot of people, you only found out when you were an adult. But you'd think that today things would be easier, right? Awareness of trans people has grown to a level that I don't think has ever existed before in human history, which is exactly what people wanted for a very long time, talking about trans awareness. We have a whole day for it even. But awareness is a double-edged sword. Some people are very aware of trans people. And it's not getting easier these days. It's getting harder. And some people have lost their goddamn minds.
Transgenderism must be eradicated from public life entirely.
It's like we have mutants living among us on planet Earth.
Alright, so if you don't know about the current onslaught to legislate trans people out of public spaces, I envy.
On that note, I think I'm gonna need some more weed to get through this, TBH. I'm gonna be real with you.
If you're trans, however, odds are you haven't been able to escape the current onslaught of conservatives trying to outlaw trans people from public spaces. Anti-trans activists are trying to get laws passed in all of these US states, with these states actually having laws that have passed.
Damn. Jesus fuck.
And the UK is drowning under so much transphobia that the question about whether or not a woman can have a penis is somehow a major question for political leaders.
That 99% of women, I quote, of course haven't got a penis, he said.
There's a war in Europe right now, and we're focusing on like chick dick inspectors. And I could spend a lot of time going through all of these proposals and laws and legislations and explain to you why they're trying to get them passed and what the impact would actually be to trans people. But I'm not going to do that, partially because that would take up the entirety of this video, and also because it doesn't actually answer the question of what the fuck is going on. And because even if I did that with the most well-reasoned arguments in the world, I wouldn't actually be able to convince anyone of anything. Because these laws ostensibly deal with safety issues occasionally, women's sports, bathrooms, gender-affirming care to minors, but most of them have actually nothing to do with protecting children or women or women's sports. What about something else? So, what the fuck is going on? Let's deal with the issue about whether or not it's actually getting worse or not. When these laws are getting proposed, a lot of people will point out that they're just being proposed. A lot of them don't actually stand up to public scrutiny, some of them won't survive in court, and some of them just are straight up unconstitutional, meaning that they might sound scary, but they're not actually doing anything. To which I say, yeah, no doy. But it's not really about whether or not these laws get passed or not. Some of them are, and that's important, but most of them aren't. But it doesn't really matter for their end goal. Similarly to how conservative areas managed to make it really difficult to have access to an abortion, even when that was a constitutionally guaranteed right, they can just make it really difficult for anyone to have access to either gender-affirming care or make it difficult to be a trans person in a public space. They don't necessarily have to make it legal. They can just make it really difficult. But politicians have this weird habit of making things legal. Take, for example, the statement by an attorney general of all people declaring that gender-affirming care should not be available to people who have other mental health conditions. Conditions like anxiety and depression. And yeah, I don't know why a trans person might have depression.
Ain't no fucking way, dude. Fuck you, dude. Yeah, God damn it. Yeah, I can't imagine why someone who's trans in America might also have anxiety or depression or both. Interesting. You can treat two things at once. It's crazy. It's interesting how that works.
While not being allowed to transition. Gee golly, what a mystery. Or in the UK, where a court decision claimed that puberty blockers should not be administered to children because it's dangerous, leading to puberty blockers being restricted not only in the UK, but also here in Sweden, a completely different country, despite that court decision eventually being overturned. But it doesn't really matter, because the effect has already happened. Trans people now have a harder time accessing medications like these. I also don't know why Sweden is listening to what's happening in a court of another country, but I guess that's just what Sweden does now. So even if these things aren't legal, they still make it a nightmare to actually navigate a trans healthcare system in any given state. Or how restrictions of drag and public performances might make it difficult for trans people to even be entertainers in any public space, because it leads to an atmosphere of fear among private individuals and doctors who might be afraid to host trans-themed events or administer gender-affirming healthcare. Conservatives don't really care about making a solidly workable legal system that applies equally and well-regulated to everyone. Their goal with this anti-trans legislation is to get rid of trans people. So even if it's a haywire system that barely works and is contradictory and hypocritical onto itself, does not matter, because the goal will still be achieved, and that's the only thing that matters. If they get rid of trans people, they've won. And it doesn't matter if they do it in one unified law or if they do it in 100 different statements by attorney generals that will be fought in courts over decades of years. But as I've mentioned, some laws have actually passed, and they're pretty damn draconian. Take for example SB 150, which recently passed in the House in Kentucky, which not only bans gender-affirming care for new and existing patients, forcing many to detransition, but also bans any mention of sexual orientation or gender identity in classrooms, while also forcing schools to out trans children to their parents if they find out about the student hiding a trans identity. All of these laws have led a lot of people to claim what is currently going on as a trans genocide. I personally might not be on that level quite yet, but I definitely do think that this is a systematic measure to get rid of trans people from existing in public space. But this is just the legal framework. What about the cultural impact? Like I said, this can create an environment of fear among private individuals to try to enforce what they think is the law, even though it might not actually be it. If transphobia becomes entrenched enough in a culture, you can change society quite significantly without having to actually change any laws.
You don't actually have to be doing acts of genocide to be encouraging genocidal rhetoric. I don't think that's extreme to say. I don't think that's like too far, you know. Cause like yeah, there are so many attacks on trans people already. So it's like literally doing The stochastic terror.
And laws are being changed. So you can only imagine what big impact that has on cultural perceptions of trans people. When conservatives pass laws that are outright transphobic, that lends credibility and legitimacy to being transphobic generally. It's not a fringe idea anymore. It becomes the law, or at least debated in law. The trans question becomes a legitimate discussion, rather than a thinly veiled attempt at arguing away the rights of another human being.
But there is a spectrum here of irrationality and insanity, let's call it what it is. And so if a man is convinced that he really is a woman, like in some of those viral videos we've all seen of the big burly man screaming in the bodega, "My name is ma'am, my name is ma'am," not only is it the right of society to take some action here to restore order.
And you are saying that the government and the people that run it should be an arbiter of truth and then should involuntarily commit and basically lock people up who don't meet their perception of the truth.
And what ends up happening is increased cultural transphobia makes it so that more people want to legislate against trans people, which then feeds into more cultural transphobia, and the cycle just gets worse and worse and worse. And we can see this right now in modern day discussions around transness generally, with conservatives arguing that trans people, or queer people generally occasionally, are groomers and pedophiles. When I started this video, I kind of wanted to have this whole segment where I sort of dug into how this outrage machine started and what we can learn from that, but I just can't do that. Partly because it's pretty overwhelming, but also because it probably wouldn't do any good anyway. If you are a person who believes that LGBT people, or trans people only, are pedophiles and groomers by virtue of being trans, then I don't know how to argue with you at that point, because it's just repackaged, old-fashioned homophobia from the 50s, 60s, and further behind. It's the idea that anyone who doesn't conform to a perfectly heteronormative lifestyle, for some reason, has to be a pedophile. You know, I'm kind of done, like, respecting my political opponents at this point. I used to be a lot more respectful in my videos, where I try to, you know, reason with their worldview and sort of see where they were coming from. But, like, I'm kind of over that at this point, because it doesn't really work, and it's not as if anyone from that camp is giving the same kind of benefit of the doubt to me. And the reason why is pretty obvious. They don't actually care about children or safety or anything that they're saying that they care about.
Yeah.
They just care about getting rid of trans people. The point of this entire ideology is to get rid of trans people. That's the start and the beginning of their entire methodology. And it's the only thing that explains the variety of different laws that people levy against trans people. And if you want evidence specifically to see that the only reason for why people are transphobic is because they don't like trans people, well, there's plenty of evidence to find. Take, for example, the current outrage against bad beer company Bud Light. So the story here is that influencer Dylan Mulvaney got sponsored by Bud Light to do a sort of sponsored segment in their content. And you know what those are. It's when influencers try to sell you a product and then they get some money from a company in order to do it. Now, speaking of which, in this one, people lost their minds.
I'd like to bring up one of the biggest pedophiles in America today. His name is Dylan Mulvaney.
She exists so that you think that you can choose, but
go, it tickles, oh my God.
And they lost it because she's trans. That's the only reason. That's the whole source of this outrage. It's not as if Dylan is marketing this to kids. It's not as if Dylan is somehow cancelled in some actual problematic way. Dylan is actually maybe one of the most unproblematic content creators out there right now. I can see why people like her, although she's mostly popular on TikTok among Zoomers, I think. Maybe. I don't understand TikTok. A lot of conservative influencers have been outright demanding a formal apology by the company behind Bud Light. But why? What exactly are they supposed to be apologizing for? When Bud Light released a statement on Twitter, a lot of people were saying, this is not a real formal apology, do better. But what did they do wrong in the first place?
This is not an apology. Apologize! They must apologize! This is not enough!
It's gone to the point where even
expecting a personal apology from Anheuser-Busch, a multinational corporation, like, honey, they don't know you. They don't know you like that. They don't even know that you exist.
Associating loosely with trans people has become extraordinarily controversial. And this issue isn't about bathrooms, it's not about sports, it's not about anything like that. It's about beer and the fact that she's trans. The reason that people give as to why the company should apologize is because it gives legitimacy to the idea of transgenderism, which on its own apparently is dangerous enough as a concept. The idea of trans people is enough to force a company to apologize. They claim that any exposure of transness into the mainstream will expose children to transgenderism, and that is going to either sexualize children, which is bad enough in itself, or it's going to create children who think that they're trans. Which leads us to the next question then. Can children be trans? Well, yeah. Children seem to be at the center of this debate, but they're actually not. When I first made the script for this video, there was a part of me that's just like, oh cool, I'm going to spend a significant amount of time talking about like the concept of childhood and whether or not children can be trans. But like, it doesn't matter, because the entire discussion has nothing to do with actual trans children.
They don't give a fuck about kids. They don't give a shit. They want kids to have debt for lunch. They don't give a fuck.
At all. Nada. But that's not what you'd think by watching conservative pundits talk about trans people in the media.
Just protecting children in this state across a wide variety of things. And one of the things that they're trying to do is they talk about these very young kids getting gender-affirming care.
But you'd think if they spend so much time talking about it, that they would at least know the basic facts of what they are actually talking about. Take, for example, conservative commentator Matt Walsh. He's made documentaries, he's talked about trans people incessantly, he's gone to podcasts to talk about trans people, and talked about the dangers of puberty blockers and the epidemic of transness among our youth. He takes a typical conservative form of debating, which is to argue against college students who don't really know how to debate people like him. But when he talks to anyone who actually wants to fact check him on anything, he just falls apart. On an episode of Joe Rogan's podcast, Matt Walsh talks about the amount of people who use puberty blockers.
Millions of kids have been on hormone blockers, really?
I'm sure someone's going to fact check me on that, but my guess is that we're into the millions now at this point. Yeah,
that's a very small number, if that's right.
It says over the last 5 years, there were at least 4,780 adolescents who started puberty blockers and had a prior gender dysphoria diagnosis.
So despite having really strong feelings on the topic, he doesn't actually know the basic facts of the topic itself. And to be clear, the facts are settled. There are multiple medical guidelines that discuss the best way to treat children who suffer from gender dysphoria. And there are multiple studies that have shown that if you allow trans children to be their authentic selves, they will be happier people. That's just an objective fact at this point. Yep. Study after study shows that trans people exist and that some of those trans people are children. This isn't really controversial if we're actually talking about facts. No one is transing your kid, it's just that any kid can be trans. And in this modern world, it's easier for children to find language to describe themselves, or for medical professionals to lend children the tools that they need to describe themselves. And children having these tools objectively leads to less negative psychological outcomes. But why are we even debating this? Because this doesn't matter to the people who actually have the power to decide over the lives of trans children. Lawmakers who are convinced that the transes are coming to steal your children don't care about the actual facts of the matter. They're still implementing medicine bans, they're still implementing bans on gender-affirming care for young people, and in some cases even adults. So arguing the facts here is a mistake, because they don't care about the facts of the matter. They care about control. Like I've mentioned, these laws don't actually do anything when it comes to helping the mental health of children. Like, at all. The reason, as always, is ideological. And this time it's the ideology that traditional values, no matter what, are uniquely the best. But it's also a redefinition of what traditional values even mean in the first place. Like, I grew up next to a literal field of hay in a very conservative part of my country. I didn't get any sexual health education until my mid-teens. I regularly went to church with my school for some reason. And that village also turns out votes for conservative parties every single election as well. But back then, people had no problem with an entire class doing their own drag show. Today, that would be seen as almost absurd. To them at the time, this was not seen as children being indoctrinated into some sort of lifestyle. This was just kids being kids. And unless that one drag show that I did as a kid somehow transed me or making me think that I was trans for a while now, I don't really see how I could have been tricked into being trans by the trans agenda. My parents were pretty traditional. I didn't really grow up knowing any of that gay stuff, and I had to figure out a lot of that stuff on my own. And I still ended up trans, so what's the deal here? I demand a refund on my own childhood. My point is, God, what is my point even? I need to spend more time on the scripts. My point is that I had maybe one of the more traditional upbringings that you could ask for, and I still ended up trans. But because I didn't have the language to describe the feelings that I had, or the tools to actually manage those feelings in a constructive way, I had to be miserable for quite a long time. As a teenager, I tried so many ways to cope with these emotions that I was feeling, to find ways to affirm my masculinity or to explain the emotions that I was having. I turned to the military, trying to join the military because that's a very masculine thing to do, right? I turned to music, and I even turned to Christianity for a short period of time. And that actually went so weird that for a small sliver of time, I actually thought that I was being possessed by a malevolent demon that was making me think the weird thoughts that I was having, and that I inherently was evil because of those feelings. But girl, you weren't evil. You were just trans. And like, my parents are even atheists. So sad. They didn't push that on me. I had to seek that shit out myself. But I don't know. My parents are shit-lib hippies anyway, so I guess they are to blame for my sexual deviancy. They don't watch my videos, it's fine. I know my mom's co-workers do though, so no one tell her. The only reason why people even pretend to care about this now is because they've been told to care about it by big shot celebrities in the conservative mind space, most of whom are coming from the UK and the US. And because those places are the cultural hegemon of the entire fucking Western world, when Americans do something stupid, 2 years later, Swedes do the exact stupid thing anyway. And they do it because they've seen this as a pretty good venue to get people on their side. It starts off pretty easily, like you talk about trans women in sport, which I've talked about before, so I'm not going to mention it here. But that is an issue that works really well at convincing people that maybe these transes are up to something weird. And then you go after kids, because kids have always been the prime target for conservative people who want to create culture wars. Everyone supports kids and no one wants to seem like they're against protecting children, so it fucking works. It becomes the first few steps to go into an extreme right-wing rabbit hole, because you start out with having some valid concerns, and then eventually you try to promote traditional values. Some people go so far as to want to fire teachers who happen to be trans. An agency in Texas is trying to enforce gender congruent clothing, which, I mean, I don't even know
No more pants for women, I guess. I mean, Jesus.
how that works. Fashion is not biological, Shauna. I thought we established this in the fucking 1920s. And we've been through this before, because it's what happened with abortion. Before 1977, Republicans were actually more in favor of abortion than Democrats were. But once conservatives made it into a culture war issue, it worked well as a tool for recruitment. You could claim that the opposition wanted to kill babies and that you wanted to protect babies, even though no one really cared about abortion at all just a few years prior. The control that these people want to try to enforce is the strictest possible gender binary, which includes gender roles. Many of the most proponent transphobes in this space are very open about the fact that they believe in gender roles, and that they believe that men should do certain things and that women should do other things. A system that heavily regresses many of the progresses that feminism has done over the last 200 years. Which is the same reason why conservative forces, while at the same time arguing against trans people and trans rights and gender-affirming care, are also trying to ban sexual education and the right to abortion. Because it's the same fight. What anti-trans activists are trying to do is undermine the concept of bodily autonomy, that you shouldn't have right to your own body. In children, this is a lot easier to argue because children already don't have bodily autonomy in some instances, but in adults, that's more difficult. But it's not stopping them there either. But the name of the game here is control. It's always been control. They want parents to control their children in a very typical way, and if they don't, the state is going to do that for them instead. And the goal of this control is to create a society where basically everyone is the same, or at least is predictably the same. A society where men are men and girls are girls, and any deviation of that does not exist. We'll get to why this is the world that they want in a tiny bit, but I quickly want to talk about how they're trying to get there. And that is by a complete miscarriage of the usage of the word truth. A lot of anti-trans commentators will talk a lot about truth and objective reality.
Yeah, we're like post-truth. Post-truth. I don't even know.
Reality and scientific things. And they will argue that truth is basically the closest thing we have to some sort of moral indicator. We have to live according to real truth. Because if we don't live in truth, we live in lies, which is bad.
I'm not going to go along with the general societal willingness to rewrite basic facets of human nature and human biology, and frankly, mammalian biology, in order to suggest that a delusion is true. Although that is obviously scientifically true. Trans women are not biological women are biological women.
It's a very simple version of philosophical morality.
But where are you going with this?
They will argue that we need truth in order to live a true and correct and happy life, an orderly life, in a society that makes sense. Because how can you structure society if you believe things that aren't even true? And I kind of get where they're coming from on this issue. I have had my edgy atheist phase. I get exactly what it's like for people to do something that you think is completely illogical and makes no scientific sense. I get that, and it's a concept that appeals to a lot of people who might not be completely anti-trans, but who are transphobic curious. But it's a bastardization of what truth means, because truth only means what they say truth means. They have decided what, for example, gender is, and they have said that gender is biological sex. And then they say that sex is your chromosomes. Oh, actually, no, wait, I'm sorry. They don't say chromosomes anymore. They say gametes?
Gametes.
Gametes.
The large gametes.
All of the history of gender and masculine and feminine interests and life experiences
Gametes
are because of the size of sperm. Also, like, not to be that edgy atheist person again, but isn't it weird that a lot of people who are like fervently anti-trans, who will argue about objective truth and reason, are all like fundamentally religious people? Like, hold on,
Right.
What sex is God, Matt? Does God produce small gametes? I need to know if Jesus Christ had a penis. I know the hypocrisy doesn't really matter to them, but this is more for you and me, dear viewer. But let's actually take that, just from a philosophical point of view. I don't really believe in the concept of God, and I do actually think that we should live life according to what is mostly true. But I base that on actual arguments and not just truth equals good. But let's, for the sake of argument, for the sake of debate, flip that around and talk about the concept of truth for a little bit. Because I feel like when we talk about this discussion, in a very basic sense, we need to talk about why we even think things are bad in the first place. Why is transness bad according to anti-trans people? I have an answer, but it's probably not what they think is the answer. I think society is good when people are healthy and happy. And I think that society is bad when those things are not true. Seems like a pretty basic position to take.
Imagine.
This philosophy shit is easy. But let's say, hypothetically, that we organized our society around the worship of a golden bull. Everyone worships the golden bull. We build churches to the golden bull. We worship near the golden bull. We meet there every morning. We eat meals inspired by the golden bull. And we generally just have a golden bull lifestyle. And let's say, hypothetically, that society is great, actually. The people who are involved in it are happier, they're healthier, they perform better in society than other people. And let's say that in the mythology of this religion, the golden bull chases away the dark orbs that haunt our minds at night.
Real.
Like, I love this religion that I've made.
But where are you going with this?
No, the bull isn't real, right? The bull doesn't actually do anything. There is no spiritual entity around the bull that is making you feel those things. Maybe you like the social interactions that you have from visiting the bull. Maybe you like the social structures that people have built around the golden bull. And maybe those things are making you feel happier. But that doesn't really matter, because in your mind, you worship the golden bull and many parts of your society are structured around the golden bull. Now, this is obviously not a true fact, but does it matter? I mean, I think that we should be able to explore the bull, we should examine the bull, see what it's made out of and how it works. And I think we would probably come to the conclusion that the bull isn't magical in any specific way, that it doesn't actually chase away the night orbs. But the worship around it is still built on something that isn't true. And it's still making the people who are worshipping the bull for that spiritual reason happier and healthier. So what's the argument to stop doing it? Why should we come to the conclusion that we should remove the bull just because the bull isn't true? Truth isn't some objective measure of what is right in the universe. We decide what kind of society we should have, and if we want to live a lie, that's fine, actually. In fact, I would say that we as humans take precedence over objective truth because I think that our happiness and healthiness takes precedence over some arbitrary rules that we make around bull worship. Now, the bull is obviously an analogy for antidepressants. You thought I was gonna say trans rights, didn't you, or transitioning? No, we already have many instances in society where things kind of work sometimes and sometimes they just don't. A lot of antidepressants just don't work chemically in your brain, but they still work. There are many medications that also just do not work, technically, chemically, in objective truth, but they still make you feel happier and healthier. That's the entire premise of the placebo effect. But that doesn't mean that we should stop doing anything relating to that. It doesn't mean that we should stop using medication that we don't know exactly entirely how they work because we don't have the objective sense of truth around those issues. And in regards to gender and trans people, obviously, truth is not the metric that we use whether or not to determine who is a real man or a real woman. Even if we did, most people wouldn't even know where they stand on the true or false spectrum on that issue. Okay, but this is getting a little philosophical. How does this apply to actual trans people? Well, let's talk about objective truth in regards to biological sex. So, some of you watching this video, probably a lot of you judging from my YouTube comments, don't think that I am biologically a woman. Some of you will sometimes argue about chromosomes in my comments, which I absolutely adore. Because, are you sure what chromosomes I have? Let's tell a little personal story. I may have told this in a previous video. I don't remember what I put in my videos anymore, so bear with me if I said this before. It's still relevant in the segment. So when I began to transition at 19 years old, I ordered medication from the internet, and I just kind of winged it in terms of dosages. I didn't really know what I was doing. I didn't really know how to dosage it. So I got this type of medication called Estradot, which is like these estrogen patches, and lugged a few on my stomach, and on I went with my life. But I was paranoid around side effects and generally anxious about what would actually happen to me if I didn't get the correct dosage. So I contacted my doctor, asked them to do some tests while waiting for my trans investigation thing to be over, and basically asking them if my blood levels look okay. I told them what dosage of estrogen I was taking, and they told me that it would probably be fine. If anything, I might be taking too low estrogen, but that's fine. But then my test results came back And it turned out that I was producing an ungodly amount of estrogen. Just like absurdly high, way higher than I would actually get from the estradiol.
Vegeta, what does the scouter say about his power level? It's over 9,000!
But where are you going with this?
So?
That's incredible. Yeah. I mean, I haven't been tested, but I would guess that I have like too much testosterone because I grow way too much hair, and I do know that I have PCOS, which can cause that. Um, it's funny to think of it just like leveling up, just extra sex hormones, as a treat.
We did a few more tests regarding whether or not maybe the lab equipment malfunctioned, maybe there was some contamination going on, and the same result came up. So, what the fuck? So there are two explanations to what the fuck is going on here. One is that my body just produces an ungodly amount of estrogen on its own. Every body of every sex produces estrogen. Maybe my body just produced significantly more than other people did. Or I might be intersex. Specifically, I might have the genetic condition known as Klinefelter syndrome, in which my chromosomes would be XXY. And when I looked up the symptoms of Klinefelter syndrome, oh shit. Weaker muscles, greater height, poor motor coordination, less body hair, being described as lanky, impaired attention skills, poor planning abilities. Like, this is, okay, it's literally me though. Now, I probably don't have this, it's very rare, but I'm not actually sure, because my doctors didn't really want to test me, because in their mind, well, I'm a trans woman anyway, so it doesn't really matter. I'm going to be suppressing my testosterone.
And this is like a lot more common than you might think, because like, if you don't have like external signs of being intersex, then like doctors won't ever really care. Like, unless you have like problems, like there's no reason that you would get your chromosomes tested. Like, you know, lots of people just never know.
And I'm going to be artificially adding estrogen, so what does it matter? If anything, this is a positive. So they prescribed me some more estrogen and sent me on my way. Now, objectively, truthfully, what biological sex am I? You don't know. I don't know. And you probably don't know about yourself either. And odds are, if I had Klinefelter syndrome, but I wasn't trans, I would probably never find out about it. Because how often do you actually check? And I think that this is the reason why some people want to move away from using chromosomes as the biological determinant for biological sex. Because people with Klinefelter syndrome exists. So they don't really fit in. But then people will say, well, intersex people make up a very small minority of people, so they don't really count. But now you're changing the definition of truth. Truth is reality as it actually exists in the world. Not as you want it to be, but as it is. And then every single minority and edge case and thing that don't really fit into the rules have to fit into those rules. Otherwise a rule doesn't make sense. Truth, by definition, has to include everyone.
Is that something you teach in science class, or is that something that you teach when you're teaching language?
So whether the fact that people want to express themselves on a spectrum, on a gender spectrum, whether that fact is something you want to put in a sociology class or in a science class, maybe that remains to be determined. But it is a real fact about real society.
Well, of course, nobody's denying that people identify how they want to identify.
But where are you going with this?
But honestly, I don't care. Because it doesn't matter whether or not I am objectively a woman or not. But living as one in the world, in society, and being referred to as a woman doesn't hurt anyone around me. It hasn't really, caused society to collapse. But it has saved my life. So, in my very basic moral philosophy worldview, I think that this is a good thing. So truth doesn't matter, because truth, as a philosophical concept, is exceptionally hard to even define what it is. But ideas around truth work really well as systems of control for people who don't want to make their own decisions. Especially if you can set out a series of culturally defined rules in society and define them as truth, well, then you can make anyone conform to those ideas, because otherwise they're not truthful. But like, what does it matter? What does it really matter if we're talking about chromosomes?
Yeah, this is like kind of melting my brain a little bit. Maybe I'm too high for this now. Oh god. Too much philosophy.
Or gametes or anything that's biological. Why should small biological indicators, things that are smaller than cells themselves, matter in regards to how we organize society? I've never actually heard anyone answer that question properly, except for this fanatical dedication to their idea of truth, as if that somehow answers the question. Taking this argument,
it's all fucking circular logic. That's it.
To the logical extreme would indicate that every gender role that we have, that men need to be authoritative, that men need to take charge in the household, that women should be submissive to their husbands, and that children should be normalized into their structurally patriarchal, old-fashioned 1950s advertising gender role, all of that would be because sperm is small? To me, there's a bit of a logical leap there. At that point, the concept of truth loses all meaning entirely. It's like saying that we should all be vegetarians because trees have fibers. Like, what? But again, this is pointing out the hypocrisy in their logic, and as I've said, it doesn't matter, because this is not their real logic. This is the logic that they use to try to trick you, the person who might have some valid concerns. They're not actually believing this shit, by the way. They're just trying to trick you into believing it. Because their real ideology, the thing that actually is driving them to make these arguments, is uncomfort. I think fully, guaranteed 100% that the only reason why people become anti-trans to the point where they want to restrict, medical care for kids and adults, and why they won't recognize trans people as even existing, is because they think we're gross. I think that that's it. I think that that's the entire reason. They might think we're gross for different reasons. I know that some straight men think that trans women are gross because trans women sometimes have dicks. I know that cis women sometimes think trans women are gross because sometimes trans women have dicks.
I'm going to wipe my hands on my penis.
And they will say that it's all about valid concerns and about safety regulations and about what should be the best for most people. But when you look past all of that by using real facts, real truth, real studies, and real objective fucking math and truth, all of those arguments fall apart. And the only thing that's left is that some people think, ew, when they see us. Trans people are evidence that you don't have to adhere to whatever system that you think that you have to adhere to, be that your gender, your biological physical form, or anything really. And if you are a person who is very comfortable in those roles that have been assigned to you, you might think that trans people exhibit some sort of threat to those systems. And that makes you uncomfortable. But because trans people aren't actually a threat to you or the way that you live your life, you experience cognitive dissonance. And then you take out those frustrations back at trans people. And I don't think that I'm being very controversial when I say that this is probably the main...
That's very well said. I haven't heard anyone put it quite like that before. I think that is accurate, It makes people question their own foundation of gender, what they think it is.
Reason for why people become anti-trans in the first place. I mean, look at any public discussion when it comes to trans people, either in sports or drag people reading to children or LGBT activism in general, or in descriptions of what doctors are doing to trans children. Every time they only appeal to the most base sense of cringe and disgust and weirdness.
Guys, it's day 4 of being a girl. Go, it tickles, oh my God.
Like in some of those viral videos.
Yo, was he actually butt chugging?
Videos we've all seen of the big burly man screaming in the bodega, "My name is ma'am, my name is ma'am."
The thing about the Nazi comment was what I was trying to get across was that this is a hinge moment in history, just like during the Nazis.
But where are you going with this?
During the Bud Light controversy, tons of people spent a significant amount of time just making fun of Dylan's appearance. Which, okay, but that's not really an argument, is it? That's not really a worldview that you want to have. That's just a base expression of uncomfortability. And at a certain point, I think we need to stop entertaining the idea that that's a rational standpoint. And I think this is one of the reasons why it frustrates me to no end when liberals try to poke holes in the logic of anti-trans activists, trying to show the logical fallacies and scientific illiteracy, because it doesn't matter. None of this is based in any type of rational discourse. It's all about people find trans people yucky. And that's it. And I honestly think that this is driving a significant part of conservative legislation recently. Not only when it comes to gender-affirming care to children and adults, but also banning period discussions. Periods make some people uncomfortable, so they ban it. Abortion makes me uncomfortable, so you ban it. If you're not allowed to talk about a subject, it doesn't exist. Again, it does still exist. These concepts don't disappear because we stop talking about them. Objective truth still prevails, but...
Dude, I wish my period would just disappear. Just no more period, because it made me uncomfortable. If only.
That's not the point. The point is, I don't want to know about it. I just want to be safe in my little bubble, like the little snowflake I am. There's a part of me that kind of gets that feeling. I also don't love it when things are uncomfortable. I do actually think that there are some things in life that should be entirely abolished because it's kind of uncomfortable and gross. Like, my lord, what the fuck are you? And I think that this is a big retreat almost of what it means to be an individual in modern day society. Historically, people would relish the chance to be uncomfortable by something, to be exposed to something that they were not super okay with, so that they could train their own resiliency and improve themselves as people. Comfort is the mind killer. And if you want to grow as a person, you have to leave your safe zone, your safe space. And what's happening right now is that anti-trans activists are essentially trying to make all of society into their gender safe space. And by banning sexual education or just being exposed to trans people existing in the world, you're creating an entire generation who becomes scared over seeing a person wearing some clothing that they don't expect them to wear. Which, in my mind, creates a very weak generation of people. You can't survive seeing a man in a dress? Okay. That's kind of weak. And like, I know I'm coming across as a bit of an asshole.
Literally, just grow up. Sorry, grow up. It's just a dress. It's literally fine.
Here, right? But like, what other explanation exists here? In the domain of Meatball Ron, this definitely seems to be the case, where parents get to complain about basically anything, or even just adults get to complain about things that make them uncomfortable, and then suddenly, people have to react to that, giving a lot of real political power just to people being uncomfortable, and no other reason. Meaning that parents can restrict basically anything that makes them uncomfortable, which is also completely deranged, because since when have parents been good decision makers on anything? Like, I love my parents to death, but I wouldn't want them to be in charge of the way we shape our society. And like, so many times it comes back to parents, or to protect the sanctity of the traditional family. For a long time, this has been the refrain of a lot of conservative commentators, saying that the woke liberal left wants to destroy the family. And, you know, we've kind of had to play defense on this, but can I just say, fuck the family. I actually do want to destroy the family.
And she's so right for that.
Okay, but I kind of do though. What about the traditional family unit is so beneficial to people? I think what's important for adults and children is to be in a group that can support each other, that can love each other, that can lean on each other for support, and that can provide for each other in times of need. But any group can do that, because what are you left with after all of that? Traditional values?
Yeah, like roommates in college do it. I mean, lots of people have roommates out of college too. Like it's just like community, you know? Having a group of people that you can be in community with. Like it's so simple. Like
But then, like, what traditional values? Don't be gay, don't have premarital sex, don't be trans. All of those things are really fun. But that's where we end up with the eternal question that we always end up to. What the fuck do we do now? While making this video, I've been watching the videos of a lot of other trans creators to sort of try to be inspired of what the fuck to do now. And the answer that I've come to is I have no idea what to do. So an overarching goal in this video has been to try to answer that question. How do we counter the negative streams of the anti-trans movement? And I'm not sure that we can. Well, okay, I have some ideas, but we'll get to them. I mean, there's the obvious, which is, you know, go to protests, call your congressman, vote.
Pokemon, go to the poll.
This is on my mind a lot because the day this video is going to come out is actually going to be the 10-year anniversary of me coming out as a trans person. My tranniversary, if you will. And honestly, I'm grappling a lot with the difficulties that has entailed for me because I feel on a weird level that things used to be better before. I know objectively that that's probably not the case. A lot of countries have new rights, new protections for trans people that didn't exist in 2012 when I began my transition. But I feel like we've never had a bigger target on our back. Public awareness of trans people doesn't always correlate into improved rights or into safer trans people. It just means more awareness. And I used to believe on some naive, deep part of my psyche that things would at least try to get better over time. That even though things were bad for trans people for a significant part of world history, things would start to become better over time. But I'm not sure about that anymore. I'm starting to make plans just in case super right-wing politics becomes popular here in Sweden, that anti-trans rhetoric becomes the de facto talk of the day here. But then where do I go? This is a question that a lot of people in the US are currently asking themselves, because states there are regulating against trans people even existing there. There are people now within the US that have had to flee their home state because that state will take their children away from them if that kid might be trans. Every single day there are stories about how some new state is regulating against trans people, how famous politicians are saying that trans people are all pedophiles and groomers. Some idiot will accuse a trans person of cheating in sports even though it's obviously not the case. People will blame you for causing mass shootings, and some people are openly arguing for the public execution of anyone who gives out gender-affirming healthcare. Which I can't even imagine hearing just 5 years ago. And the escalation of rhetoric here is happening very quickly. You might actually be a bit skeptical when some people call this an attempted genocide, but when you see measures like this being implemented, how can you not think that? I'm not sure that I would use that language myself, but I definitely understand why people would. And it's just outright exhausting at this point to continuously worry about what will happen next. And when things feel this bad and when the outlook is not great, the thing that kind of puts me back on track is watching documentaries from the 80s and 90s, when similar rhetoric was being levied against gay people, and seeing the media that they produced in order to counter it. Portrait of Jason is an avant-garde film about the life of Jason Holiday, a black gay man, which was released in 1966, which shows the audience the struggles that you would have to survive during those times and about his life story, revealing a lot of perseverance that obviously would be needed in a time before even the Stonewall riots. The documentary Word Is Out came out in 1977 and was made by gay filmmakers, which talks to various gay and lesbian people from all sorts of demographics from all over the US, and was, for many straight people, the first introduction to the idea of a gay community, with many citing the documentary as the first place they realized that gay people looked just like normal people, with many gay people in more rural and isolated parts of the US outright crediting the film with saving their lives by showing the realistic portrayal of gay lives. But the one that always gives me some comfort, despite the huge amount of sadness within it, is the 1990 documentary Paris is Burning, which deals with drag and ball culture, along with the trans culture of the time when all of those cultures had significant overlap. It's comforting to me because despite the incredible amount of sadness and societal opposition portrayed in those films, they're evidence that the community can still survive and thrive afterwards. It's evidence that even though things look dark, they're not over. This kind of media activism has done a lot.
Damn. That looks really fucking good. I'll have to come back and get those titles because I wanna maybe do some like queer movie nights, maybe? Maybe if people would be into that kind of thing.
To normalize the full totality of queer lives in the minds of heterosexual people. Mainstream society might not know what it's like to be gay, but they can see both joys and sorrows in the media that people produced during those times. And there's good reasons to do this too, because most people who are transphobic don't know a single trans person. And the only trans people that they might even know about come from public demonstrations of what Fox News presents to them. And it's physically impossible for all trans people to get to know everyone in the world so that they won't be transphobic. I don't have the time, so we kind of have to do media in order to reach out to other people. And when I say media, I mean media that you make yourself, not going on a TV show and having a trans person be part of Euphoria. I don't relate to that. But the media that activists would do in the 80s and 90s and 70s. Magazines, comics, short films, essays, video essays even. Well, don't we have more queer media today than we've ever had before? But do we? You sure about that? Seriously, try to think up what queer media, specifically queer media, that you're aware of even. What about queer magazines? Gay bars? The benefit of making media like this by and for queer people makes it so that you produce a lot of it that shows the totality of queer experience. So that when people who aren't queer get a glimpse into what that actually looks like, then they will see the complete lives of queer people, good and bad, warts and all. But a lot of that has been replaced by a lot more commercial representation, which shows the world a much more scaled back version of the totality of trans existence. A lot of times those stories are too happy or too successful or too well passing or too assimilationist in their transness, or their transness doesn't even matter. It feels almost too curated. It feels too perfect. And that kind of devalues it a lot for me. Queer media used to be a lot more representative of the flaws that existed within the community, about the sad experiences that a lot of people had, about, you know, the bad shit too. The difficult stuff. But we don't do that type of media anymore, and I think that we as a community have lost something in that. We've lost some of that realism and exchanged it for more clicks on the internet. We're appealing more to the lowest common denominator instead of telling more authentic stories. And I'm part of this too. There are video essays that I'm not really gonna make because the YouTube algorithm isn't gonna like it, or I might not get a sponsor for that video. So even though I have total creative control over what I make here, even this becomes a scaled back version of what it means to be trans. So that ends up being my solution to this. To create more things and to ask for more things to be created. Which, I know, The content creator is asking for more content. The butcher thinks meat will solve the issue. But you know, don't take my word for it entirely.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a coincidence that I can't think of one fucking queer content creator that has more than like 5 million subs. You know what I mean? I don't even know. Like, Jessie Genders, I think the largest trans content creator that I know. She's at like a 250,000, which is criminal, unbelievable. She should have so many more. Uh, yeah. You should follow Mia too. Like, YouTube could be doing a lot more to showcase minority creators in general.
Go and watch other creators, read their books, read their comics, make your own content, show your own opinion. Because I truly believe that if we can create so much noise, it will be impossible for cis people to ignore those voices. The issue then becomes trans people are going to need attention, and trans people already have too much attention. And it's not really helped by companies trying to do outrage marketing on the backs of trans people. Like, come on, Bud Light. You didn't know that this would cause an outrage in the current anti-trans landscape? You're telling me, Bud Light, that there's not a part of you that's a little happy that this outrage marketing has started to happen? That it's become a political statement to drink Bud Light? That you're now woke by drinking Bud Light? I know your sales have gone down
Insane. Insane.
a little bit, but god damn it if I haven't had to hear Bud Light every single day now for the last week. Like, come on now, you knew what the fuck you were doing. And I think we need to produce a lot more of this content just because I think that we need it as a community, but also for cis people, right? Because cis people, listen, I love you, but sometimes you're kind of weird about the trans issue. Like, some of you will watch Euphoria and then you will base your entire view of transness based on Jules alone, which, good for you, but that's not really like the totality of trans experience, is it? But back when I was an LGBT educator, the one movie that cis people could watch and sort of get it was The Danish Girl. I know, we all decided that movie was bad, and it is kind of bad, but it kind of gave cis people a look into transness that they don't really get otherwise. A lot of people who don't know a lot about trans issues will think that transness just means you put on a dress and you put on some makeup and then you're good. And a lot of depictions of trans people in this positive commercial light don't really disprove that false initial presumption. But the fucking Danish Girl did. But that's just one step in a much larger process. And I don't really know how to take those first steps. So now what? After all of this, where do we actually end up? What do we do about all of this? The truth
Tell me, Mia. I've been waiting for a whole hour. Please tell me.
of the matter is, a lot of people have lost their entire minds, and I don't really have a complete solution for that. I don't know how to de-radicalize an entire political party or an entire political movement, because that's what this has become now. Anti-transness has become an ideology in itself, with a lot of people dedicating their entire lives only to this one issue. And they can rationalize it however they want, but at the end of the day, that's all that really matters. That's the entire point, that's the only thing that annoys them, that's the only thing that bothers them, and that's what they want to fix. And the sad truth is, we can't really do this alone. Trans people are a very, very small minority, even though some people think that there are millions of us being created every single year. But we're not. Even if every single trans person stood up and spoke their piece and tried to fix this, it wouldn't work. We're not enough people. So what we need is we need normal people. We need cis people to actually stand up and actively be a voice on behalf of trans people. That's the only way this is going to work. And even if there were 10 times as many trans people as there currently are, even if it were 100 times, it wouldn't matter because they're never going to listen to us anyway. It's not going to matter how well we present ourselves, how well reasoned our...
It's like some men will never listen to me about misogyny or the patriarchy. They just won't. They're not going to hear it from me. They need to hear it from one of their bros first, before they can even think about, listening to a woman. It's like that, for sure.
Our arguments are, it does not matter to the core ideological principle that these people have. That they don't want to see trans people. And there's nothing trans people can say against that. It doesn't matter how well we pass, it doesn't matter how well we fit in, it doesn't matter how much of the surgeries you do, none of those things matter. Because at the end of the day, we're still trans. The only trans people that are even marginally accepted in the worldview of some of these people are people who agree with them. But watch out, because they're not on your side either.
Really know how much you know about me, but I'm probably the most vocal anti-children transitioning person on the internet. It's what I'm.
Right.
I let you speak.
The best thing you can do for us is grow out your mustache and tell people not to live like you. How many kids saw Blair White, giving one of her videos? How many children saw her and looked at her and said, you know what, she looks really good. I could do that too, and started transitioning.
But where are you going with this?
The only thing I can really do is encourage more trans people to be publicly visible, to stand up for themselves, and to be content creators. God, that's depressing. Be visible, create media for trans people, for everyone. I think it's more important now than ever for people to actually see the totality of trans existence, because that's the only way that we're actually going to win the good graces of the larger community. Widespread society isn't going to care more about us just because a few people are beginning to hate us. And originally I had a segment here about how I think more trans people should try to engage themselves in party politics, even if I know voting doesn't really do that much. But I had this theory that if we went into politics and we actually hung around politicians, then just by the virtue of social awkwardness, they wouldn't want to legislate against us. I mean, it's easier to legislate against an abstract entity than it is against your coworker. And I kind of believed in this. This is one of the reasons that I personally went into politics. But then...
Montana State Representative Zoe Zephyr, the state's first transgender legislator, tonight is banned from the House floor for the rest of this year's session.
So, it doesn't work. Even using social awkwardness as a political weapon doesn't work. Using well-rationed arguments does not work. The only thing that really works is to disengage from the people who see us as disgusting, to distance ourselves from their narrative around us, and to instead try to engage with the vast majority of people who actually support trans people, or the ones who don't actually have an opinion on us yet. But it's not enough for us to do this ourselves. We need as many people as possible to help us do this together. And right now, it's feeling pretty lonely. I think the number one thing that people can do is to build community. And I mean really build community. Don't just follow other trans people on Twitter or Reddit or whatever. I'm talking create media for each other. Connect with other trans people and create trans media together. I know that some people think that trans media is annoying and it's everywhere and it's actually doing more harm than good. But I couldn't disagree more. I think that we need to be in people's faces as much as humanly possible. We need to be unapologetically trans in every instance where we can be it. Because that's the only way we're going to show the world that we exist and we're not going anywhere. The civil rights movements of the 20th century didn't win only because they did political activism or because they appeared in Will and Grace. They did it because they made sure that they were visibly everywhere, that they could be anyone among us, and that they're actually normal people. And we have that against us. By virtue of us being trans, there's not a ton of us out there. But that just means we have to work twice as hard in order to compensate for that. And I know that that can feel lonely and demoralizing, and frankly, like it's not going to work.
It's also like not possible for a lot of trans people, like just trying to survive. Like, I don't know if like making trans media is like the most feasible. Uh, but like, yeah, I mean, I'm liking to see all of the like different queer circles that are popping up like on Twitch. Um, that it's cool, that it's cool. YouTube again, just it seems like they just like don't want any new YouTubers. Like they just openly resent smaller YouTubers, like just actively working against them. But I don't know. IDK. Hi, Mr. D. Welcome in.
But it's the only choice that we have. And I know that some people out there from more mainstream political organizations or people who might be trans allies, but who think that maybe
The title is there. We're delving into like the trans debate. Just all the like current issues. This is towards the end of it.
trans activism has gone a bit too far. I want you to really think about what the alternative should be. If the trans question becomes ceded to the far right, where
No, I'm not trans. Yes. Thank you.
does that end up? Where do we end up in that equation? Because this is not just a fight over representation or access to healthcare. This is a fight where some forces are trying to unnormalize being trans, trying to tip the transgender tipping point back to where it was before 2013, trying to put us back into a world where public existence is just not allowed. And all because they find us kind of gross. Fucking snowflakes. God, what a bummer to end this episode on. But okay, listen.
Yeah.
Pay attention.
God, this was really dark. Oh man, I was hoping for like a hopeful end here.
Especially if you're a trans, and especially if you're a trans person who comes from one of these areas where they're currently legislating against you. But also, if you're a trans person in an area that isn't yet. Because here's what I think. It's going to get worse. Right now, anti-trans activists are trying to push the limit to see how far they can go. They're trying to really push the Overton window into as a grotesque world as possible, so that when the backlash happens, they will still win. Right now it's being pushed pretty far, but they haven't been stopped yet. And until that happens, it's going to keep getting worse. So you need to be ready for that. You need to be able to go to protests, call your politician, call your congressman. This fight is not over yet. It's getting worse.
Well, I think my congressman is like literally working with Nazis, so I don't know if that's gonna work for me, but I'll work on that. I'll get right on that.
But it's not over. The only thing that I can argue for is building a community. Contact other trans people, try to make friends, create a structural support network, because those things, they help way more than you think they do. And call your congresspersons and vote. And I know.
Vote.
I know. Well, listen, I know.
Vote, especially in local elections. It's very important.
I know this sounds kind of meek and a little milquetoast, and a little bit like not actually doing much of anything. But I gotta stay within terms of service. Interpret that how you will.
Well,
Thank you for watching that video. I want to give a special thanks to all of my patrons who made this video possible, and I want to give a special thanks for you who watched this video. It's a bit long and it's a bit depressing at times, but
It was very good. There was a lot of heady philosophy stuff in there. I liked the section where she was talking about the dissonance people feel when they like see a trans person existing IRL and have to like reckon with like the gender binary that they have like so concrete in their mind. That was good. Good stuff. Good stuff. We have another banger.
The Moral Panic.
Feature film about trans issues. The Transgender Moral Panic Unpacked with Khadija Umbal. I'm very excited. This is gonna be so good. They're just always so fucking well read. And it makes me want to read more, but I just can't afford all these books, man. I'm gonna be real with you. It's a lot of books. Good enough, good enough. Dysphoria for seeing a trans person, yeah. I think a lot of people haven't really thought a lot about gender. So now that they're like seeing it on social media, like they just don't know how to act. Maybe we'll just take a little dance break to lighten up the vibes. Breaks their brains. Yes. Hi, Doctor. Thank you for the follow.
Lately I've been going through shit. All the things I love seem to defeat me. I don't wanna do shit except smoke weed, sex and watch TV. I've been feeling stupid, but it's hard to make great things look easy. I don't wanna do shit except smoke weed, sex and watch TV. Lately I've been going through shit. All the things I love seem to defeat me. I don't wanna do shit except smoke weed, sex and watch TV. I've been feeling stupid, but it's hard to make great things look easy. I don't wanna do shit except smoke weed, sex and watch TV. Trying not to lose it.
you got a problem, you know that you can speak it to me. Tired of 9 to 5, too much time is regular, I've been taken from me. I gotta slide when a lawyer coming like medication for me. I take a ride, I am so over this week.
Lately I've been going through shit. All the things I love seem to defeat me. I don't wanna do shit except smoke weed, sex and watch TV. I've been feeling stupid, but it's hard to make great things look easy. I don't wanna do shit except smoke weed, sex and watch TV.
Pull the plug in September. I don't wanna die in June. I'd like to start planning my funeral. I've got work to do. Pull the plug, make it painless. I don't want a violent end.
There's a question and an answer and a worry in the middle. There was a promise of forever and a wishful intention. What a world it would be if we all made out like the books we read, all the films we see. It's a travesty. As the moon drifts by with the shifting tides, and you're lost in life, so the love floats into the ether. And there was something that you heard and heard, and despite your parents, you placed your bet on love. Even though it made you hurt, you always tried to make it work, cause you believed in us. She said you're pretty, but you drink too much. You've got a head on your shoulders and it's good enough, but something broke you. I said I'm sorry,
I'll be back in a second.
it's well in advance, but I will hurt you more than anybody has. Yeah, it's a sure thing. Oh, is it a sure thing? She said, I know that you didn't know back then. You're getting all that you should know by now. It never was about the pain you held, not in the way that you shut me out, not in the way that you hate yourself, or all the ways that you let me know it was that you and I, we were on our way. Kind of feeling that was unexplained, and relationships, a little older and a little scared of making all the same mistakes I made. She said you're weary because you think too much. You've got a mind of your own. It's free enough, but it'll drain you. I know you're sorry, and it's right on time, cause you told me what would happen if I stuck around. I know you warned me. Something that you're asking was never in question. Something that you're asking was never in question.
You guys, my dad literally just got punched in the
Oh
face
my God, yes.
for being a Trump supporter. Like,
This will
that
be the
was
last
it,
one. We can get
just
back into
for
it.
being a Trump supporter. And I do it again. And I do it again. Do it again. Do it again. I do it again. Hold up. Do it. Do it again. Do it. Do it again. Hold up. Do it. Do it again. Do it. And I do it again. Guys, my dad literally just got punched in the face for being a Trump supporter. Like, that was it. And I do it again. Hold up. Do it. Do it again. Do it. Do it again. Hold up. Do it. Do it again. Do it. And I do it again. Hold up. And I do it again. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again. Hold up. Do it. Do it again. Do it. And I do it again.
I'm Marquez. You boy.
And I do it again.
All right. Let's do it.
Near and dear to my heart, from the Salem witch trials to the Red Scare to the Lavender Scare. Thank you. To the gay agenda, to super predators, to CRT is brainwashing your children, and now gender. It seems like we as a society can't seem to get enough of a good moral panic. And I get it. The world
Classic.
starts changing a little too faster than we're comfortable with. Shit starts getting crazy going left. Every day seems like a bleakly depressing time where you wonder, why on earth am I even still here? To the point where you wake up and go, again, every morning. And sometimes it's easier to blame other people than it is to look inside, right? And also, you know, heteropatriarchal hegemony and all that stuff, the big fancy $50 words. We'll get into all of it because welcome back to season 3, episode 2 of You Can Always Change Your Mind, a show where if I do my job right, you may feel compelled to do what the title says or not, because I am not the boss of you. What? That's an incredible thing. Isn't that wild? You can be a creative and make some money and do the things whilst also not trying to tell people that they have to think and feel a certain way. But for real, today we are going to be talking not just about moral panics, but the present moral panic going on currently with all of this anti-trans legislation and all of this debate in heavy quotes over trans kids' lives. Yeah, we're
So
gonna get
fucked.
into a lot, do some debunking, fact checking as always, and just adding some, hopefully, humanity to some things. And I have some pretty special guests coming in periodically to say what's up. So, with all that being said, let's give a quick shout out to today's sponsor, and then let's get into it. If you would like to support the channel via Patreon, you can do that. If you would like to support the channel via capitalism, you can just buy a little bag right there, a little tote, gotta feed your plats, and you can always change your mind one, you know what I'm saying? And we got pins. Just go to the website. All right, let's get back into it. Moral panics and typical themes. So the term moral panic was coined by H.S. Becker in 1963, but it was popularized by Stanley Cohen in his 1971 book, Folk Devils and Moral Panics. Damn! Hey, girl! Okay. I'm sorry, I'm so proud because I'm like, what did I just read? Okay. From OxfordReference.com. A moral panic is, quote, a mass movement based on the false or exaggerated perception that some cultural behavior or group of people is dangerously deviant and poses a threat to society's values and interests. In simple terms, these people are dangerous to our society and we got to get rid of them because they exist and we don't like it, okay? It doesn't matter if they're not actually hurting me, okay? I don't like what's going on over there, and we gotta eradicate it because they're dangerous. Being over there, minding their business, doing things that I
Just existing. I didn't give them permission to exist. Who told them they could exist over there? Breathing my air. You see the same thing with even fucking TYT and their anti-homeless takes. Like, it's fucking infuriating. Like, how about we solve the issues that cause homelessness and not attack the actual homeless people? How about that? Maybe.
I personally find offensive. They're dangerous. Khadija, I'm being so judgy, but like, even I have a limit to what I can be non-judgmental about, okay? So that's what a moral panic is, this fear that a certain group of people, whether or not it's actually true, there's this idea that they are dangerous because of their marginalization. They are a group that is easier to pick on. And it's this whole idea that we have to sort of contain this threat. And I'll talk about social control in a second. But how do these moral panics find their footing? From thoughtco.com. Typically, a moral panic is perpetuated by the news media, fueled by politicians, and often results in the passage of new laws or policies that target the source of the panic. In this way, moral panics can foster increased social control. And social control is just the way laws, norms, and rules are structured in society to guide or structure human behavior. With moral panics, a theme that occurs a lot is this conflating of a cultural phenomenon with actual social problems. Like all the girlies being queer is an interesting social phenomenon to examine without judgment, but to just be like, what's going on here? Is this something new? What are the factors that are causing us to think that more and more folks are identifying as queer or on the alphabet mafia spectrum, instead of acting as a
Normalization. It does a whole lot. It's crazy. When you normalize things, people feel more comfortable like coming out of the closet as that thing. Imagine. It's really hard to like get your mind around.
moral entrepreneur trying to insert and enforce your will, your morality onto other people. And like I said before, another theme with a moral panic is that typically it's marginalized groups that get targeted. Sometimes this can even look like groups of people that maybe in society don't have quite large numbers, but socially they're overrepresented as topics of conversation.
So it's pretty clear that St. Mark's Lutheran Church is no longer a Christian church. So what is it now? Well, it's a transgenderist church, one of many.
As representations in TV shows.
Yeah. Should I be concerned?
Maybe.
I feel like this isn't a good idea.
Kinda disagree.
Now we've talked about the what and the how a bit, but I want to flesh out the how a bit more because Stanley Cohen actually outlines in his book the 5 steps that the media and public in general use when it comes to moral panics. This was specific to the youth culture, but it fits more broadly. Number 1, something or someone is perceived and defined as a threat to social norms and the interests of the community or society at large. 2, news media and community members depict the threat in simplistic, symbolic ways that quickly become recognizable to the greater public. 3, widespread public concern is aroused by the way the news media portrays a symbolic representation of the threat. 4, the authorities and policymakers respond to the threat, be it real or perceived, with new laws and policies. 5, the panic and the response actions lead to social change in the community. So now we know the background of what a moral panic is, sort of how it gets rolling, but we need to talk about one of the most important factors, which is who benefits. Sociologists observe that usually the benefactors of moral panics are, surprise, surprise, those in power. 2 specific examples that I would like to focus on: politicians and the media. With the media, this isn't just the far right-wing conservative groups that make their living, create personalities and celebrities that become like demigods to their audience simply for regurgitating back the things that they believe, but also for fueling even more of that vicious cycle of fear-mongering. Those that are...
Oh yeah, speaking of which, when is Tucker Carlson's bullshit show? Oh my god. I can't believe he's just going on Twitter for that. It's the worst video platform. The volume is so fucked. Like, I don't even know why. We're back. Ugh. This was May 9th. Where are you, though? Where... Yeah. He announced this on May 9th, but hasn't said anything pretty much since. Yeah, what? Jesus. Oh, there's just no volume?
Carlson, you often hear people say the news
Ew. Ew, it's terrible volume. What the fuck?
is full of lies. But most of the time, that's not exactly right. Much of what you see on television or read the New York Times is in fact true in the literal sense. It could pass one of the media's own fact checks. Lawyers would be willing to sign off on it. In fact, they may have. But that doesn't make it true. It's not true. At the most basic level, the news you consume is a lie of the stealthiest and most insidious kind. Facts have been withheld on purpose, along with proportion and perspective. You are being manipulated.
By who, Tucker? By who? You? You? I've been lying to you for 30 years. Like, what?
How does that work? Let's see. If I tell you that a man has been unjustly arrested for armed robbery, that is not, strictly speaking, a lie. He may have been framed. At this point, there's been no trial, so no one can really say. But if I don't mention the fact that the same man has been arrested for the same crime 6 times before, am I really informing you? No, I'm not. I'm misleading you. And that's what the news media are doing in every story that matters, every day of the week, every week of the year. What's it like to work in a system like that? After more than 30 years in the middle of it, we could tell you stories. The best you can hope for in the news business at this point is the freedom to tell the fullest truth that you can. But there are always limits. And you know that if you bump up against those limits often enough, you will be fired for it. That's not a guess, it's guaranteed. Every person who works in English language media understands that. The rule of what you can't say defines everything. It's filthy, really, and it's utterly corrupting. You can't have a free society if people aren't allowed to say what they think is true. Speech is the fundamental prerequisite for democracy. That's why it's enshrined in the first of our constitutional amendments. Amazingly, as of tonight, there aren't many platforms left that allow free speech. The last big one remaining in the world, the only one, is Twitter.
So fucking cringe, dude. It's so cringe. I didn't actually watch this whole thing. It's terrible. Everything's a lie. I've been lying to you forever. I've had to. Murdoch made me lie. But now I can have free speech on Twitter. Thanks to Daddy Elon. Where is it? Is it like a subscription thing? Like, I didn't
Where we
see
are now.
anything.
Twitter has long served as the place where our national conversation incubates and develops. Twitter is not a partisan site. Everybody's allowed here, and we think that's a good thing. And yet, for the most part, the news that you see analyzed on Twitter comes from media organizations that are themselves thinly disguised propaganda outlets. You see it on cable news, you talk about it on Twitter. The result may feel like a debate, but actually the gatekeepers are still in charge. We think that's a bad system. We know exactly how it works, and we're sick of it. Starting soon, we'll be bringing a new version of the show we've been doing for the last 6.5 years to Twitter. We'll be bringing some other things too, which we'll tell you about. But for now, we're just grateful to be here. Free speech is the main right that you have. Without it, you have no others. See you soon.
See you soon. Wait, was there a date there at the end? That I
Hey, it's
missed?
are still.
No, no date. Just soon. But there's nothing. There's nothing. He just retweeted someone who's writing a biography about him. God, don't make me click this. Ugh. Sign up for instant updates. No. No, I don't think I will. He's just still MIA. Alright, I guess that's not the worst. So...
maybe more progressive things that they believe, but also for fueling even more of that vicious cycle of fear mongering. Those that are maybe more progressive or a touch more liberal, arguing against those points as well. It's all a big screaming at each other into an echo chamber, into a void, into a black hole. I don't know. It's just kind of like, what are we doing? But with all of that, there are benefits in the fact that we're targeting people's emotions and specific emotions that incite engagement. And that engagement is good because it gets eyes on you, and not just eyes, but eyes that are participating, eyes that are, again, engaging with the stuff that you're putting out. That helps with ratings, that helps with advertising, it just helps you no matter what side of a quote unquote issue you're on. With politicians, they're able to rise the ranks in political power off the backs of a moral panic, under the guise of them being someone that is going to do something about this terrible issue plaguing our society. Not Trump, the DeSantis one. The motivation behind this acceleration of moral panics can be one of many things. Perhaps it is out of genuine concern. Perhaps media sites aim to increase viewership at all costs, even if that means exaggeration. Perhaps governmental organizations hope to incite enough concern so that a law must be created, therefore increasing social control. Throughout history, there are examples of each of these motivations at play. There is no one answer. Damn. So according to the 2023 Anti-Trans Bill Tracker,
I wanted the magic pill, cure-all, answer to everything. I thought you had that for me today, Khadijah. What the fuck?
26 of the 174 ultimately proposed bills passed, which is about 15%. It seems that every day there's this new debate, and again, debate is in heavy quotes, because essentially this is a debate about whether or not trans people should exist. So, since y'all want to play with trans lives, let's play a game, shall we? It's called, is it a moral panic boosting your engagement, views, and power? /or are you just not a very kind person? This isn't really a game. I'm just gonna really draw these lines here to make it explicit, okay? So Stanley Cohen said step 1 was something or someone is perceived as a threat to social norms and the interests of society at large. Check. First, it was that trans women were stalking public bathrooms, waiting to pounce on any cis woman insane enough to use a public bathroom. Then that wasn't really going anywhere, so they pivoted to the effect this was having on your children. All these imaginary children crying themselves to sleep at night because they're confused about people living their lives and they're people they don't even know and will never meet, but they're scared. What?
Not that.
Okay. Step 2, the
Not
media and
living.
community depict the threat in oversimplistic, symbolic ways that become recognizable to the general public. Costanza, just roll the clip.
But when you have a mental disorder and you're now requiring that I have a mental disorder, right, to meet your mental disorder, that doesn't work for me. Which is to say that if somebody was walking around as a schizophrenic and saying that they were Superman, and then telling me that I was required to treat them like Superman, I wouldn't play the game. That's how I feel about trans. I think the slope is so slippery. And
That's not the actual ask. The actual ask is, I wish for you to participate in a delusion whereby I am a biological human female, or exactly the same in many important respects as a biological human female. Trans women are women, which, again, if you refuse to define what...
Transgenderism is this country's fastest-growing religion. Like many faiths, its theology features a supernatural transfiguration, the moment a person is transmogrified from one sex to another.
Transmogrified. What the fuck was that sentence? He was just full-on word salading. That is like a word potato salad. The fuck?
Is this country's fastest-growing religion. Like many faiths, its theology features a supernatural transfiguration, the moment a person is transmogrified from one sex to another.
Listen, I know that most of y'all don't even watch past like 15 minutes of these videos, so I don't necessarily expect you to dive deep when it comes to things that you see and hear in the media. I wish you would, but I can't put the complete burden of that on you, because if you are a journalist, if you are a person that is a gatekeeper in that kind of position of power, it is your duty and responsibility to vet information and actually present it in a way that is, I think, as non-judgmental as possible. Knowing that judgment is going to seep in, knowing that you have biases. Y'all like to pretend you have no biases when it's seeping through. Anyway, okay. I'm just asking some of y'all to speak with more integrity and stop saying whatever the hell you want just because you know it'll get views and engagement. It's irresponsible. It's morally obtuse, and y'all are acting like you don't know what you're doing. And fair. Capitalism got everybody on a hustle, but not everybody's out here acting like a shitty person to people they don't even know. Step 3. Widestream public concern is aroused by the way the news media portrays this quote-unquote.
It's like annoying as fuck, because it is easier to gain traction with fucking right-wing talking points, but like, you can just do the like fucking centrist bit. Like, that can get you pretty fucking far. Like, if you're centrist in America, you're still fucking right-wing, so like, it's fine.
Unquote threat, this symbolic, oversimplistic way that they portray this quote unquote threat. So with the other podcast that I do, I interviewed a trans composer and choral director, Maria Isabel Valverde.
2009, out in trans in 2009, people didn't really know what to do or say, which in some ways is better than what's going on.
I was about to say,
but
it low-key sounds like it might have been a blessing. But that wasn't that long ago, and it's interesting to observe that now more and more everyone feels like they need to be on a side of something, even if they're not sure why they are, just for the sake of standing up for something, instead of having maybe even a bit of indifference to people you don't know or understand. This is anecdotal, of course, but
Yeah, I do feel like there used to be a lot more like indifference, you know? They just didn't really think about it, didn't care. But now they have to choose, and they like are forced to like side with like the Christian like fucking paradigm. It's so gross. Yeah.
It's interesting to observe that more and more people are looking back to this not so distant past a few years ago where people didn't have such strong polarizing opinions about everything and everybody. A time where people weren't so obsessed with just fucking arguing all the time. Step 4. The authorities and policymakers respond to the threat or perceived threat by creating laws and new policies. Last year, 15% passed. What number is that going to look like this year? And that's just in the States. Step 5, the panic and response actions lead to social changes in the community. What kind of change would happen if we made a small group of people, a small group of human beings, the black sheep of our society? What sort of experiences should we expect for them to have on the day-to-day? What about children who identify with that group? What does it condition them to believe is okay and not okay? And about who and who isn't okay? What's within the limits of what they're allowed to do as a human or not allowed to do? If it's all disinformation used to gain more power, more social control, then Mary, what exactly is the truth? If you watch mainstream news, listen to any combination of these people, or subscribe to the New York Times, you would think every child in America was clamoring to join the alphabet mafia, especially the T, and I do mean trans. But this isn't the case, especially when it comes to trans children. But as we discussed in the previous section, moral panics are never about accurate information. They're about weaponizing fear and disgust against society's most vulnerable people. And somehow the kids always get brought into it. We're going to get into the why the kids are brought in a minute, but let's talk about the how, because it has a lot to do with disinformation and myths perpetuated by transphobes that just want to come after trans people, and by liberals that like to say they're, quote, just asking questions. And some of this might actually be actual concerns that people have that they just don't know. They just don't know. So we're gonna arm you all with some information, okay? Myth 1, they're too young to know they're trans. So people used to, and some still do, say this about if you're anything other than.
It's just not true. It's just not true. Identity is formed over many years. Some people find their identity sooner than others, and that can include gender. Crazy, I know.
Straight. So this is not a new argument. It's just copy, paste. But according to the research, trans children often know that they're trans from very young ages, even if they don't necessarily have the language to articulate it. A research study from Cedars-Sinai led by Maurice Garcia finds that 73% of transgender women and 78% of transgender men experience gender dysphoria by age 7. While policies regarding transgender people's rights are evolving, what is still clear and unchanged is the unequivocal need for accessible healthcare for transgender and gender nonconforming people of all ages. I've seen kids as young as 3 years old know what their gender is and how they identify. This is supported in the research, but so often adults are afraid and are more comfortable believing that their children are too young to know. Now, I know
a lot of times parents just don't listen to their children, period, you know? We just treat them like they don't know anything at all, and they may not have the language to express it, but you can help them get there.
you hear that and people automatically freak out because then they're like, oh, you're just trying to make kids believe a certain thing. But everyone does that to kids. We are all socialized being made to believe stuff. Myth 2, if people want to be trans, why do so many then go on to detransition? Well, what do the numbers say? So a UK study of 3,998 people found that of them, 16, aka 0.47% of them,
not even 1%,
experienced regret about or with regard to gender transition. That's people that experience some kind of regret. There's even less that actually went on to detransition. In the US, a survey of 28,000 people found that 8% reported some kind of detransition. But it's important to note that 62% of this 8% of people, of this 28,000, I know it's like Russian dolls, but 62% of that 8% only did so temporarily, and the only reason they actually did was because of the society around them, financial issues, and/or family pressures. So we're talking about fractions of percentages of people actually detransitioning. But we're also talking about the fact that most of the time, the reason that they want to is not because they have a regret about being trans, but because the world around them is unaccommodating. You go back to the bluest eye.
Yeah, I think I don't remember the numbers, but having at least one supportive person in their life improves outcomes like so much, like just social support systems, man. Just social support systems.
What happens when the earth itself is unyielding? The flowers die. How can they thrive in an earth that does not want them to live? A different large-scale study further confirmed that external pressures were a major factor and found that detransitioners often decided to retransition later in adulthood. Overall, the process of detransitioning is typically, quote, non-linear. The argument these sites made that detransition was common was a false narrative that distorted and reversed the conclusions of the scientific studies it was using as backing. This is like the abortion video all over again. People cherry picking information and lying on researchers' asses when researchers are like, I just am studying this. Can y'all stop lying? That's not what I said. Myth 3. You're confusing the kids. Okay. I'm not going to necessarily say this is a myth because maybe some kids are confused, but kids are confused about a lot of shit, not just gender. Kids are kids. What? They don't know a lot of things. Okay. So actually in the US, medical experts generally encourage social transitioning to improve the overall.
Yeah, kids will ask like 10 questions about why, about like how you do the dishes. And you're just like, I don't know, man, at the end. Like, I don't even know, dude.
Overall health and happiness of kids. From Columbia Psychiatry. Social interventions, which are considered reversible, meaning that if gender identity shifts in the future, these decisions can be adapted, are often attempted in a stepwise manner. For example, children may first begin to use a new name or pronouns in the home, and if it feels positive, they may start to do so in other environments, such as school. There's research that states that allowing this helps children with depression and anxiety. Oftentimes you'll hear folks on the far right say things like doctors are they're mutilating the kids and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, okay, if you don't want kids to have procedures, and we're going to debunk that one next, but if you don't want kids to have any sort of medical procedures, this is a case for allowing kids to socially transition, meaning that they do so in their home and then maybe at school and then to other people around them, so that they can feel out what this would be like, experiment, test out the waters. And then if they want to eventually transition, or however they decide to eventually transition or not, they were given the space and grace to explore their identity. I really don't understand what's so hard to understand about that. I genuinely don't, anyway. But maybe it's because y'all think doctors are out here cutting people's bodies apart. So let's handle that right now. Myth 4. These doctors are mutilating children. Come here. Closer. Closer. Come here. Just a little bit closer. I'm not gonna bite. Come here. No. You have to be diagnosed with gender dysphoria before you can even start on hormones. So the idea that a child just walks into a hospital with their parent and/or guardian, or just by themselves, because that's just what it seems like they're doing, according to y'all, and a doctor goes, what? You wanna? Come on, girl, come to the back. We're doing a 50% discount sale. Cut your titties off and get an extra little outie for free. Sorry. I'm sorry. It's not a laughing matter, but this is, y'all sound, okay.
Okay, that was like a perfect example of a tasteful trans joke. Like, perfect example. Like, that's exactly what's not happening, and that's what makes it so funny.
You have an easier time as a minor walking in somewhere and getting bigger titties than you do telling them you have gender dysphoria and want some hormones. Just that, not even actual procedure. You can get your nose done. Y'all, that's not a major operation. Kids getting nose jobs and boob jobs isn't, okay. Interesting. There are so many barriers to medically transitioning that the idea that doctors all over the country are mutilating children and that's why there needs to be laws and legislation passed to block gender affirming care is wild and completely untrue and irresponsible to be saying and nosy because that is not your kid.
True.
Again, why are y'all thinking so much about children's genitals? It's weird. It's very strange.
Let's just leave it be. Leave it be. We could just not talk about that so much. Yeah.
Beyond all of that, there are limitations to specialized doctors to even see. There are limitations to specialized facilities. There are something like only 60 in the US, and all of that leads to long wait times. So even if you are someone experiencing gender dysphoria, you can't just book an appointment and see someone next week. It's not like a nail appointment. Insurance is also a factor. And it's just really weird that all these ashy ass senators are out here trying to make a name for themselves, jumping on the backs of parental fear with all of this disinformation and all this stuff that they know is not true. Nothing pisses me off like a blatant liar. Damn, that's just... Anyway, myth number 5. I don't want them influencing my children to become trans. We're going to talk a bit more about the idea of social contagion when it comes to queer identities and stuff, contaminating other people with their queerness. But a lot of times you hear folks say, well, you can do that and be that thing over there, but I just don't want you influencing my kids to think like that, to be like that. You don't want them influencing your kids. All Netflix has is trans kids and queerdos. They're influencing your children through the media, the leftist media, progressive media. Back in my day, there was never even a trans person ever, and now they're everywhere. Okay, Mary, that's not true. Trans people have been around before you were around, so that was condescending, but sometimes... Second, let's just go.
Yeah, no, I haven't heard queerdos before either, but I kind of love it. Immediately reclaiming that one. Call me your resident queerdo. A genius. The first funny joke they've made in a decade.
Go to the research, shall we? There's no empirical evidence that this exists, and plenty of evidence, including from the journal Pediatrics, that it doesn't. Yet buoyed by a 2016 survey that found the number of people identifying as trans had doubled from 2006 to 2016, the users on these websites seeded the idea that kids were picking up gender nonconformity from their friends online. Quote, children now have access to Reddit, Tumblr, and YouTube, sites which promote transgender identity as a lifestyle choice, one blogger wrote, linking to a dismissive post on Fourth Wave Now about trans ally Tumblr users. Yes, it may seem like more people are identifying as gender nonconforming or socially or medically transitioning. It seems like that because there's more visibility in the public. It seems like that because we just have access to everybody and out.
Yeah, Pepe Law, they don't know about Reddit. Pepe Law. No one told the conservatives about what else is on Reddit. Uh-oh. Oh, wait. They're already the ones posting the fucking CP, so maybe they do know, actually.
Algorithms are like, whatever you engage with, we're going to keep feeding you that, whether you like it or not. All of these things maybe contribute to the hypervisibility, but everyone isn't going around catching this gender nonconformity bug. Yes, there's something to be said about the fact that people will cite others as inspirations or say, I saw you do it and then realized that I could. But that's because the thing that they saw in that other person was something they recognized in themselves. If it's not you no matter what. If you're, let's say, a trans woman and you see another trans woman living her life out loud, proud, just doing what she wants, and it sparks something in you, that was already inside of you. Just like some people are like, I just could never imagine not being straight, blah, 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 blah. I don't necessarily get it, but if that's you, that's you. You happen to be exactly what people socially...
Chuds think that, like, being trans is the same as when their parents told them when they were kids, if you swallow a watermelon seed, you'll grow a watermelon inside you. If you hear a trans thought, you might become trans. It'll find its way into your mind, and you're trans now. That's what they think. It's crazy.
conditioned you to be, and that's cool. So you fit into the normative standard. With more visibility breeds more people seeing themselves, breeds more people seeing that it is okay to cultivate this thing that was already inside of them because they're seeing others do it. It doesn't mean that that number is increasing just because everyone's catching this weird gender weirdo bug. And now for some bonus debunking. Puberty blockers. Not only are they reversible, but they were designed to be, because we've been using them since the 80s to treat something in kids called precarious puberty. This is for kids that go through puberty earlier than other kids because there's evidence that it's not actually good for kids too. So puberty blockers help stop that. And then once the kids get to a certain age, they stop going on them and they experience puberty like everyone else. Yes, there are side effects, like literally any medication you take. That's just the nature of medication. Like everyone is not going to respond to it the same, because all of our genetics are slightly different. So another one that is really just kind of insulting is that people just are transitioning because they want attention. Even if a little kid says that they want to identify differently for attention, do you know how short children's attention spans are? Do you really think they're going to maintain this fake identity for that long just for what? After a while, we stop paying attention to things too. If somebody decides to publicly transition, we'd pay attention for 15 minutes and then move on. So if people are doing it for attention, that speaks to a different problem to me than them being trans, because it just speaks to them doing anything for attention. Plenty of people get extreme plastic surgery for attention. Most people will not commit to having their whole lives upended because they want attention for being trans. Like, I'm sorry, y'all. Do you hear how that sounds? Like, that's... Really think about it. You maybe just don't believe trans people are real. That's work you're gonna have to do internally. Another one, gender affirming care is something that everybody participates in. If you're getting surgeries or procedures, tweakments, Botox, filler,
Joe Rogan gets fucking gender affirming care every goddamn day. Dude is pumped full of hormones. Are you kidding me? Fucking the Liver King. Full of steroids. Just full of them. Just so he can look more muscly. Like, tell me that's not gender affirming care.
Jawline surgery, all these things to make yourself more, quote, masculine or more, quote, feminine looking, youthful and all that. You're participating in gender affirming care because you're trying to affirm your gender as a cis man or a cis woman. Just wanted to let you know that in case you didn't think about it like that. Sorry, girly. But going back to this wanting attention thing, or just looking at all of these myths, it's hard not to notice a pattern here, which is that at the end of the day, the people perpetuating these myths that want to double down on them not only don't believe trans people are real and therefore worthy of human rights and autonomy like anyone else, but also believe that trans people are sick or mentally unwell or just not of the society that we have, not of the social norms that we care about. And a lot of times people will use fear to describe this feeling, but a word that...
Yeah, coming from fucking Kyle, who just punched a wall after drinking a Monster, like, okay, Kyle.
That I haven't seen people be honest and just say is that some of y'all hate trans people, not just because you're scared of them and you think that they are mentally whatever, but because they disgust you. The typical practices of homosexuals are a medical horror story. Imagine exchanging saliva and or dozens of different men each year. Fresh American germs get taken to Europe, Africa, and Asia. And fresh pathogens from these continents come here. Foreign homosexuals regularly visit the U.S. and participate in this biological swap meet.
What?
Paul Cameron.
Swapede.
Medical consequences of what homosexuals do. A pamphlet. So that was an excerpt from Martha Nussbaum's book, From Disgust to Humanity, Sexual Orientation and Constitutional Law. And this book specifically examines what she calls a politics of disgust. The way disgust as a response has been fundamental to discrimination against numerous groups of people and attempted legal action against oppressed groups, such as the Alphabet Mafia. Paul Rosen, professor of cultural psychology at UPenn, focuses on food and human life, but he explored the mental component of disgust that Nussenbaum works with a lot in her book. Disgust evolves culturally, explains Rosen, and develops from a system to protect the body from harm to a system to protect the soul from harm. At its root, disgust is a revulsion response, a basic biological motivational system. Its function is to reject or discharge. And according to Ross,
Okay, see, this is why I think it's so problematic to just call every conservative who hates gay people actually gay themselves. Like, I don't think that's exactly productive because, like, a lot of it does come from just like a visceral fucking sense of disgust. Like, Steven Crowder, he's bi. He's admitted to it. He probably does have some internalized homophobia, you know what I mean? But like, not every single conservative who's homophobic is gay. Like, it's not like that. They sometimes genuinely are disgusted. And that's like, they need to go to therapy, you know, either way. But like, we should make a distinction there.
Rosen, its root. Disgust is a revulsion response, a basic biological motivational system. Its function is to reject or discharge. And according to Rosen, it's difficult to picture a society or a civilized society without disgust, without some sort of metric on what is appropriate and what is inappropriate. Rosen posits that disgust is an aversion to the things that will either remind us of our morality or our animality, and it kind of works as a defense mechanism. Again, not just protecting the body, but then on an ideological perspective, protecting the soul. This protection of the soul. Think about something that would physically disgust you, that you would want to protect your body from. Let's say having to sit in a bath full of thousands and thousands of larvae. Oh, the disgust.
No, don't do that.
Automatically,
I'd
I'm
rather
like,
not.
something that disgusts your soul, that you're like, ugh, this is disgusting. I
like it.
Je suis dégoûté. Honestly, it's truly the idea of being a stay-at-home mom married with kids. Oh my God, my soul hurts. Now, just because I find that gross does not mean that I don't think people should be allowed to do that, because it is their lives. And at the end of the day, I'm not trying to control people's bodies. Some of y'all are, but I'm not interested in that. But Nussenbaum, in her book, refers to this as a projected disgust. Projective disgust.
Not only do I think people should be able to do Fear Factor stuff, I think Joe Rogan should go back to hosting Fear Factor. I think he was better at it. Let's be real.
Is shaped by social norms as societies teach their members to identify alleged contaminants in their midst. All societies, it appears, identify at least some humans as disgusting. Projective disgust rarely has any reliable connection with genuine danger. It feeds on fantasy and engineers subordination. A couple of examples that she uses are the caste system in India, the untouchables, those that had to clean lanterns and dispose of corpses, being seen as disgusting as the group of people that we are like, ooh, no. I'm going to use this word on purpose. Women, you have the time of the month being when you're the most unclean, and not only women get periods, but there's a specific tie of, oh, women have this nastiness to them. Even thinking about the way we're sold all these unnecessary products to make our hoo-has smell like God knows what. But in the case of gender, we see gender as an essential thing.
Dude, every gynecologist I've ever been to has been like straight up, do not ever use a douche. Do not douche. Do not douche. And like, it's still like just being sold, like, I don't know, like how that's even like legal, like honestly, like you shouldn't be able to sell a product that makes people more sick. Like, the fuck is wrong with you? Like, why do you think your tampon needs to have a fragrance? a fragrance inside of you? Like, no, I don't think it does. I think it's probably fine if you just shower. Uh yeah, that's probably better.
From the time of birth, we're socialized into those two filing cabinets, into those two categories. And when people traverse that, they're seen.
I thought that was for cleaning your ass. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people use it for that. I think it's probably safer in the ass. I don't know. I think a lot of gay men do that. But yeah, no, it was originally for cleaning the vag.
At least the way the mainstream would depict it, as untouchables. It's weird, it's uncivilized, it's disgusting. To me, this disgust also shows up specifically in the obsession senators and journalists have with asking trans people what genitals they're rocking under their clothes. It's like, what?
You said that you're a trans woman.
A trans female, yes, sir.
Do you have a penis?
I mean, you still your private parts are different now, aren't they?
So creepy.
I don't want to talk about it because it's really personal.
Do you have a vagina? When was the moment that you felt your breast budding? Did you use tampons?
I thought we were going to talk about my show.
Well, I think we need to get through this. These are just the preliminary questions. When you were going through puberty.
Imagine asking anybody this. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? Like, even my closest friend in private, like, I'm not asking them that. That's weird, dude.
Did you feel trapped by the changes your body was going through? Did you feel like a girl?
It comes across as like the exhibition of the freaks. Look at these weirdo queerdos pretending to be something that they aren't. We've all established that gender is this way and they don't want to agree to that, or they're traversing these lines even if they are doing gender the way we ascribe it. They weren't born that way, so they're being weird. We'll show them. We'll make it all about genitals. The whole world has to know their business. You want to be a man/woman? Prove it. Drop your pants. This fixation on gender, particularly the gender of the quote other, isn't new. See Saartjie Baartman. Her private parts were put on display even after she died. And under this fear and disgust of this different body, this quote unquote abnormal body, which has been different in different times in history, depending on who is in power and who is in charge, there's this taboo curiosity, this fetishization. Things are hard. This video is, let's talk about a cat for a second.
Oh, kitty.
Say hi.
Cute.
Say, stop caring about things you shouldn't. Say, so mind your business. Y'all need to mind your business.
Yes.
Y'all need to mind your business. Tell them, Lydia.
Lydia says, mind your business, Khadijah.
I'm not saying people cannot be curious about things they don't know or understand, things that they are ignorant to. A lot of us have curiosities. I'm a very curious person. I've made it my whole job to explore these curiosities, which is why I say you can be curious with that intention in mind, you know, maybe to be a better fellow human to your humans, instead of doing shit like this. According to Newsombaum, disgust relies on moral obtuseness and, quote, imputes to the other a subhuman nature. There's this deliberate moral ignorance people have when it comes to trans rights, and I guess now I'm talking to the liberals, talking to the progressive-y type people. With this moral obtuseness, you don't have to then extend your empathy because you don't have to try to understand someone that you don't fully see as human, or whose humanity you don't fully get, whose humanity is in question to society and to you at the moment. It hasn't solidified yet. When we separate us from others, it's us and them. Even if you have the best of intentions, what you're doing is pushing yourself away from the idea that you could ever have anything in common with that different person. And therefore, why would you need to empathize with them? Why would you need to care about their issues or care about the effects, the things you do and say, the impact that'll have on them? Some of y'all really sit down here and go,
yeah, like some people will like make one trans friend and be like, oh yeah, this is my trans woman friend, it's Samantha. Like, you don't have to out them like that. Like you could just say, "This is my friend Sam." It just be cool. Just be cool. Let them like uh come out on their own pace. It is a continual process. It's not like, "Oh, well, they're out, so like I don't have to like worry about outing them." It's like a lot more complex than that.
What do I possibly have in common with them?
My name is Raven Araya Wings. I am the Black Widow of Burlesque. I am an abolitionist, empowerment storyteller, and for the past 20 years, I've dedicated myself to platforming the voices of marginalized LGBTQIQ2S communities with a focus on Black and Indigenous communities. I'm a co-founder of Ilnana Diversity Dance Company, Black Lives Matter Canada, and the Wild Seed Center for Arts and Activism. I am a Bermudian-born, two-spirit trans woman.
My name is Zora Thomas. Zoe Thomas. Zoe the Motor Scooter. Sluts on Stilts on Instagram. And I am a Black, queer, trans, neurodivergent, disabled military vet. I'm all of those things at the same time. I'm not just Black, I'm not just queer, I'm not just trans, I'm not just a military vet. I'm all of those things at the same time.
Hi, I'm Aronok. I'm a disabled trans artist that works in a bunch of different mediums. I write, animate, edit, script feedback, and sensitivity read for a very large number of different video essay channels. I also make my own video essays at a channel with the same name as my first name.
My name is Bellamy Jujiro, and I am a lot of things. Too many things to name or describe, but I guess at core, I'm a fucking menace.
The three fictional characters that describe me are Zeli Adebola from the Children of Blood and Bone, Storm from the X-Men, and Katara from the Avatar The Last Airbender. Three strong, community-oriented women who are dedicated to liberation and freedom, and do so in being that example
Hell yeah.
of freedom and justice.
If there were three fictional characters that I would relate to, it would be Dorothy Spornak from the Golden Girls. There's a book called The People in the Trees, and I can't pronounce the author's name. Brilliant author, and I don't want to butcher it. I don't identify one of the main characters. I identify with the mother. Trust me, read the book, The People in the Trees. It's dope. And Ursula. I identify with Ursula because when I was a kid, I also had a contempt for men after they took something that belonged to me. And I also was full of rage, round. I wanted 8 tentacles and I wanted to ink on command. Absolutely. That is the queen of Disney villains to me, Ursula.
Okay, True. 3 characters that describe my personality. Noe Marks from Sense8. I've always really connected with her. And it's not just because we're both trans lesbian programmers. It's because I think we share a lot of personality traits. Then Cora from Tron Legacy. She's just kind of a whole autistic mood. And Harrowheart from the Locked Tomb trilogy, which, if you haven't read that series, you really should. And Harrow's just one of the best representations of mental illness I've ever seen in any work of art.
So I know you said 3, but you're getting 4. Maleficent, specifically from the Disney remakes
Oh my God,
with Angelina
yes.
Jolie. Darth Vader
Yes.
or Anakin.
I completely see that. Like, I've never seen Bellamy. They were like just a PNG tuber slash whatever. So like I don't know. I don't even know what they look like, but the whole vibe, yes, like very much Maleficent vibes.
Skywalker, Claudia, my girl Claudia, from Interview with the Vampire, and Interview with the Vampire, the new AMC one, not Claudia from the other one. And I'm gonna get smoke for this, but Dio from JoJo. I'm gonna explain. I'm gonna explain. I relate to these characters, or rather, think they describe me well because they're a mixture of monsters not of their own making and monsters of their own making. Claudia didn't ask to be made a vampire, and Maleficent was never the evil flying monster that she was made out to be, but they both embraced who they were made and made it their own. Dio and Anakin, however, in the end are tragic, but chose to be who they are. they decided to embrace their darker sides. And I relate to both of these things really heavily. I'm the most insolent person you'll probably ever meet, and I am very, very firm in my values, both because I chose
Bellamy is a menace, but in the absolute best fucking way.
them, and because to me they're a necessity given the circumstances.
For me, with no barriers or interruptions to my personhood, I'd have peace in my everyday experience. I would be the same person. I would, express myself in the same ways, but I do so without fear. Or fear of violence, I would do everything unafraid.
I'm a writer, a comedian, motivational speaker by trade, which I think it's great. If I didn't have the barriers that my cisgender counterparts had, or even white trans folks, I don't know, I would be
You thought someone was banging on your wall. Oh no. Oh no.
who I am now. I'd just be able to pay my bills. I'd be able to afford groceries. I'd be able to go have a job, I'd be getting paid for my work. I wouldn't be afraid to leave my house some days, I wouldn't be afraid to, be in the world sometime.
If there was no barriers to entry, I would already be making video games. My degree, and this might be shocking for people who've seen my stuff, is actually in computer science. And I still want to do that someday, but I'll probably have to do it independently. As a chronically ill person, I just can't work regular hours, so going into the industry is not an option for me at all.
I'm a PhD student at Temple University, but I also have made and intend to make content that some of you know, and some content that's out there that some of you will never know of, and it's just kind of out there floating around. I've been writing things to come. What would you do with no barriers? What would I do with no barriers? Do you ask me this question like we aren't fucking friends? Exactly what I'm doing now. Like I said, I do what I want. That's what I would be doing. What the fuck I'm doing right now. Get the fuck out of my
We
way.
aren't friends.
I'm a bridge person and a connector of communities, ideas, and transformation. My gender is the manifestation of my purpose. To show up full and honest. To tell the truth, to be a reminder of forgotten people, the uncelebrated, the undesirables. That's what I'm here to do, to remind people of our contributions to this world, to this life, and to our experience. That's why I call myself the Black Widow of Burlesque. It's important to me to honor everyone who came before me, that allows me to live my life the way that I do. I am freer than people of generations before me, and my job is to make sure that the next generation is freer, and that's what I believe my gender to be for me and for the people who I share it with.
My relationship with gender is a pretty complex one. I came out in 2016 while I was still serving in the Air Force, and when former President Donald Trump was firing out tweets, no one had any idea what was going to happen to trans service members. So it was stressful not being able to use the restroom for either gender, because I had grown breast tissue, but I wasn't allowed to use the ladies' restroom, having to use the bathroom outside or hold it till I got home from work. And I fixed planes. It's a long time to hold it. And I was caught up in passing. I had to pass and wearing makeup and all of these things because I knew who I was. I just didn't know how to be it, I guess. Over these 5-6 years, I've come to disregard gender. I'm just who I am. I'm what I am. For me, I've mastered my gender identity. I'm exactly where I want to be. When I look in the mirror, I'm exactly who I want to be. Maybe with the exception of a little bit of roundness. If you don't want to self-love it, you at least have to self-accept it. You get what I'm saying? When I accepted what Zora was, what gender she was, what gender they were, I don't care what you call me. You're going to call me whatever you want to anyway, but you have to call me by my name. So my representation of gender is whatever I want it to be. It's energy-based. And it took me a long time to get there, to love myself enough past the gender barriers that were put in front of me by a society that wants to kill you.
So I actually have an entire 2-hour film about...
I love them. I want to follow. Wait, I've missed what their handle was. Where was it? It's probably down here. Aeronaut, Raven, Zo. I think this was it. Yes. Gonna follow them, and you should do the same. Let me just grab the rest of these. Wait, I don't know if those are gonna work. Let's see. YouTube.com/Aeronoc. I think that's how it works, right? Seems legit. Ugh, why does my audio keep doing that?
This is energy, but you have to call me by my name. So my representation of gender is whatever I want it to be. This is energy based. And it took me a long time to get there to love myself enough past the gender barriers that were put in front of me by a society that wants to kill you.
So I actually have an entire 2-hour film about my complex relationship with gender and my journey to coming to understand myself. It's called Queer Relativity. I also cover things like my view on labels and a bunch of different queer theory and media analysis of a lot of different sci-fi pieces. Yeah, so if you want my more in-depth thoughts, look there. But I'll try and give something that's somewhat succinct, hopefully. Gender to me is something that you feel, or for certain people don't feel, as much as it is something that you perform. It is an assertion of self onto the world. Sometimes, like when I was closeted, that performance is inauthentic to our feelings, to what our gender is. The dissonance between this inauthentic performance and the genuine self causes strife. To me, my gender is a beautiful work of art, one which expresses my relationship to and with other women in womanhood, but also with being outside of the binary. I am a woman like the moon in the sky, like a raging storm, like a terrible nebula, like light dancing delicately across fresh frost. I label myself as a non-binary woman because it's the closest that words come to expressing it. And for those with a minimal understanding of gender, that sounds like it's contradictory. I assure you it is not. You can be many things at once. Many people think of gender like 2 dots on a line, and people with a little bit more understanding might think of it as the line. I think of it like a universe, one with a dimension of time. I think even that might be too simple to fully encapsulate the complexities. A lot of people exist on the twin planets that they are initially assigned to. I was assigned to the wrong one. I was meant to be on the planet Woman, but I am not just there. I am the moon that orbits it. I am the endless void of a black hole. I am the glittering expanse of a nebula. I'm all of these places at once, a quantum superposition of states.
Yeah, I love her. She's got such a way with words. Just poetry. Everything she says is poetry.
My relationship to gender. Obligatory in a way that I could do nothing about, but also I just really don't fucking care. I'm not interested in being legible. I'm not interested in fitting molds or boxes. At core, my gender is Bellamy, but no one but me understands what I mean by that, so I call myself non-binary for the ease of others, but genuinely, I could not care less about fitting some defined gender.
Too many people have shallow understandings of trans people. We are all so different, and we all want different things for ourselves, express ourselves in different ways, look different ways. We all do want to be free, to live our lives, to build our families, and make our dreams come true. We are human. We are innovators. We are beautiful, powerful, necessary people. Trans people are not a representation of failed home environments or broken social morality. We have always been here, deserve to be here, and have added significantly to the fight for global freedom, justice, and individuality. All the things that are happening right now to try and erase trans people, you can't. We're already here. The things that we have innovated and created will always be here. And so there's no way that we can be eradicated or removed. And so trans people, document your stories, tell your stories, listen to each other's stories, platform each other's stories. We have to be the people who archive our lives so the generations after us know that we were here and how we were here and how we lived, from the mundane experiences of our life to the extraordinary, exceptional ways that we get to exist. You don't have to be an exceptional trans person to be valid and necessary, and to live your life with peace. This is a message for trans people. Look around and you'll see that we are everywhere. You're not alone. We deserve to grow old. We do. We deserve to feel good. We do. We deserve to feel beautiful and necessary and handsome and free and understood and to have friends and to wear what we want to wear when we want to wear it. We get to create our own careers and design our own families. You get to go where it's warm and where it's gentle, even if that's in your mind, in your stories, in what you create for the world. You know, it's important that although we've been tossed out and ostracized, that we understand that we get to, as trans people, love ourselves from the inside. That it isn't outside validation that makes us who we are, that doesn't tell us who we're not. That's up to you, you know? And people in your life have to earn the right to your disclosure. They have to present themselves as a safe place for you to do that. In order for you to do that, you don't have to give up your stories. Don't give your power away. You belong to you. You are your first choice. You are your best friend. Be your best friend. I am my best friend. I take care of myself as if I was taking care of my best friend. I protect myself as if I was taking care of my youngest brother. I do that because I am important. You know, you are important. And we may not feel important. They may try every single way to tell us that we are not necessary, but they can't erase us. We are here, you know? So stop wasting your time trying to justify your existence. It's not your job. It's not your job to make people feel comfortable with who you are. It's your job to make you feel comfortable with who you are. Live your life. I love you. There are possibility models.
That's way too base, dude. Yeah, like, you do not have to justify your existence, you know? The onus should not be on you to justify the fact that you deserve to exist. And, like, I do feel like there are enough, like, allies to prevent, like, total eradication, but, like, it doesn't negate the fact that there is, like, active genocidal rhetoric happening all over the place.
Models for ways to be in the world everywhere. And if you don't see it, you have to be it. Because I didn't see myself out there. And so I had to be the vehicle. I had to take photos of myself and put them out there. I had to put myself in front of this revolution. I put myself out there on purpose, and it has been scary, and I've done it afraid. There's an illusion that we just do everything bravely. We don't. We can do it afraid and still do it. And now I'm here, and I'm happy, and I'm celebrated, and I have the life that I want, the love that I want. I am my love, right? Take care of yourself, be safe. I'm here fighting for you every single
I think people misunderstand about being trans is that either we had no idea what we were signing up for, that we're crazy, that we are mentally unwell, that we're predators. And I've never seen it. I think every trans person had to have that talk with themselves in the mirror that I could die for being this. I could die for wearing the clothes I want to wear. I could die for cutting my hair the way I want to. I could die for changing my name. I don't think people understand that. Our cisgender counterparts who are trying to eradicate us off the planet have never had to make that decision, a life or death decision, to be proud about who they are, to live in the world the way that they need to, the way that we want to, the way that we have to. Our skins were prisons before we came out, before we could be who we are. Our very flesh walking around with 100, 200 pounds of just prison. And I think that the misunderstanding comes from self-hatred within their own selves. And sometimes self-hatred is just as powerful, and it manifests itself as just more powerful ways than self-love does, but not this trans one. As you're going into the world, it doesn't matter what you believe. I want you to believe those things. Christian, Muslim, Jewish, Rastafarian, Baha'i, I want you to believe those things. But other folks are allowed not to believe what you believe. We're allowed to. And that's the world that we live in. If there's a trans person, queer person, a person that lives on the marginalization of this fucked up world that we're in right now that's on fire, visibility is important. Your visibility is important. Your life is important. Your self-love is revolutionary. That's why they're trying to kill you. Because your self manifests into freedom, into tearing down boundaries and shattering glass ceilings and experiences that they can't even wrap their bigoted minds around. Your self-love is revolutionary. Don't ever stop loving yourself.
Cis people are very obsessed with our flesh, fascinated by it. And I just want to say that I changed my body for myself, not for you. And you're not entitled to a say in it. No one is entitled to a say on how trans people choose their transition. So next time you want to make a comment about how a trans person is transitioning, or ask what's in our pants, please climb in the nearest trash receptacle. It is none of your business. I think a lot of people view trans...
It's literally none of your business. Unless you, like, happen to be, like, in bed with the person, like, you don't need to know. You just don't. You just don't need to know.
Through a lens of suffering, that it is the pain that makes us. But to quote a non-binary character, Caduceus Clay, it is not the pain that makes people. It is love that makes people. To be trans is a profound act.
Even at that point, you're about to find out anyways. Right, yeah, just figure it out. Like
act of loving and caring for oneself. It is giving oneself permission to be the self. Coming out, transitioning, was living for myself for the first time ever. Instead of just existing for other people, it was allowing myself to feel joy and euphoria, something I had denied myself for a very long time. Thus, being trans is living as truthfully to yourself as you possibly can.
That we want to be fucking cis? I mean, alright. I'm not going to speak for all trans people, but I'm not interested in being cis. I'm not trying to fit some ideal that others have for me. I don't give a fuck about passing, and I am acutely aware that my biology is what it is. I take hormones for a reason. I just want to do me and be free to top all the bottoms that will allow me to do as such. Like, let me be a hoe in peace. That's what I want. Fuck off. The thing I want to say, I guess, is question yourself. Question yourself, question yourself, question yourself.
just let them top. Just let them top in peace.
Question yourself, question yourself. Look at your assumptions. Look at everything you've been asked not to look at or told not to. And I think you'll realize that you and I are not as different as you might think. Gender is a fucking prison, and if what you've been told to be truly does not fit you, then it should stand up to scrutiny. Scrutiny is not a threat, and my gender expression is not a commentary on you. You are a commentary on you. Look in the mirror. Stop worrying about what I'm doing. I'm minding my business.
So the following is a poem I originally wrote for a charity stream that Khadija has asked me to read again for this video.
Let's go.
I've tentatively called it, Do You Know the Rest? No one is essentially good, essentially evil. We do good, we do harm, and we either grow and change from it or we stagnate and fall apart. What's the old saying? The only good fascist is a... Well, you know the rest. And when David Lynch said fix their hearts or... Well, you know the rest. It's always going to be well, you know the rest, because I'm not a privileged person saying it. If I say it wrong, I will be silenced. You can call for the deaths of every single person like me on national TV. And if I respond with even mild contempt, let alone rage, well, the things I can't say, you know the rest. I am given many labels by many people. Bully, harasser, liar, man in sheep's dress. And, well, you know the rest. And I want to wallow in these false names. But I know there are truer ones. Do you know the rest? Friend, comrade, sister, daughter, sometimes mother. I am caring. I am safe. I am a confidant. I am teacher, mentor, coach, guide, inspiration. I am caring, soft, kind, fey. I am failure, but I am also success. I contain multitudes. Do you want to know the rest? No one is essentially good or essentially evil. We do good and we do harm. And we either learn and change from it or we stagnate and fall apart. What's that old saying? The only good fascist is a... Well, you know the rest. And when David Lynch said, fix
I love this poem. Oh my god, Aronach is the fucking best.
their hearts or... Well, you know the rest. It's always going to be, well, you know the rest from me, because if I say it, I'll be silenced. I'm not a privileged person. You can call for the deaths of every person like me on national TV. And if I express even mild contempt in response, let alone rage, well, all the things I can't say, you know the rest. And yet you know it, you can say it, and you choose not to. I'm given many labels by many people. Bully, harasser, liar, man in sheep's dress. And you know the rest. I want to wallow in these false names. But I also know there are truer ones. Do you know the rest? I am friend, comrade, sister, daughter, sometimes mother. I am confidant. I am safe. I am coach, teacher, mentor, inspiration, guide. I am kind, caring, soft, fey, failure, but also sometimes success. I contain multitudes. If you want to know the rest.
Damn.
Helen Fine's universe of obligation goes as follows. Within a society, there are groups of individuals, quote, toward whom obligations are owed, to whom rules apply, and whose injuries call for amends. Those are the people in society that we agree deserve respect, deserve to be protected, and have a responsibility as a society to care about. Now, this was first used in reference to how nations define membership, and this was fine, making sense of the Holocaust. But it's applicable to many different groups across the world and what we owe to each other as human beings. I say all the time that we should be allowed to embrace difference because we are all different, even in a large umbrella group of saying trans and gender nonconforming. That's going to look different to everyone because we're all individuals. But the one thing we actually have in common is that we're all human beings and that we're gonna die. There are a few other things in there, but like the basics, okay? You cannot claim to care about human life and human beings because those same people that will be in the streets protesting about abortion will also be in the streets saying trans people need to be eradicated. You can't claim to care about life and humanity, but only if it looks the way you want it to. Especially because the dangers that people are fanning the flames of when it comes to this transgender moral panic, they're imagined dangers. And I'm not gonna try to discount, maybe there are some people out there that are actually confused or a bit like, I don't really understand. You don't have to understand everything to give people decent respect and honor their humanity. You don't. It's a choice that you make. And in therapy, going to my therapy that I use a lot last year and this year, you have a thing called a choice point. Is this going to move me towards my values or away from my values? And if it's going to move me away from my values, is this temporary? Is this for a reason? Am I aware? But it's you acting in awareness of the choices that you're making and not making. Children are often brought into these debates, quote, heavy quotes, debates and arguments, and are used to get their parents to vote in the interest of someone who really doesn't at the end of the day have their best interest in mind. But we do kids a disservice when we think in this way of us versus them, when we tell them that they should not be embracing or accepting of any kind of difference, when we tell them that to question things in the world, to cultivate that curiosity, to explore that, is wrong and bad and dangerous. We teach them a lot of shitty things by doing that. We show them that kids have really no agency and that they don't need to, and then expect them to become fully formed adults that have agency and understand the world around them and have awareness. How is that supposed to happen if you were never allowed to have that as a kid or in adolescence? Girl, make it make sense. I wish more people would be comfortable sitting in the discomfort and doing the work of sitting in that discomfort of not understanding or even not agreeing with somebody's life, morally or not, but allowing them to.
Yeah, just like the way society normalizes othering people just left and right, like all the time. Like, I don't know, you just have so little humanity, so little empathy, I guess. I don't know, man.
Live it, which is their right to do. And I really am tired of these false equivalencies that people keep making. When you say things like that, they're like, okay, well then why can't people be allowed to say whatever they want? And then why can't people do all of this stuff that I'm saying is to an extent. Everything has to be, because there's always somebody that's going to take it too far. And there's always somebody that's going to use that as a way to then harm other people. But what trans people are doing, gender non-conforming people, trans kids are doing is not harming people. It's them trying to live. It's all of us trying to find different ways of being that fit us better. And we should be allowed to fucking do that. Our bodies are not for debate. I'm allowed to fucking exist however I want to exist. Especially because I'm not harming people. I may harm your personal beliefs. I may harm your feelings, but those are yours to deal with. That's on you, girl. And that girl is, no matter what your pronouns are, that's on you to deal with and manage your hurt feelings. But you're making false equivalences of my hurt feelings are the same thing as you being afraid and feeling unsafe to go into different spaces because you don't know if you will be harmed by the people there simply for existing. Like, I don't know what this closing thoughts is, y'all. This video was a lot longer than I expected it to be, but it had to be. Human beings come in many different forms, and it is okay. What is not okay is stamping out these different forms of being simply because you just don't like it. It's not harming anyone. It's not a real danger. There are no threats, but I don't like this for what this could mean for me. I don't like this. It's ridiculous, and y'all sound like spoiled children having tantrums, and it's weird, and I can't believe so many of you are in public office. It's actually wild to me. Oh my God. Anyway, please follow and support all the folks that were a part of this video. I reached out to some creators and educators and activists that I've been following for a while, that I've been learning from and just appreciating, and they were gracious enough to help me help y'all add some more layers to this conversation, add some actual fact-checked research, and also add some humanity. Because at the end of the day, we're all just floating on this fucking rock. None of us has a real answer. We are just human beings trying to exist, and we should allow each other to do that because love is the only true answer. Ah, the light went out. It's a sign. Okay. As always, be sure to feed your plants, water your plants, and remember, you can always change your mind because you can. And I will see y'all in the next one. Bye. A phenomenon, dear. Is it a phenomenon? Phenomenon. A phenomenon. A phenomena? Fuck. It's already started. Okay. Get over. What? Get enough of. This is what happens when I use a script. Oh, cut all of that. Or you can say we as a society. Okay, let me just start that again. I would like for y'all to be nice. You know what? We're gonna stop. Khadija, cut whatever you need to about that girl. That was a bit condescending. Sorry, y'all. Locking on my face, baby. Locking on my face. Okay, I don't know what that was. Okay, hold on. Oh my God, that laugh is probably so loud into the microphone. I'm so sorry. See, I can drink coffee when it's nothing but milk and sugar. Duh. Wait, what? I've talked about, maybe I should change the color with each section. Never mind. Let's just not make it more complicated. Sorry, I got really excited about that idea. Welcome. Oh, I didn't do the bonjour not come high. As gender non-conforming. What? Lydia, what do you want? Can I help you? Oh my God, this child. You gonna come hang out? Lydia, come sit up here. What are, oh my God. Make up your mind. What do you want? Look who came to hang out. Say hi, Lydia.
Hi. Oh.
Within a society, there are a group of individuals.
Oh. Oh, they're so cute. Kisses.
What are they doing? Sorry, okay. Let's focus.
Shoplifting. Is that okay to do? Now look, I work
Hot take. What?
on a platform owned by corporate oligarchs. I can under no circumstances advocate committing crimes. At least, not the ones that corporate oligarchs don't like. I could advocate hate crimes all I wanted, but I don't want to do that. It is against the rules to advocate for normal criminal behavior, and it's actually enforced, so I would get in trouble. I could potentially lose my livelihood and my ability to support my family, which is kind of ironic given that, like, 95% of the content on this platform is itself stolen. I definitely couldn't show video evidence of me performing a crime. That would be a serious no-no. And that puts me in an interesting ethical position because, obviously, sometimes crimes are the right thing to do. You know, sometimes, like, there are plenty of extreme circumstances I could point to throughout history where virtually everyone can agree that it was morally permissible, even necessary, to defy an unjust law. Like, nobody's going to seriously suggest something like the Underground Railroad was immoral simply because it was illegal. And anybody that does suggest that is probably just a garbage. Now, I'm sure you could craft some devil's advocate using some absurdly strict principle and gussy it up with like a half-baked appeal to a moral imperative so it sounds like you're not just being a weird racist contrarian, but nobody's gonna buy that. You're just being a garbage. Get a hobby, try knitting. But shoplifting is not really that kind of circumstance, is it? It's a bit of a gray area. That's the type of crime that virtually everyone has at least some experience with, even if they've never done it themselves. So everyone's got an opinion on it, and it can get pretty heated. Oddly enough, a lot of shoplifting discourse seems to get heated specifically because somebody made a comic strip about shoplifting, either a good, based comic, or a bad, cringe comic. And, you know, someone makes a comic you disagree with, you don't gotta be shitty to them, just leave them alone. Everyone agrees that there are, of course, times when it is morally permissible to steal. If you're starving, nobody expects you to just die about it. Most people would not judge you for stealing a loaf of bread to feed your hungry family. Everyone except, like, the food professor, of course. But you know, reasonable people wouldn't hold that against you. So for the sake of arguing, let's ignore shoplifting that is done strictly to survive. We can agree on that much, I think. I'm not really interested in appealing to the type of trash brain who wouldn't agree with that. If you think people should die rather than steal a loaf of bread, I just gotta question your moral priorities. Likewise, I think most people can agree that stealing from small businesses is, at the very least, less defensible than stealing from big corporations. Obviously,
I'm
not
your
all
new God.
quote-unquote small
Okay?
businesses are
I'm
created
your new
equal,
God.
but there's
I
clearly
only
a
gave
difference
you those
between
two
stealing from a
options.
local business and
Okay?
like Best
Compla
Buy.
5
We could get
Compla
into a whole
5
discussion
smile,
about
Compla
gentrification
5
here
Compla
and how
5
small
smile,
business
Compla
is a
5
term that's
Compla
often
5
used as a
smile,
smokescreen
Compla
for a sort
5
of
Compla
petite
5
bourgeois
smile,
assimilation of
Compla
places
5
that poor
Compla
people had
5
once
smile,
lived.
Compla
Nothing is
5
simple, everything is complicated, but generally, we can agree, I think, that it's worse to steal from Dave's Cool Soup store than from Walmart. So, we will focus here on stealing from big corporate chains, since that's what most people tend to argue about anyway. That's one concession per side of the debate, which should equal out, but I'm sure will make both sides feel as though I'm selling them short. From henceforth, unless I specify otherwise, when I say shoplifting, I am referring specifically to stealing from a big corporate chain for fun and or profit, or some reason other than strict necessity. Is that the most typical form of shoplifting? Probably not, but it's the one that I'm most interested in arguing about. Once again, even if, hypothetically, I believed that shoplifting was based and or slime-pilled, I could not advocate for it directly. Even if I could, I'm not sure I'd want to be responsible for you making that kind of choice on account of jail. Whether or not I think shoplifting is ethical kind of puts aside the issue of whether or not it is a good idea to do. Please use appropriate caution and do not base major life decisions.
Oh my god, Nabil, I'm sorry, I was away. Thank you so much for the sub. Thank you for 2 months. I appreciate you.
About what crimes you should or should not commit based on what a YouTuber talking head told you. This is an opinion piece. So it's not, you can't show this video in court. They won't accept it. Pro-shoplifter people, and full disclosure, this is the side I tend to be more sympathetic with, in case you couldn't tell already, will claim that anti-shoplifters are just bootlicking sycophants, brainwashed into believing corporate propaganda. And if that's the case, maybe then we should try to be a little sympathetic to people who are affected by said propaganda, because I don't think it makes a lot.
I'm pretty well. Just dealing with like getting myself on an actual sleep schedule. I can't decide what I want to do with my life. I'm like a night owl that wants to be diurnal. The eternal struggle. But I hope you're well too.
Lot of sense to get angry at someone for believing something they have been brainwashed about. Anti-shoplifting people tend to argue that shoplifting is bad for the vulnerable employees of large corporations, that the cost of shoplifting trickles down.
Story of my life, dude.
And harms innocent people, that shoplifters may believe their crimes are victimless, or at the very least, the victims of their crimes are people who kinda deserve it, but that's just a convenient excuse to justify doing whatever suits their selfish impulses. Right away, I think we can see some common ground here. Putting aside, for now, the issue of who exactly, if anyone, is hurt by shoplifting, it seems like we already agree that if it were to affect only the bottom line of rich corporations, that'd be more or less fine. Even if you think it's bad in some abstract sense, it's hard to get mad about, like, 'cause who cares? The harm only matters if and when that harm begins to affect regular people, who might actually lose something in the process, when the company passes the damage down to their employees rather than absorb it themselves. I think, though, the degree to which
Yeah, I care way less about the Walton family losing a few bucks than I care about potentially, like, the staff or the manager or something, like, having to deal with the loss of that.
this actually happens is dramatically overstated. Anyone who's ever worked one of these jobs can tell you they're paying you as little as they can possibly get away with, no matter what. They don't give a shit if their employees are preventing shoplifters. They're gonna squeeze them as hard as they can, period. To wit, the greatest form of theft is almost universally not shoplifting, not robbery, not car theft.
Wage theft. I think, right?
But wage theft. And,
Yeah.
you know, that's
yeah. Yeah, by a lot. It's wage
not
theft.
shoplifting, not robbery, not car theft, but wage theft.
This is why you should never fucking feel bad for asking for a goddamn raise. And make sure, like, literally by the hour, make sure that you are getting paid for what you worked. Like, they will try to be shady. Even, like, small companies, they will try to fucking short you.
Theft. And, you know, that's putting aside the theft of surplus value in the first place, like all wage labor could be said to be a form of theft. Also, we don't tend to count in these studies the theft of, say, a continent. Often this is framed around
If it's a $10 thing, they demand you give them like $600. Yeah, it's fucking absurd. Insane. Like, there's no fucking reason. No goddamn reason. God, I hate it here.
the idea of how theft will affect a store's bonuses, or the rate that they give out raises, or the hours they give their workers, or whatever. And like, the idea that companies would be willing to pay their employees more money if they didn't have to deal with the loss to their profit margins caused by shoplifting is extremely naive, in my opinion.
As if.
Because why would they? Why wouldn't they just keep the money? That's what they're trying to do, to have all of the money. Likewise, the idea that they might reduce their hours or hire fewer people as a result of shoplifting losses operates on the same assumption that a company would, for whatever reason, be willing to pay more than it absolutely needed to pay as, what? A reward for good behavior? They will always operate with as few people as they feel they can get away with. In fact, if anything, the threat of shoplifting probably incentivizes them to have more employees working at any given time. For decades now, people have been predicting that the rise of automated checkouts would result in huge losses of entry-level jobs in the service sector. Turns out it didn't, specifically because these companies still want people around on account of shoplifting. So, therefore, it could be argued shoplifters are job creators. As an aside here, Walmart makes money from their employees. That's why there's a Walmart. What we call Walmart is like a legal abstraction.
That's right. It's actually praxis to shoplift, because you're gonna keep somebody in a job. So that's direct action. One of my friends got caught and I was with him. They each sent us a bill for $600 for 2 stolen sandwiches. Ain't no way, dude. What the fuck? 2 stolen... You're fucking kidding me. That's so fucking absurd, dude. My lawyer told me to ignore it, and we both did. Although, I do wonder how many people have paid out. Yeah. Probably way too fucking many, just like out of fear, you know? That's like... I don't understand how they can think they can just fucking do that. Like, I can't imagine that would, like, hold up, you know?
An entity that exists solely to profit from the labor of others. Walmart doesn't do things, it gets other people to do things and then takes the money. Without others doing that labor, there isn't a Walmart. The idea that if Walmart starts losing money, that they're going to start firing people.
Manager freaked the fuck out when they saw someone shoplift. Like, it was just Listerine. Yeah, like, it literally doesn't affect you at all. Like, it just doesn't. It does not matter. They probably had, like, an infective fucking tooth. Like, guess what? No one has dental care. They probably literally needed that. Like, it was a medical necessity.
Rests on the assumption that hiring people is like a favor Walmart is doing for them, as though Walmart hires employees to give back to the community instead of needing those workers to function. I think it speaks to a wider assumption about the way that corporations have trained us to look at jobs, as though we should be grateful for them, for the opportunity for them to profit off of us, when in reality, of course, they benefit from the work far more than we do. We work, and then they get to have money from that work for nothing. This is perhaps a discussion for another day, or, in another sense, a discussion for every day. I digress. That's not to say that I think that theft poses no danger to retail workers. They could be forced into dangerous positions where they have to confront desperate people who might attack them. Though the obvious question that arises from that scenario is, hey, why do you think those people are so desperate in the first place? They could themselves be blamed for the theft. They could be the subject of disciplinary action for failing to prevent a theft. Longtime viewers might know that this actually happened to me. I worked at a gas station Pizza Hut. I made a video about it. Pretty exciting stuff. And when that gas station, which contained that Pizza Hut, was robbed, I done got fired about it. I've also worked many other jobs where theft was a thing that happened like all the time, and you just kind of wrote it off and went on with your day. But this time I did lose my job, you know, because they said that they claimed that I left the keys in the back door, something I don't remember doing, but whether or not anything was stolen, they'd still probably want to fire me about that, on account of I'm personally deeply incompetent. Either way, it strikes me as a little unwise to tacitly accept that if these companies use the threat of harming their workers as leverage, To just let them have whatever they want. To teach them that when they threaten their workforce, we'll just do what they say? We wouldn't accept that logic when it comes to any other sort of action taken against a company. They might make similar threats if workers threaten to unionize, or people threaten to boycott, or a journalist gave them bad publicity. Hey, you can do that if you want, but if you do, we're gonna have to start letting people go, and is that what you want? Would that make these actions similarly anti-worker? I don't think so. Still, that feels a little cold-hearted, doesn't it? Like what? I'd be willing to let someone lose their livelihood over some ideological point? I could just not steal Ice Age and Ice Age 2 on DVD Blu-ray combo disc, and nobody would get hurt as a result. In the other examples I gave, if you didn't take the risk to the workforce, something bad might happen. Nothing bad happens if I don't steal Ice Age and Ice Age 2 on DVD Blu-ray combo disc, aside from the relatively marginal harm of me not getting to enjoy both movies. Well, in this hypothetical, the shop
I mean, if we're thinking long term, the real harm comes from when the Ice Age DVD Blu-ray combo gets fucking thrown into a goddamn trash can because nobody fucking bought it, and then it gets incinerated or just put in the ground. Like, steal better movies, y'all. Yeah, of all the movies, like that's the one you chose. I mean, sure. I'm partial to Ice Age 1 over 2, but there's certainly better films.
shoplifter isn't the one choosing to cost someone their livelihood, really. It's the employer that chooses to do that. At worst, I suppose you could argue perhaps that the shoplifter created the conditions that make that choice necessary, that in this hypothetical, the shrink caused by the shoplifting outweighed the profit value of the worker's labor, and frankly, I don't really buy that argument at all. It implies that it's our responsibility to safeguard the profit margins of big businesses, lest they have cause to fire their employees. If your local Walmart goes out of business, every single person there is out of a job. If you find out that your local Walmart is not doing so well profit-wise, is it therefore morally incumbent on you to financially support them? Is it your responsibility to safeguard their profitability in order to make sure that people don't lose their jobs? Are you likewise?
No. That's many no's. I'm gonna say no. It's gonna be a no from me, bro. Jesus, I can't even imagine a Walmart going out of business. Like, a Walmart closing down would mean the world is ending, I think. Like,
ethically compelled to spend your money at every business you can, lest those businesses also lose money and have to let employees go. No, right? Like that would be ridiculous. Nobody would expect you to believe that. So then, I ask you, what is the difference between allowing Walmart to go out of business passively and actively harming their bottom line? If allowing that harm to happen passively is fine, would ignoring a shoplifting in progress be likewise a morally neutral act? I would imagine that if you believed shoplifting was bad, you'd probably think people have a responsibility to stop it when they see it, right? As the logic goes, the shoplifting hurts the store's profit margins, and something that hurts the employees. But wouldn't that imply you also have a responsibility to spend money at any business that you know to be in the red, if indeed the justification here is preserving the jobs and livelihoods of the workers at that business? Now, at this point, you'd be forgiven for asking, hey, why is this guy talking like a fucking space alien? Those things are not comparable. It's just wrong to take shit that isn't yours. It isn't wrong to not want to spend your money at a business. What are you talking about? What's even your point? Yeah, okay. Fair enough. I recognize that this discussion is a little abstract.
I'll admit I'm a little lost in the sauce.
And that most of us take it for granted that theft is, in principle, just a bad thing to do. In a couple of popular religions, God wrote it in the list of main things to keep in mind. And while we don't always see eye to eye, I happen to agree with God on this matter. Theft hurts people. Theft is harmful. Theft is, generally speaking, bad. The thing that makes it bad is that you're hurting somebody by taking their shit, and then they don't have their shit anymore. A lot of pro-shoplifter arguments try to pretend like no harm is being done here, that shoplifting is a victimless crime, and I think that's kind of dancing around the truth. Of course, big corporations are harmed by shoplifting, because even if they're insured, the more they have to write off their inventory, the more their premiums go up, right? Like, you are causing harm to them. To which I might reply, sick, tight. That's what I wanted, actually. It is my opinion that where possible, it
Actually kind of based.
is good to harm monolithic corporations. I view the act of harming them all other things being equal, as a positive thing to do. Walmart getting to have all of its shit, getting to keep that shit without that shit being stolen, creates more harm in the world and to innocent people, specifically to Walmart workers, than the act of stealing it ever could. Walmart, or any of these companies, got rich in the first place by stealing from all of us, and then using that stolen wealth to further manipulate state legislators into letting them exploit and rob us even harder, to lobby for suppressed minimum wages, to curtail workers' rights, to forestall health and safety regulations or environmental regulations. The more money and power they possess, the more they will abuse it to further their interests, which, for the record, means taking everything, taking all of the shit on the planet, all of the things, having it all. Basically, if I could boil down my entire economic belief structure into a couple of sentences, it'd be this. Whether or not you choose to participate, you were, at birth, enlisted in a war to determine who has all of shit. On one side is everybody, all of us, me, you, your dad. The other side is a few guys. Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, Scrooge McDuck, people like that. The few guys are winning that war right now. In a war, sometimes things that would normally be morally abhorrent become a matter of tactical necessity, a matter of survival. I think of all of the ways that war can be waged, shoplifting is the one that these shitheads should be rooting for because the rest are going to be a lot worse for them. Here's a question that doesn't seem to come up as much in this discussion, a perhaps more fundamental question that seems to get ignored. How come the shit at Walmart belongs to Walmart? And again, I'm not a space alien. I don't mean legally. I know that they own their stuff. I know that it's their stuff and the police won't let me have it. I mean morally, ethically. How come? Walmart's not using it. They don't need it. Why is it theirs? What moral utility does it serve that they're allowed to have it? Like, for example, I would argue that the moral basis that I get to own a Nintendo is that if somebody took it, I would be sad about that. I wouldn't be able to use my Nintendo and do the things I like to do with it. By stealing my Nintendo, you have had a direct effect on my life. Furthermore, I think owning one Nintendo is a perfectly sensible portion of Nintendos to own. I don't own an unfair portion of Nintendos. I'm owning the expected amount for my needs. If I instead had 10,000 Nintendos sitting in a warehouse somewhere and someone stole one of them, wouldn't really cause me a lot of distress or pain. Wouldn't really affect me either way, because I can still play Monster Party. I'm good. Now, so too can the guy who stole that Nintendo. They can also play Monster Party, and that's kind of a net good, don't you think? Don't you think we should organize society such that anyone who needs to play Monster Party should be able to, rather than a few people or businesses having exclusive access to the means of playing Monster Party? I'm sure some economists, who should log off, would point out that, like, okay, sure, but Nintendo only makes Nintendos because they can sell them at big retailers like Walmart. Walmart's got to have that stuff because that's how the market distributes goods to people. If we stopped paying for goods, what would incentivize Nintendo to make Nintendos? Who would manufacture and distribute Nintendos? Also, less importantly, all other goods. And like, I don't want to overstate my case here, but here's why all of economics is fake. It's a fake idea for rubes and fools, and there are literally no worthwhile ideas to be understood from the entire field of economics. Every economist you've ever heard of is a fraud.
True.
We would still make Nintendos because we like to have Nintendos. They're nice. Nintendo actually stopped making Nintendos like decades ago, and people still make them all the fucking time. People build enormous, expensive infrastructure to preserve at great personal risk. They do it better than Nintendo does, despite Nintendo making millions of dollars from getting to do it. You literally could not stop people from making Nintendos if you tried. I know this because Nintendo has tried. And that is true of literally every single consumer good you can think of. It is someone's passion to make, to the extent that they would give up everything in their life for the chance to do it for a living, and they would find a way to do it better and more efficiently than any business could ever hope to. Also, hundreds of other people would find doing it pretty interesting and fun if they were allowed to do so on their own terms. People, literally, for fun, play video games about long-haul trucking, and you're seriously trying to make the argument that without the profit incentive, nobody would want to do a boring job, like trucking or cleaning public infrastructure.
Dude, that's such a good fucking argument. Like, I want to play Power Wash Simulator so bad. I really do. I'm definitely gonna buy this with my next payout because I need it.
Infrastructure or farming. Hey economists, what are you talking about? Why are you like this? Why do I have to keep explaining to you, economists, that accomplishing things Feels good. Get the fuck out of here, economists, for real. What the fuck, you guys? But somehow, the Walmarts of the world have convinced us that if they weren't there to own everything before we owned it, why would anyone make anything? Why wouldn't everyone just sit around bored and sad and hungry and then die about it? Can you think of a reason? Probably the only way to prevent that.
Oh yeah, socialism is when no products. When no manufacturing, classically.
Is if the already richest people in the world continue to be rich forever. So if you mess with that process, probably there's no stuff anymore. And we're gonna have to fire everybody. So in order to maintain this sacred order, we simply must prosecute some teen who stole over-the-counter cough medicine because they read online he could get high from it, but they didn't even buy the right kind. Way to go, Tyler. It is the price we pay for living in a society.
It's all about the greater good.
The greater good. How can this be for the greater good? The greater good.
In reality, if all Walmarts had to shut down and every single Walmart worker lost their jobs, that might suck for them in the short term, but in the long term, they'd benefit from the absence of a company like Walmart finding more and more ways to exploit them and people like them. There is no method of resistance to capital that capital won't find a way to defer the costs of onto labor, and so we have to be willing to make sacrifices if we want to fight back. They're never going to just take it, and so neither should we. How about instead of allowing these companies to hold their workers hostage, we preemptively develop material infrastructure of mutual aid to support workers who get caught in the crossfire, so that however we choose to fight back, they can't hold the livelihood of their workers over our heads. And look, we're getting a little grandiose here. Make no mistake, I don't view shoplifting as some grand gesture of revolutionary praxis. I don't think that by pocketing a few items from a big box store, you're bringing us any closer.
Yes, for the record, when I said stealing its praxis, I was kidding, and that was parody, sarcasm, in Minecraft, all that.
To a communist utopia in any meaningful way. I just simply can't muster a single iota of a shit about these companies losing inventory. I simply can't. It's maddening to me to even engage in this discussion. Is shoplifting ethical? Here's the real answer. Who fucking cares? If shoplifting is harmful, it's a drop in the fucking bucket. It's a drop in the ocean of harm we all live with by simply being alive right now during the harmingest times. You cause more misery, harm to workers, and tacitly support more cruelty every single time you buy from one of these companies than stealing from them could ever do. It is fundamentally worse. I'm meant to believe that you're somehow preventing harm to workers by materially supporting the biggest worker harmers there have ever been? It's complete backwards brain shit, frankly. It's like complaining that people are stealing blood from Dracula. And even if you believe that shoplifting is immoral, I have to ask, do you seriously think it's immoral enough to care? That it's more immoral than, like, buying a cell phone that was manufactured with rare earth minerals, probably mined by slaves, like I and all of you absolutely have done and will most likely continue to do at those stores? Or have you perhaps been told to believe that by the people who stand to benefit from one immoral act and lose out from another? Why do you think one elicits such strong reactions while the other is seen as just an unfortunate fact of life? Hey, what are you gonna do about it? That's how people talk. Two wrongs don't make a right, I know, but like, if you were to insult and hurt the feelings of a serial arsonist, it's wrong to hurt people's feelings, sure, but one of those wrongs is kind of drowned out in light of the other, don't you think? It's a huge waste of time, energy, and passion to condemn what is, at its very worst, a public nuisance committed against some of the most powerful organizations to ever exist. So if you see someone shoplifting, no, you didn't. Thank you for watching this video from me, Thought Slime.
No, the fuck you didn't. Yeah. No, just no, you didn't. You didn't see anything, actually. It's crazy.
I made it for you. Please like and slime-scribe. You can go to patreon.com/thoughtslime, which is where people go to pay me for these videos. If you watch it without paying, it is technically stealing, which is fine if you agree with me. But if you disagree with my opinions expressed in this video and you don't pay me on Patreon, then you're a hypocrite. Also, if you use adblock. Nobody who agrees with me is under any obligation to pay. But if you don't agree, if you don't pay, then you've been hoisted by your own petard. No eyeball zone this week. Eyeball zones is sometimes food. I just want to be done making this one now so I can go make another one for you.
Wonderful. Delightful. I love Thought Slime. It's so good. Oh man. The next one was What About Guns? We might save that. I don't know if I have the spoons for that right now. Instead, let's delve into YouTube horror nostalgia time.
We're currently going through a bit of an internet horror golden age, and while nowadays YouTube is filled with complex ARGs, masterful horror series, and 10-hour analysis videos, it wasn't always like this. Early YouTube horror was a lot different to the kind of horror that we see online today, mostly because at that time it was so new, so groundbreaking, and so unknown. It was so new in fact that a lot of people didn't even classify it as horror. Instead, the ever-growing subgenre of weird and creepy YouTube videos and series came to be known as the weird side of YouTube, because generally you didn't go searching for this kind of content on YouTube, it found you, and then you'd go down an endless rabbit hole of bizarre and creepy videos, from little babies ice cream to
fucking classic. I remember my first rabbit hole with fucking salad fingers? Salad fingers. That really haunted me. Really it changed me fundamentally. Oh god, early YouTube. Yeah.
There Is Nothing to the classic creepy car commercial and more. So today I wanted to revisit the weird side of YouTube.
My god, their makeup. Their makeup is always so good. How is it so good? It's so beautiful.
YouTube to look into their bizarre backstories and how they've influenced the kind of horror that we see on the site today. YouTube was launched in 2005, and back then it was a very different place, namely because the internet itself was a very different place. Even though the internet had technically existed since the 80s, but more realistically for most people since the 90s, it still felt pretty new by the time that Y2K rolled around and didn't kill everybody. It was a period of discovery and establishment for the internet. Some of the biggest websites in the world were launched during the 2000s, some of the most iconic subcultures and groups were formed, and a lot of things that are still popular staples on the internet today were popularized during the 2000s, including internet horror as a genre. Early internet horror was far less prolific than it is today. Back in the 2000s and even the 2010s to an extent, internet horror was far less common and therefore much scarier. You gotta remember that back then internet users didn't approach things with the same skepticism that we do today, often just taking ridiculous, outlandish things at face value. Actually, we still do that.
So innocent. So pure. Before we even knew about a deep fake or fake things in general. Just no critical thought, only consumption.
Today. So have we learned anything? No. My point is, if your friend linked you a creepy website or a spooky video popped up on your recommended, you weren't going to approach it under the assumption that it was an interactive ARG mystery or an unfiction horror story created for YouTube essayists to analyze. Because back then, those didn't really exist, at least not in the way that we know them today. The internet horror genre, especially on YouTube, was far more likely to be something that you accidentally kind of just stumbled on, and that made it feel far more terrifying, far more unknown, and sometimes even far more real. Thus, the weird side of YouTube was coined as a term to describe those times we'd fall a bit too far down a YouTube recommended rabbit hole to find wonderfully spooky, weird, and off-putting videos. Don't get me wrong, a large percentage of these videos were trash. 90% of the time it would be a terrible Windows Movie Maker list.
Oh my god, the scariest things found on the beach ones. I remember these. The
top 10 scariest things found on beaches, always using this photo, or top 5 horrifying ghost encounters caught on camera with giant blaring red circles and arrows, you know, just in case you didn't see the huge photo.
Do you see it?
Photoshopped ghost that took up half of the frame. But among the piles of clickbaity trash, there were iconic, legendary videos that broke new ground in the internet horror space and paved the way for a lot of what we see today. Let's revisit these nostalgic pieces of internet history now, and obviously a trigger warning for spooky imagery in case that is something that disturbs you. Whenever I think of classic YouTube horror nostalgia, the very first thing I think of is Scary Car Commercial, and you probably do too. It was one of the most iconic early horror videos on YouTube, though calling it horror might be a little bit of a stretch. The thing about the Scary Car Commercial is you very rarely
This shit fucked me up. It got me so many times too. I fell for it at least a dozen times.
Just stumbled onto it in the wild. Most of the time it was shown to you by friends, and that's how I personally encountered it as well. My friends were like, hey, watch this video and keep a really close eye on the car, like really focus in and just follow the car. And so, like the gullible fool that I was, I watched the car wind down this peaceful country road accompanied by relaxing music until... boom, jump scare. A generic zombie suddenly pops up accompanied by an extremely loud screaming noise, and for a lot of kids, including myself, this was their first ever internet jump scare. The video currently sits at 20 million views thanks in large part to how popular it became as a prank. Early YouTube was filled to the brim with shaky Nokia videos of people showing this video to their friends, family, teachers, and co-workers to capture their hashtag hilarious response as they screamed or punched them
The original reaction videos.
monitor or jumped out of their seat. The screamer genre had gone to become extremely popular in the wake of Scary Car Commercial, with tons of other innocent looking videos intercut with sudden loud noises and jump scares popping up on YouTube. Pun intended. Obviously it was super awesome and funny, and everyone really enjoyed having to walk on eggshells whenever they logged onto the site, because like 46% of their recommended videos would secretly be annoyingly loud, startling jump scares. It was awesome. We loved it. But where did this infamous screamer spawn from exactly? Well, it was uploaded by a user called Kittlesticks in October of 2006, but Kittlesticks did not in fact make the video. It was originally a German TV advertisement, yes, this thing actually aired on TV for multiple years, for a coffee brand called K-Fee. In the YouTube version, the video ends with a heartbeat sound and text that reads, "Now go change your shorts and get back to work," but this was edited in by Kittlesticks. The original commercial version reads, "You've never been so wide awake," followed by the logo for K-Fee coffee, so essentially the ad was trying to mimic the sudden rush of adrenaline that you get from a lovely caffeinated K-Fee beverage. There's a whole expansive genre of curse/haunted
Hi there, Cayman. Welcome in.
/disturbing commercials and PSAs that we're going to talk about in a little bit, but this was one of the earliest examples of both a cursed
Cam on cam. Cam on cam. HD TV. Oh, it's so long. Welcome in, though.
commercial and a viral screamer video, which weirdly makes it a pretty important piece of historical media for the site that gives us a lot of context as to how these subgenres were forming in the early days. We can acknowledge that and the fact that the video was annoying as shit, you know. Two things can coexist at the same time. Also, fun fact, the location of the Scary Car Commercial road, which had long been a mystery, was finally discovered in January of 2023 by none other than Geo Rainbow, because, you know,
Ain't no way. They found the road? What was this even from?
if anyone was gonna find it, it was definitely going to be him. Turns out the road is in California and looks drastically different now, unfortunately having lost all of its lush greenery. Turns out the true jump scare was climate change.
Aware. Oh no. Can't wait.
Another early and extremely formative piece of horror media was that of username 666. The video, uploaded by user Nana825763 in February of 2008, shows someone, presumably Nana themselves, adding 666 to the end of the site's URL and hitting search. At first nothing happens, but as they continue to refresh the page, it begins to devolve, becoming more pixelated and distorted, with stark black and red colors beginning to bleed onto the page. After a number of refreshes, a channel called 666 finally pops up. The page is disturbing, covered in fleshy red textures with thumbnails depicting twisted masses and shadowy figures. Videos begin playing depicting pulsating organisms, and the page becomes more and more
I never heard about this one. This is gnarly.
glitchy and broken as the video goes on, with Nana eventually unable to even shut off the computer. This video, which currently sits at over 17 million views, was a phenomenon and genuinely convinced large swaths of people that it was real footage. User 666 became something of a modern day virtual Bloody Mary, with kids at sleepovers around the globe typing 666 into the URL and refreshing until they found the fated channel. I'm sure I don't need to tell you lovely logical people at home that obviously User 666 was not real, and it was actually just a really impressive piece of art, especially for its time. The original video was made for a Japanese video sharing site called Nico Nico Duga, or NND, and was originally called A Cursed Video in Nico Nico. It was made as part of /05, an online flash movie festival, and is noticeably different from the viral YouTube video. It's much longer, clocking in at 7 minutes instead of 4, contains a wider variety of visuals, and obviously is based around a Cursed Nico Nico page instead of a YouTube channel. channel. Nana has come to be widely respected and acknowledged in the online horror space, not only for User 666, but for the wide variety of horror videos, images, and animations that he's posted to 2chan and his website during the early 2000s. He's currently working on a
I kind of like the style.
super cool haunted PS1 style game with an undecided title, and while information about the game is extremely vague, from the images that we've been shown so far, it looks extremely good. Basically, instead of being a real urban legend, you
Cam, you're being a little weird. I would recommend that you not talk to streamers that way. In general.
Username 666 ended up being something far cooler. One piece of art in a rich tapestry of 2000s internet horror art by this one incredibly talented and influential artist. Without his work, internet horror as we know it likely wouldn't be the same. In April of 2006, not long after YouTube itself had launched, a user called David Earl uploaded a video titled Dining Room, or There Is Nothing. The video, which currently sits at over 9 million views, depicts a pale greyish woman with long red hair and a white dress sitting at a dining room table. She says something unintelligible to the camera before falling headfirst into her bowl of soup as the camera zooms out and shows the interior of the dining room with flames dancing outside the window.
I haven't seen so many of these. This must have been like before I was really paying attention to YouTube.
The video then rewinds to the start and the woman once again speaks.
There is nothing.
When the video was first uploaded, it wasn't uncommon to see re-uploads with titles like Real Cursed Video or Don't Watch Video from Hell, often with some sort of cliched urban legend attached to it, like the woman in the video would drag you to hell if you watched it at midnight, or if you watched it you'd be cursed to go to hell when you die. Which I mean, I guess it could be true, it's not like I've been able to verify that, so. Anyway, the usual rumors about how haunted and cursed the video was aside, again this was just another example of a really impressive piece of horror art. The grainy low quality of the film adds tremendously to the forbidden old found footage vibe, and the set, acting, and effects all work together incredibly well to make something that's unnervingly beautiful and aesthetically pleasing despite the unsettling content. On his blog, artist David B. Earl reflects on There Is Nothing, quote, "Of all the films I have made, perhaps the most obscure one has had the largest impact. Dining Room or There Is Nothing instantly went viral in the pre-YouTube days with more than 5 million downloads. Since then it has been viewed in excess of 10 million times and usually appears in any top 10 lists of creepy or scary videos or films. It has been an enormously entertaining experience reading the many conspiracy theories written about it, and to watch it gain popularity steadily over time, something of a rarity in YouTube films, I think. When looped, there is no actual beginning or end, and no real sense of where the beginning and end actually are. This piece was inspired by a personal paradoxical desire for empirical proof that there is nothing on the other side of life. I wanted to blur the distinction between the two states and to state the paradox by showing someone that is coming back from life or death and denies its existence, thereby fulfilling the paradox."
Deep.
Speaking of videos that were taken out of context to spread outlandish urban legends, let's talk about I Feel Fantastic. Now usually I like to think of myself as a bit of a skeptic when it comes to videos like this, but I can't even lie, I completely bought into all the ridiculous and outlandish rumors that surrounded this one when I was younger. Embarrassingly. I Feel Fantastic is a short 2.5 minute video of an android standing in a house singing the words I feel fantastic in a robotic voice. She's made to look like a human woman with short blonde hair and a sweater, and as she sings, the video is intercut with shots of her sitting down in a black outfit and long meandering shots of a random field. While the original upload by YouTube user Creepyblog in early 2009 has since been taken down due to a mysterious copyright strike, it allegedly reached over 24 million views before it was removed. Clearly it had an incredibly widespread impact on early YouTube, and I'm sure at this point you can imagine how crazy the hearsay and urban legends got. One of the most popular and convoluted theories, and the one that I personally brought into, was that the original uploader was a serial killer and these videos were cryptic hints towards his murders. The android was some sort of effigy to one of his victims dressed up in their clothes, and the field featured in the video was the location where he buried the bodies.
Oh my god. Not the fucking Reddit investigating. Literally, fucking immediately. Jesus Christ. It's quite the jump. It's quite the jump to make without any evidence.
Another common and similarly outlandish theory was that this malevolent android had gone rogue and killed its creator, with very little evidence to support the theory other than the fact that OP had gone radio silent since the video's upload. I kinda misled you though, because the original poster was not actually Creepyblog in 2009, but a man called Tom Bergeron, that no relation to the guy who hosts America's Funniest Home Videos, all the way back in 2004. The android in the video, as he explained in both the description and his own GeoCity site, was called Tara and was created as early as 2001. Bergeron initially created her as a prototype with basic functions such as moving, talking, and following preset scripts, though she could also be remote controlled live. Bergeron claimed that she could be used for a variety of purposes such as research, display for attractions like theme parks and museums, security, or even just home use. I Feel Fantastic is actually just a short snippet from a much longer Android singing showcase / demo DVD that Bergeron created in 2004 and made available for purchase. Though the GeoCities page suggests that Bergeron was planning to sell Tara, as far as I can tell there was never any update to the page to indicate she'd been sold, so who knows where she is now. So in reality, I Feel Fantastic is just an out of context snippet from an Android singing demo for prospective buyers, and the original uploader is just a guy who really likes robotics and wanted to share his creation with the world. To be fair, yeah, the video is pretty creepy with the low quality of the grainy footage, the weird out of place shots, the somewhat unnerving appearance of the android, and of course the singing, which combined with the discordant backing track sounds pretty eerie. But at the end of the day, it's just someone's passion project, and honestly no wonder Tom Bergeron left the internet after thousands of people began flocking to his videos to accuse him of being a murderer. It's actually really sad in my opinion, and a good reminder that while internet horror and sleuthing and theorizing can be really fun, it's really important to fact check first before dragging innocent parties into something like this, especially when the accusations are so serious. It's notable that in recent years a lot of people have returned to the video with a much more positive outlook, complimenting the creator on his craft and commenting that they actually like Tara's singing. Wherever the android is now, I hope she's doing well and still feels fantastic. Now for an actual mystery that isn't just hearsay and exaggerated rumors, though it does have its fair share of those: Blank Room Soup. Originally uploaded with the title Freaky Soup Guy in November of 2005, the video depicts a man in a blank, empty room hunched over a bowl of soup, eating it while crying. His face is covered by a black censor bar to hide his identity. Soon two figures enter the room with large cartoonish costumes and bobble-headed masks. They begin to pat him on the back as if to comfort him before the video ends. As one commenter put it, "I hate being bothered by pop vinyls while I'm eating soup too." So what the hell was up with this video? The original upload got over a million views, and subsequent re-uploads got even more, leading people to wonder who, what, why, when, where, and if the guy in the video was even okay. Was this fake, some sort of performance art, a prank? Or maybe, just maybe, this was a video from the depths of the dark web. The leading theory that formed around this video was that the man eating soup had been kidnapped and his wife killed and turned into soup, the very soup that he was eating in the video. That's why he was so hunched over and looked so tearful and distressed, meanwhile the masked figures leered over him, feigning comfort to mock him. This theory was backed up when 3 further videos were uploaded of these masked figures, including one where they appear to be in the process of kidnapping a bound victim. But where the story diverges from the previous ones that we've talked about is that it wasn't some easily explainable piece of horror art or an ARG or anything. We have to actually dig a little bit deeper to find out what is going on here. The bobble-headed mascot seen in the video were created by famous animator, artist, and all-around creative guy Raymond S. Percy. He's directed several episodes of The Simpsons and was a sequence director on The Simpsons movie. He's storyboarded on Wreck-It Ralph and Frozen, and provided speaking roles for several Disney movie characters. With credits on so many big properties and an extensive work history with Disney, it's fair to say that he's pretty successful, but one of his lesser-known projects was a character and performance called Ray Ray. Rainbot, a creator on YouTube who makes horror and true crime videos, reached out to Raymond to figure out what exactly was going on and why his costumes had featured in such a strange and disturbing video. Raymond claimed that while performing the Ray Ray act at a club called the Key Club on the Sunset Strip in Hollywood, almost all of the Ray Ray costumes and props had been stolen from the dingy, unlocked RV that they had been stored in behind the club. He also confirmed that he had initially received the video attached to an email, and he had been the one to originally upload it to YouTube to show his friends and colleagues just how weird it was. Rainbot ended the video on an inconclusive note stating that since Raymond Percy himself had no idea where the video came from and the mystery was over a decade old, it was likely that it would never be solved. A few years after this video, another one by the channel Super Horror Bro came out. This video was a lot more sensationalized, pushing the angle that this was some deep weird mystery and sharing the account of a random internet horror theorist called Enigma, you know, very clever, who claimed that he had gotten in contact with the person who stole the costumes and made the video, and that they claimed that they wanted to make some big statement about capitalism corrupting art or something. This thief also claimed that he was the one who talked with Rainbot, not Raymond Percy, since he had hacked into all of his accounts. This whole story threw a huge spanner in the works, and personally I actually find it really annoying. Like, this Enigma character never provided any solid proof that the person that he talked to wasn't just fake or a troll, and his claims were kind of just taken at face value, which is crazy. Basically, screw off Enigma, your story's legitimacy is doubtful, and you should not have been used as a primary source. Aside from these two videos though, information on Blank Room Soup has been extremely scarce, and at this point most people have just shelved it as a dark web mystery or a snippet from a Red Room video.
Man, that sucks. I can't believe how much lost media there is on the internet already. Like, it's just gone. It's just gone forever. Just gonna be horny on main like that, yeah.
But there's one other theory that's emerged which I think is far more likely, that Stolen Babies, which is the name of a band, by the way, don't worry. So Stolen Babies is an experimental rock band with a very distinctive steampunk Victorian clown kind of aesthetic, and they've performed and taken pictures with the Ray Ray costumes on numerous occasions, including one where they're being tied up and fake abducted by them. This is because the lead singer, Dominique Lenore Percy, is the sister of Raymond Percy, and they've collaborated many times, including incorporating the Ray Rays into performances and photo shoots. This isn't the only connection though. In one of the Blank Room Soup videos, we can see one of the Ray Rays kidnapping a bound figure, and this bound figure very heavily resembles Gil Sharon, another member of Stolen Babies. Comparing it to this specific photo shoot of the band, the red jacket, black hat, dark reddish glasses, and pale white face makeup are literally identical.
The whole aesthetic is so dystopian, and I kinda live for it.
To the point that it makes me think the video and these photos could have even been taken on the same day. In fact, I have a strong suspicion that they literally were. These three images are all part of the same.
Wait, they do look like Funko Pops. Like the prototype.
Photo shoot by Pixie Vision Productions, a photography service in the LA area, and they contain 3 props: a large oversized cartoon prop gun, rope, and 2 of the Ray Ray costumes. Not only does the video feature a figure heavily resembling Gil Sharon from this photo shoot, but it also features rope and 2 Ray Ray costumes. Coincidence? Pretty unlikely in my opinion. As for the original iconic Blank Room Soup video though, it's basically impossible to tell who the crying soup guy is. If it was a member of the band, they would have had to take off their makeup and
I really want some soup now. I don't know what that says about me.
an elaborate outfit, which Gil Sharon did not do, making it slightly less likely but still possible. It also could have simply been a member of their crew or a friend. But even if Stolen Babies were behind the video, what was the motivation? Why would they make something like this? And the answer is, well, Stolen Babies are kinda weird. They're a pretty eccentric band, dressing up in extreme makeup and outfits and putting on very unique and sometimes odd performances. In my opinion, making a weird fake snuff film with cartoon characters as the abductors is absolutely within their wheelhouse, particularly because they have so many other examples of photo shoots with the Ray Rays where they imply violence or some other dark theme.
This is all very aesthetic. You know, I do love this as an album cover. No notes.
If this is true, Raymond himself may have played a far more active role in this mystery than he's let on in the past. Not only is he related to a member of Stolen Babies, but he himself is no stranger to elaborate projects and performance art both online and in real life, as evidenced by the Ray Ray character itself as well as some of his other work. Some of Raymond's original uploads of the video on sites like Metacafe and Dailymotion have descriptions like, "A clip of people who look like us doing something we would never do, promise. What's happening in this clip and why do these these people look like us. This reads to me more like lighthearted joking or trolling or like an in-joke between friends rather than something genuinely serious. So, does Blank Room Soup have a case closed 100% satisfactory, tied in a bow conclusion? Definitely not. There are still tons of questions and we don't really have a definitive answer yet. But in my personal opinion, I think it was basically a joke slash prank conducted by Raymond and his sister with the help of the Stolen Babies crew. Maybe it started as an in-joke and then when the video blew up and people began taking it super seriously, they got too embarrassed to admit that it was just a prank, or maybe they liked the mythos that surrounded the video and didn't want to ruin everyone's fun. But at the end of the day, that's just my own personal theory, and it's still 100% possible that Raymond and Stolen Babies had nothing to do with the video and it's an authentic internet mystery. I'm really curious to hear what you guys think though. Definitely let me know what your theories are in the comments and where you think this video came from. For some reason, one of the biggest genres of content on 2010's
It's crazy to me that there's so much that we still can't, like, track down. Like, you would think with all the archives and everything, someone would have, like, figured it out, but, like, I don't know. I feel like it's probably connected. I don't know. I don't know.
YouTube was compilations of quote-unquote cursed commercials. I mentioned that sort of bottom of the barrel top 10 list format earlier, and these were very much that. Most of the time they were like 10 or 15 commercials edited back to back in Windows Movie Maker with the title of the ad coming up in Comic Sans if you were lucky, and by gum we ate it up. The definition of cursed tended to be pretty loose in these videos since most of them were just vaguely creepy advertisements, actually most often PSAs. Public service announcements, campaigning against things like drugs, drink driving, violence, etc. tend to be pretty grave and serious in tone, and a lot of the time they'll use shock or even scare tactics. Naturally, they're pretty creepy, you know, one minute you're an innocent kid watching Cat Dog in the morning, and the next minute some really serious shit is popping up on your screen, often using really unsettling or even grotesque imagery to scare you out of, like, smoking marijuana or something. But regardless of how creepy they are and how off guard they catch you while you're trying to watch Golden Girls rerun,
Yeah, like, you're watching SpongeBob, and then all of a sudden, like, a truth about drugs fucking PSA comes on, like, ah, ah, fucking whiplash, like.
or something, they're not actually cursed. That is, unless you're talking about the cursed Kleenex commercial. Released in 1986 and reposted to YouTube in May of 2006, the cursed Kleenex commercial was one of the earliest examples of a viral cursed commercial and very likely introduced many internet denizens to the concept for the first time. The video depicts a woman dressed all in white interacting with a baby dressed up as a Japanese ogre. The woman takes a Kleenex from the box, letting it fly away as the Kleenex logo pops up and the ad ends. Throughout the entire video, this haunting melody plays, a woman's voice singing out in a somber tone with no backing instrumentals or music, just her own melancholy voice.
The way that video is in, like, 3p, you can barely even see, like, this is like a baby dressed up as, like, an ogre. But you can barely even make the baby out from the background.
The video depicts a woman dressed all in white interacting with a baby dressed up as a Japanese ogre. The woman takes a Kleenex from the box, letting it fly away as the Kleenex logo pops up and the ad ends. Throughout the entire video, this haunting melody plays, a woman's voice singing out in a somber tone with no backing instrumentals or music, just her own melancholy voice. It's not exactly the scariest commercial ever, you know, it's not—
Oh, she didn't play it. Oh, I need the audio. Yeah.
It's a fine day, people open windows, they leave their houses just for a short while. They walk by the grass and they look at the grass, they look at the sky. It's going to be a fine night tonight, it's going to be a fine day tomorrow.
Kleenex.
It's so creepy. It's so creepy. It just makes no sense at all. I feel like this could be remixed. I wish I knew how to make music. This could be remixed into a fire song.
It's a fine day, people open windows, they leave their houses just for a short while. They walk by the grass and they look at the grass, they look at the sky. It's going to be a fine night tonight, it's going to be a fine day tomorrow.
クリネックスティッシュです。
Okay. That mashup wasn't actually the worst. That was kind of, serendipitous. I just played whatever I had on my Spotify. Not bad. Not bad.
Not exactly the kind of thing that I would imagine would have Kleenex boxes flying off the shelves, but it's not the most horrific thing I've ever seen. But no, not only was this commercial super scary and terrifying, it was also haunted, #real, #not clickbait. People claim that the song was actually a German curse, which translated to die, die, everyone is cursed and will be killed.
Jesus.
People also claim that anyone who watched the full commercial would die, and a video posted in 2013 by YouTuber Shrouded Hand depicting the video becoming distorted at midnight fueled these rumors even further. Even after the commercial was pulled due to complaints, the legend persisted, claiming that the woman and the baby
Monka, wait, it's midnight right now. And it was distorted. Wait, is it real? Okay, wait.
had died, or that the entire cast and crew had befallen some horrible fate. Like many urban legends on the internet though, it sounds super scary and serious on the surface level, but once you dig a little bit deeper, it's a pretty easily debunked myth. The reason that I couldn't play you that creepy Kleenex baby music is because it's copyrighted by a company called Cherry Red Records who actually—
Shit. Oh no. I have to go back and edit that out now. Fuck.
own the song. It's called It's a Fine Day and was written by the poet Edward Barton and performed by his girlfriend Jane Lancaster.
It's so good.
It was meant to be performed as a sort of spoken word poem song thing, thus the lack of instrumentals or backing tracks and the mysterious haunting performance. I honestly have no idea where the German curse rumor came from, since the song is clearly sung in English with English lyrics, so the whole "it translates to everyone is cursed" thing doesn't really track, since you can't translate English into more English. While it is true, according to—
Maybe they were doing like a Google Translate thing where you just like feed it back and forth.
Atlas Obscura, that the ad was pulled in Japan due to complaints about its unsettling nature, it was never cursed or haunted, and neither the actress nor the baby perished in any commercial-related accidents. Another advertisement which was shared around early YouTube was "This is a special time," also known as the Little Baby's ice cream ad.
I eat Little Baby's ice cream. It keeps me young. It keeps me light on my feet. I spring from activity to activity. I love my job. I love my life.
This video was usually the #1 entry in those aforementioned top creepiest commercials and PSAs videos, and
What did I just watch? I think I've seen this before, but also, what the hell?
tons of YouTubers took the footage and edited it to be even more creepy, adding shadows and distortion and creepy music and ooh. Naturally, with the internet being the internet, rumors swirled about the video being haunted or cursed or possessing the power to kill whoever watched it. And while I understand why these rumors spawned, I mean, yeah, the ad is pretty creepy, it was actually just incredibly effective viral marketing. See, Little Baby's Ice Cream was a small ice cream company based in Philadelphia whose whole shtick was wacky ice cream flavors like pizza, everything bagel, chipotle chocolate, cucumber dill, balsamic banana. You get the idea, it was hipster ice cream for hipsters. But being a small company, they didn't really have a super big budget for advertising, only around $3,500. In an interview with LBB Online, Doug Garth Williams, the man who directed the commercial, said, quote, "The reason the owners approached me in the first place was that they knew if they gave me freedom on this project, I would give them a concept that would stand out and have a good possibility of going viral on a tight budget. During casting, I was paying careful attention to the eyes. Based on how I planned to shoot the film, I knew that the eyes would really stand out. The actor, Asa, had these really piercing, distinctive eyes. The basic idea of the scene was that the character was literally giving up an important part of themselves in pursuit of the incredible sensation that devouring their own ice cream body provides. It's pretty twisted, but they are actually lobotomizing themselves as the ad proceeds, as they eat their original sense of self."
Just like me for real. I would also do that. God, I want ice cream right now.
Decreases and the compulsive drive to consume their own delicious ice cream body grows. Gotta respect the dude for putting this much thought into the psyche of his ice cream monster. The company never expected for the video to take off as much as it did, but obviously it did, currently sitting at over 19 million views. It just goes to show that while creepy advertisements were and honestly still are a pretty popular genre of internet horror, often the stories behind them turn out to be far more interesting than the videos themselves. And it also goes to show that if someone on the internet tells you that a video is cursed, it's definitely not cursed. Many of the most popular horror series and ARGs on YouTube today are animated, hand-drawn, or even puppeted, and this trend absolutely has roots in early YouTube horror spaces. One of the most famous examples is Salad Fingers. Released on YouTube in May of 2007, the animated short runs just under 2 minutes and tells the tale of Salad Fingers, a long-fingered green thing who really likes spoons. Yes, that's the plot of the short. Salad Fingers likes rusty spoons in a really weird way. He goes into a house, asks a random kid for spoons, and that's about it. It was originally released on Newgrounds in
That is not about it. It gets so much worse than that. It's so creepy. I don't even remember what exactly creeped me out so much, but I remember it got a lot worse than that.
2004 and really reflects that 2000s Newgrounds lit epic random style of humor with short nonsensical plot and weird random dialogue, but despite this it had an incredibly unique style. Even before the first episode of Salad Fingers released, the creator David Firth had a substantial library of art and videos, all with this incredibly unique, grimy and gross yet incredibly striking and dark art style. It was very visceral, and this was on full display in Salad Fingers, and though the animation was pretty rudimentary, the art style was incredibly unique, and the bizarre premise mixed with the creepy, off-putting vibe really caught the attention of Newgrounds users, and subsequently YouTube users when the short was uploaded there several years later. Unlike the previous spooky videos that we've covered, no one tried to take Salad Fingers and weave a tall tale about how it was cursed or haunted, but it still became an absolutely iconic staple on the internet in the early days. It's the kind of video that you'd pull up at like a sleepover or at school to be like, hey guys, check out this video I've heard about, it's super weird, and then you'll watch it and you're kind of like confused and brushing it off and kind of nervously laughing like, what even was that? But then you'll kind of sit with this really uncomfortable, unsettled feeling that you can't quite put your finger on. Can't quite put your salad finger on. The first episode is currently sitting at over 43 million views, and it's spawned 12 more episodes so far, with more in the works according to David Firth. While the first video was just a random short with little to no plot, as subsequent episodes came out, a complex plot began to form with subtle hints and symbolism hinting towards a more in-depth and complicated story. Covering the entire chronology and meaning behind Salad Fingers would be a whole video or 5 of its own, so I won't go in depth today, especially considering how many other people have covered it at this point. It was pretty infamously covered by Film Theory in 2016, which renewed attention towards the short and inspired tons of people to start making in-depth analysis on it. Salad Fingers had started as more of a joke, a creepy, weird, gross-out video to show friends at school, but over time it developed into so much more. Viewers went from brushing it off as a simple, goofy animation to taking it seriously as a piece of art, weaving the tale together, connecting the dots, and spending hours collaborating with others to put the story together, which is something that I really appreciate about the horror climate today. The genre is taken a lot more seriously. Like, people complain about the oversaturation of the 10-hour Five Nights at Freddy's lore analysis style horror videos, but I would much rather take that over top 10 scariest ghost sightings, top 10 haunted and cursed commercials that will kill you if you watch them, or just in general lazy reposts of horror videos claiming that they're cursed or haunted. Not only was that content just super lazy in general, but I feel like it kind of undermined the artist. You know, horror videos don't have to be haunted or cursed or real to make them scary. They're genuine pieces of art that people put a lot of work into, and you can just think they're cool because they're cool. They don't need to have some sensationalized clickbaity story surrounding them. You can just appreciate them as art. Anyway, rant over. I just feel like it's a really good example of how the internet has really embraced horror in recent years, especially the theory crafting side of it, which in my opinion is really cool. David Firth continued making art and animations all throughout the 2000s and 2010s and is still active today. He's worked on numerous other popular YouTube series and shorts, including 2009's Sock and 2017's Cream, as well as numerous TV shows and projects.
Wait, there's more Salad Fingers? He made new Salad Fingers? Wait a minute. Hold the phone. He's still doing this. Wow. Remarkable. He's still doing it. Still doing it. Looks like he's got a couple other series. Let's see. Plastic Hand. The news hasn't happened yet. News apocalypse. Wait, what is this? Oh my god.
The world is running out of news. Last week's news didn't happen.
None of the news that they have ever reported has come true.
It's an absolute bloody joke.
News has been added to the endangered list. There may be up to 5 times more unbroadcasted news than previously estimated.
Are you dealing with news fatigue? I'm like literally off work at the moment with like news fatigue.
News fatigue? News ran out months ago. They've just been running old stories. So, 6 months ago, the world's supply of news was completely exhausted. I mean, there was just no more.
Why is this so good? Best AI video I've seen yet.
Ever since then, we've been running olds, which were stockpiled during the end of World War II, I believe.
So is time going backwards now?
The main story tonight has nothing to do with you, anyone you know, anyone you'll ever know, or anything you'll ever do. Stay tuned.
I hardly think this is newsworthy.
Unnewsworthy news is to be banned following a watchdog report.
Nothing unnewsworthy has ever been broadcast on my network.
Dale Swanson of North Lincolnshire was astonished to find his 8-pack of sausage rolls contained only 7. He's been balancing bread on his elbow for 14 years and counting. Tell me, is it all for a good cause, Ian?
Oh no, mate, we just do this just for fun, innit? Just for a bit of amusement, my own personal amusement, mate. Tell you what, I'll do you a cob next Tuesday when this one goes off.
King Charles has instructed the entire British population to look out of... King Charles has
The sausages! Oh my god, the sausages. Oh, it's so bad.
instructed the entire British population to look out of their windows and wait for something newsworthy to report.
Don't look out of your windows, go to work.
The king there urging the entire nation to look behind armchairs or under beds for old bits of news that may have gotten lost.
And have you found any news out here in the garden, Charles?
Please, leave me alone and stop bothering me.
Prince Andrew was reached for comment.
I have a wooden sword with which I would like to tickle your buttocks.
Prince Andrew has been stuffed behind an armchair. The latest news from Buckingham Palace is too pointless to report.
87 news stories today were deemed too pointless to report. 15 were fabricated and a further 9 threatened to confuse the narrative.
Rival news outlet withholding news. Rival news network lies about us withholding news. Nope. Yeah, you did though. No, I didn't. Can I just say, yeah, you did. Nope. Yeah, you did though, because I saw you do it. Yeah, you did though, because I saw you do it. Oh my god, like seriously, I saw you do it. You did it. I didn't do it. They did it. Rival news network stinks of poo. And
oh my god, this is so good. This is actually brilliant. High art.
Farts and poos in its face and eats poo for dinner and it shits itself and it's a
That's
dick.
not true. They're making things up.
You're not allowed to make things up. Bing Crosby has come back to life after being dead for over 45 years.
The singer known for classics such as White Christmas was found alive and well in his grave during a routine exhumation.
He's currently recording a new album and will be touring with Bryan Adams later in the year.
Bro. Ain't no way.
And look at this flurry of tweets coming in for the return of Bing Crosby. Why don't you read one out, Molly?
Did you come back to your great-granddaughter as she you to again, you bloated corpse?
Jesus.
Fucking hell, that's a bit harsh. The tweet was so offensive, the M4 was closed for 45 minutes.
Everybody just got out of their cars to sit in the grass and have a think.
How will the world continue?
People are now just starting to rebuild their lives following a tweet which has been described by some as the most offensive in history.
7 more offensive tweets are expected in the next week. How will you cope?
The King has offered some inspirational words in this time of tragedy.
Oh, fuck off, will you? Go and bother someone else. Bother her over there.
So inspirational. Women of
The
the year.
Woman Who Charles Pointed At begins on Netflix this Friday.
Ain't no way. That was fucking genius. That was so good, actually. I'm kind of obsessed.
I'm glad that he's gotten so much recognition and has had such a successful career considering how influential his work was and still continues to be online. I can't think of a better video to end this video on than the original Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared. After all, the first video was published in 2011 as a simple standalone horror short, and now the entire series of 6 YouTube episodes have well over 100 million views collectively, as well as an actual publicized Channel 4 television series. It's a fantastic example of the old internet and its horror climate growing and evolving over time and tangibly influencing the horror that we see on the site today. I'm not going to get into the entire series or the lore because, you know, I wouldn't want to steal MatPat's thunder or anything, so we're just going to cover the original upload, the one that launched the series into viral popularity in the first place. Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared was uploaded in July of 2011 by Becky Sloan and Joe Pelling of This Is It Collective, a film and animation group. The theme of the day here is old internet horror influencing what we see today, and a huge genre that you see almost everywhere today is innocent kids media, but spooky.
Oh, man.
Now Don't Hug Me,
I forgot about this. This shit is very bizarre. Very, like Dadaist almost? Just like nonsense.
I'm Scared was absolutely not the first to do this. Taking something you'd typically assume to be innocent and sweet and kid-friendly and making it dark is one of the most classic horror tropes out there, and there are countless
Like Happy Tree Friends?
examples, most notably in the creepypasta genre. I mean, hell, when I was like 7 there were kids singing I hate you, you hate me, let's get together and kill Barney on the playground like constantly. What I'm saying is cute kids thing but dark is definitely not new. But DHMIS took this well-worn trope and portrayed it in such a masterful, unique and visually appealing way that it really helped to repopularize the trope in mainstream media. The short opens on 3 kids show mascot looking characters, a yellow guy, a red noodly guy and a bird all sitting at a table looking bored. Suddenly a pad of paper begins singing a catchy song about creativity, getting the 3 to start having fun and thinking creatively. Towards the end of the video, as the song goes on, things get spooky as we see shots of a real heart, a bloody pie, the word death in cut out letters, and the 3 shaking crazily as the music becomes discordant and the peppy educational song goes off the rails. The short ends with the pad of paper asking them all to agree to never be creative again. Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared is short and simple, but the gorgeous art direction, amazing set, epic practical effects, lovingly crafted props and puppets, super catchy song, and the combination of hilarity and horror made it stick out for a lot of people, myself included. I remember my first experience with Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared was when I was a lot younger and my sibling showed it to me, and I'm gonna be honest, I honestly don't think that any other piece of media has traumatized me like that one did. I don't even know what it was about it, but that whole day I was so paranoid that I was gonna have nightmares about them that as night began to draw closer, I started like shaking and having hot flashes. I was terrified. Obviously nowadays I can appreciate the sheer artistry of the entire series. It's incredibly impressive, as well as the inherent humor of it, which I think really flew over my head as a kid. But back then I was not having a good time, and I'm sure that I'm not the only kid who was kind of scarred from watching it. This is another example of a short that absolutely deserved the hype that it got, and I'm so pleased that not only did it become a huge phenomenon on YouTube, but Becky Sloan and Joe Pelling now have a Don't Hug Me I'm Scared television series airing on Channel 4, which you should absolutely watch. It's genuinely good and really funny, and I hope it gets like a bajillion more seasons because I want there to be more creative and unique shows like this out there. Though many might brush off early YouTube horror as rudimentary or cheap, I honestly couldn't disagree more. It had its fair share of clickbait trash, of course, just as we do today, but as we've seen in this video, a lot of the earliest horror videos on the site were beautiful, masterful, interesting. From experimental short films to lovingly crafted animations to bizarre commercials to shock and hoax videos. All of these pieces of media help to weave the tapestry of art that was early horror YouTube, and it's a cloth that horror creators continue to cut from today. Look at any popular horror series or ARG and I guarantee that you'll see remnants of these formative videos reflected in them. It's incredibly interesting to me to see how things change and evolve over time, especially in expansive genre with such a rich history like internet horror. It's also just kind of neat looking back at these videos that I haven't seen for years and figuring out their backstories and seeing how they hold up and if they're as scary as I remember. And honestly, a lot of them are, but for very different reasons than I thought they were back then. You know, I don't think any of them are haunted or cursed now. I think they're just genuinely impressive pieces of horror art that honestly were well ahead of their time. They're all honestly incredible, and at the time they were very convincing pieces of horror art that still continue to influence the site today, and they very much deserve their icon status. Even though a lot of people aren't going to remember them the fondest since, you know, they kind of scarred them for life. But I want to know what you guys think. Definitely let me know in the comments if there are any that I missed out. I feel like there are so many iconic YouTube videos that were popular back in the early days that have really impacted how horror works on the site today. Honestly, there are so many that I couldn't include them all in this video. I just tried to kind of pick and choose some of my favorites and some of the ones that I think were the most influential. But yeah, definitely let me know what your favorites are. What ones scarred you as a child? What ones do you think are really cool? What ones do you think haven't held up at all? As always, I'm really interested to hear the conversation. I love reading the comments and the kind of conversations that you guys have, so yeah, please do share your thoughts. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it. I'm sorry about the changing backgrounds. I know I've had different backgrounds in a couple of my latest videos, and I still might maybe change some things in the back here, but I think that's probably what I'm going to stick with. Also, I'm sorry that the lighting is kind of whack. I'm literally just using the window over there, so it might be kind of terrible looking, but hopefully I'll be able to fix up a lighting system in the future. But anyway, thank you for bearing with me through that. I know it can be kind of like annoying, so hopefully it wasn't too distracting or anything. Let me know if you have any like feedback on it or things that you think could help with the setup or anything. Yeah. Anyway, I've rambled for too long. Thank you so much for watching. I've very much enjoyed covering this topic. I find it really interesting. So yeah, I really hope you enjoyed it too, and I hope to see you in the next one. Bye! A huge thank you to my Garfield overlords over on Patreon. Fitzy, Doug, Ren Pendra.
That's so good. ICS always does have very good overview. Getting a little sleepy. I don't know if I want to do any of these tonight. It's a chat I missed. No. Let's go to fun time. Actually, I just want to listen to some more music real quick. Just reset the old noggin.
Wow, do you really think I'm hot enough to be a
Wonderful. Very good. Good stuff. Um, Ethan?
Hi,
New
my
feature?
God, would someone just put a stop to this Elon guy? Elon Musk needs to be stopped. Is
Cut
that
it
just the
out.
thesis to my video? Am I just saying it in a funny tone to get away with the fact that it's basically just a lib post? You're gonna have to watch the video
Real.
to find out. Did you know that 0% of you are subscribed? Make sure you've hit that bell. Elon Musk is not funny. He can't be. He tries, and he tries really, really hard, but it doesn't exactly work. There's a reason his Twitter replies are swarmed with yes men and people looking to get a job. Elon Musk is so fundamentally unfunny that there's not even room to be funny in response to him. No, but how's your day? Crypto Rand? I finally upgraded to 8 monitors this week. Now I lose money trading 8 times faster. That's funny. Me pulling up to the bank
Got
the
'em.
first time they won't let me buy cryptocurrency with my money at Dogecoin. That's just comedy. Binance customer support is equal to 0. I have some issue with my account and I just can't find a way to get through to them. That's the kind of things waiting for you in Elon Musk's replies. He's sucking the fun and comedy out of the universe. It sucks. Now, there are a lot of reasons why Elon Musk literally cannot be funny. Crushing need to be liked, huge ego, being a boomer, being a nerd. But the biggest and most consistent reason he will never be funny is his class status. He's a billionaire. He lives a fundamentally different life than you or me or anyone who will watch this video. He has no ability to relate or connect to normal everyday people. No billionaire does. People pretend to like him more than anything, and that just makes things more sad. It's the most frustrating part about arguing with someone online who happens to be an Elon supporter. At the end of the day, you know that they don't even like him either. But regardless, every time someone talks about Elon on the internet, they still come out of the woodwork with their weird list of talking points. I know you're watching.
Every fucking time. Every time. Where do they come from? The Elon stands just like find my accounts out of fucking nowhere. I do not know. They just rise up from hell itself, I guess.
Please subscribe. I know for a fact that every Elon Musk fan is just pretending. And I can prove mathematically that Elon Musk isn't funny. You're also probably wondering how I plan to prove that Elon Musk isn't funny. And while you can't prove that someone isn't funny, you can quantify their actions as it relates to the stock market, for example. But technically, we should be able to calculate the amount of financial damage that his jokes have done to the world. Now here's the thing, I don't know fucking anything about stocks, and I don't know anything about money, and I don't know anything about investing. All I know is line go up, line go down, okay? But realistically, that's probably all Elon Musk knows too, so I think we're good. But before I get going with any kind of science, I'm craving a sponsorship right now. I'm thinking I need an ad. Today we go where no man has dared to journey before. In the name of science. I have here my special flask that they only give to scientists.
Special
now we're doing
flask.
science. Did you guys know that Elon Musk met the Pope? What made me want to make this video more than anything else is Saturday Night Live. I'm not really going to talk about any of the bits. I'm not here to analyze comedy. We're not doing arts. We're not doing entertainment. We're doing science. As we all know, Elon Musk went on Saturday Night Live and destroyed the cryptocurrency economy somehow. He was so cringe, he cost people millions of dollars. You could make an entire documentary or movie if you wanted about how SNL destroyed the cryptocurrency economy. Just this one episode. But I'm not looking at the how, I'm looking at the what happened afterward. Bitcoin and Ethereum and Dogecoin all crashed in the weeks after the SNL episode aired. That's really funny. The night before that fateful episode of SNL aired, Tesla stock was at $199. There it is, right there, $199. In the weeks after, it jumps, actually, to $230. They gained $32 from that episode of SNL. Just think about that. This is very important information. This will be on the test. Ethereum, on the other hand, starts at just under 4,000 the night before SNL airs. Basically overnight, then crashes to 2,300 just from being cringe. Eventually, though, Ethereum bottoms out at 1,800 about 6 weeks after the SNL episode. I mean, look at that. You can barely even keep that on the graph. Bitcoin is another really funny one, starting just under 60,000 and following roughly the same pattern as Ethereum did. Straight down and kind of out this way. The only difference is Bitcoin continues to go just it just goes down. Some would say this is not a very good way to chart data, and I would say I'm not about to accurately chart the data of a man who bought Twitter to post iFunny memes on it. Bitcoin ended up losing $12,962. Literally overnight. In total, Bitcoin ended up losing around $30,000 in value, which is pretty funny. I see through the numbers. The numbers speak to me. They tell me the patterns. I see the patterns. I chart them down. Look. Down. As you can see, there is a clear trend here. And I'm not thinking that's very good for Elon Musk. Dogecoin started at 0.64, and this really doesn't have a lot of economic ramifications, but you know, so Dogecoin the night of SNL is at 64 cents. And of course, Elon made a Dogecoin joke.
Thank you, Michael. Well, now the Doge Father.
Which you'd think would increase the stock of a cryptocurrency because more people would start buying it. But it was actually so cringe along with the rest of the show that everyone started selling it and it completely crashed and lost 70% of their total value. And then since then for Dogecoin, it's really just a pretty sharp downward trend. It also just kind of keeps going. In total, the hideous creature produced by the offspring of Elon Musk and the Saturday Night Live writers cost the world $14,579. Where does that money come from? Where does that money go? That's beyond me. I follow the numbers and they tell me what they say, and that's all there is to it. I see past the world. I see the world in numbers. I crunch it. It goes down. A few months before the end of 2020.
Classic facts don't care about your feelings, Ethan.
2022, Elon Musk purchased Twitter for around $44 billion, which is a horrible idea. I drew him as the Twitter bird, and he's kneeling on the American flag instead of kneeling for the American flag as Twitter. I'm kind of a political cartoonist. When Elon Musk starts talking about purchasing Twitter around September of 2022, Tesla's stock is around 303. And coincidentally, a few months after he bought it, it absolutely dunks down to 123. That's $180 that could have gone to the children of the world that is now, I don't really know where it goes, but it's gone. And now what the fuck are the children gonna do? It didn't help that in the time between, Elon made Twitter's stock private, so we have no idea how much money he's lost. He knew I was—
Ain't no way. I didn't realize he took the stock private. The fuck? The fuck, dude? Hey, thanks for the follow.
Was on his case. He knew I was going to make a video. I'm a prominent scientist. This is what I do. He's hiding from me. Elon Musk, I know where you are. I will find you. In this same time frame, Ethereum goes from around 4,300, which was actually higher than it was pre-SNL, almost barely making it to 4,600 before crashing. Not too long after Elon made Twitter stocks private, so probably had nothing to do with it. Bitcoin managed to climb all the way up to 61,000 in the aftermath of Elon Musk being on SNL. They actually recovered.
Hey, I'm having a pretty good day. I hope you are too.
Only to immediately after Elon Musk made Twitter stock private. I think you guys know where I'm going with this. 35,000 all the way down here. Now you might ask, is Elon Musk to blame for this? Isn't it the economy, recession, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Pete Buttigieg, Emily Warren? I actually think none of these things have to do with what I'm talking about. What the hell is the point of this video? Line go down. When Elon Musk does something publicly, line go down. Why do you think every other billionaire doesn't go out in the open and fucking tweet annoying shit? The banking system is collapsing. Arrest Donald Trump. Life before Google Maps. Yeah, the good old days. Me realizing AI, the most powerful tool that mankind has ever created, is now in the hands of a ruthless corporate monopoly. Every day I pray for the world to get better in a very violent way. Listen, the point is, Elon Musk has lost the world a lot of money. And for what? What contributions has he really given other than mediocre tweets and dressing up like Wario on Saturday Night Live? The numbers don't lie, and the numbers point down. You want to defend him? This is your
Line go down. He is terrible at this.
Man, maybe the federal government should stop giving fucking subsidies to someone who keeps losing money at every turn. Elon Musk is a giant con artist that managed to fool 90% of the United States government into giving him subsidies when he doesn't deserve them or do anything with them other than enrich himself. That wasn't exactly my most successful experiment. We're walking away with about $14,000 in damages just in terms of cryptocurrency and Tesla stock. Realistically, if you were to apply that $14,000 to all the people that had invested and lost money, it's significantly more than that. But I don't know how to do that. I'm a scientist, not a wizard. I think there should definitely be some way to charge Elon Musk for financial damages, and I think he should give all the money to me. This video was kind of a mess, and that's okay sometimes. Thank you so much for watching my video. Please click like if you had a good time, or subscribe for more videos every week, every single one. There's bonus footage and little giggles on the Patreon. It's just $5 a month if you want to check that out. Also, make sure to follow my Instagram. I've been posting on there a lot more on my story every day. You can see what I'm doing, where I am, my location. Thank you again so much for watching my video. Make sure to join me next time. Join me next time in the video. Everyone's gonna come in. Come on, for a picture. All the subscribers come in. Bye.
Come in for a picture. Oh my god.
Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. A few weeks ago, Samsung admitted that they faked pictures of the moon using AI. So someone decided to test it out to see if it was true. They found a picture of a regular white circle and placed it on the other side of their house. They then zoomed in as much as they could to trick the phone into thinking it was a picture of the moon. The phone camera then replaced that white circle with a picture of the moon.
Everything's a lie. Jesus.
One of my subscribers went inside a grocery store in the UK and saw that they are putting GPS tracking devices on expensive food products. It's supposed to be a way to prevent people from stealing.
Man, that's depressing as fuck. Yo, that says it's fucking 7 pounds. This costs 7 pounds. That's not expensive, bro. The fuck? Just let people have food. Jesus Christ. If they're gonna steal $7 of meat, like, just let it go, man.
This is what it looks like to be directly underneath a tornado when it's forming.
No. Aww. Aww, no.
These are what old ancient Arabic numbers look like, and they look very similar to the numbers we use today. The symbols they made actually served a purpose. The amount of angles in each symbol marks what that number is. So the number 3 has 3 angles, the number 4 has 4 angles, and the number 5 has 5 angles. Since the symbol of 0 has no angles of any kind, it has no value.
What?
You silly cutie. I can't put him back yet. Oh.
This guy probably has the fastest internet in the world.
I'm about to install GTA right now. Look how fast it downloads. Watch this. Watch the speed. Look at... it's terabytes. Like, what? And it's already done. Like, that's crazy.
Scientists that study meteorites are...
How? How the fuck? He must be, like, on that fiber optic. I don't even know.
almost always based in Antarctica. The white snowy landscape makes it very easy for scientists to find meteorites. This is why over 60% of all meteorites ever found were discovered in Antarctica.
Don't look at me like that. Don't look at me like that either.
I guess there's some sort of internet challenge where people try to ride these giant vibrating machines.
This is my mom doing a jelly challenge.
Ain't no way. What the fuck?
Well, look, you came in, isn't it?
What?
This family has a pet deer, and apparently deer can get the zoomies just like dogs can.
It's pretty cold.
So cute. My cat does the same thing. He'll just go in the shower and just do that forever. I don't get
That
it.
is the end of this video. We hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Very, very soon.
Hey guys, sorry about the noise. That's just 7 men being so obsessed with me that they won't leave me alone. Guys, I know I make a mean grilled cheese, but seriously, you're embarrassing yourselves.
Ma'am, please let us in. We got a call about a grease fire.
Okay, sure you did. Nice try, guys. I mean, so desperate. Come on. A queen, Charles. My name is Chad Chat. Not really. And are you struggling to get dates?
Liar.
Is the guy you like not texting you back? Did your last date end with you having to post a 3-part story time on TikTok? If you answered yes to any of these questions, then that's a skill issue. Okay, I have so many people obsessed with me that I have to beat them off with a stick.
Sad.
And that's hard. It takes a lot of lube. Now that we're officially out of cuffing season,
Wait. A lot of lube? Keck, wait.
things in the relationship area may be a little more difficult, and that's okay. All you have to do is get better at everything.
Alright, I'm gonna be real. I don't think I'm gonna make it through this video. I don't. I'm tired. Your girl's tired. I'm sorry. I'll probably be back Tuesday? Tuesday? Wait, Fear End was supposed to be posted, tomorrow, I believe. Maybe I'll come back for that. I'll try to come back for that. I've been trying to get quicker at editing so that I don't have to take a day off, but God, it's so hard to keep on top of everything. You know what I mean? Balancing priorities, etc. Life is hard. Very hard. But I'll see you soon. How about that? No promises made. No promises broken. I'll see you soon. Have a good one.
She just wants to fuck me, got me feeling something, got me feeling nothing. Alcoholic junkie, says she thinks I'm funny, think I might get lucky, spending too much money. She says she wants my necklace, put her on the guest list. Hope I don't regret this, hope I don't regret this. I'm feeling hella reckless, cashing all my checks rich, hickeys on my neck shit. She's on the offensive, I do not know my set list, still I'm gonna get lit. Yeah, I have a death wish, live until I'm breathless. I'ma stay progressive, she gon' stay obsessive. Life is so expensive, do everything excessive. I think my brain's defective, yeah. Can't think when she's aggressive, yeah. She snuck into my section, yeah. You think I'd learn my lesson, yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me, yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me. Cause we ain't getting no sleep, yeah. No, we ain't getting no sleep, yeah. She's sitting up in the front of the class, using that ass, she gonna pass. Keeping her pad and her pen in her lap. She been so bad with the men in her past. Now she just want the professor so bad. I'll give her lessons that she never had, like taking a freshman and teaching her math. I'll keep her guessing until she a grad. She always leaves them guessing, they don't know what's next, man. Learned it from the best, man. She loving every lesson, with hands-on sessions, points for attendance. She asks a lot of questions, I answer with my presence. I sit back while I'm texting, said she wants to get in, said she'll bring her best friend. Know what happened next, man. You know what happened next, man. Treat her like a guest, man. Rolling out the best, man. She